All right. Baby, don't hurt me. That song's stuck in my ear since I made this topic. Shoot. What we got up in here? What we got up in here? Let's get that. I don't know about the man of the league. Get up. What's the deal, Prototype? What's the deal, Faith? I'm back. I'm back. Let's get this party started. Let's see what we got going on today. What's everybody's definition of the love? What is like about that love though? What is love? Thanks, man. Thanks, man. This party start. I'm gonna send some invites out. Y'all got some people going to send some invites. I see y'all up on the likes already. Good looks. We'll get something going. Get some of my peoples up in here too. I'll be in it. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Who else I can get up in here? Who else I can get up in here? Sorry, this thing. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Alright, send them. I gotta send it to another 15 people real quick. Oh, Faye, first one up in here is Faye. What's that?
How are you?
Yo. You made it to the party.
Oh, I'm up here again.
What?
Second time.
Faith actually likes my live? What?
Yeah,
Sorry.
why do you think?
No, I'm messing with you. I think you remind me of because it was this I got another person named Jay. Her name Jay, and she used to be I used to thought she was like an op at first, but I know everybody just got their own opinions and stuff. But then come and find out she ended up she be in here a lot too. She actually like my live. I'm like, nah. I guess it be y'all just be in the middle of the fire when it actually do be some people that just be saying off the wall stuff or whatever, and I'm like, man.
No, I'll call them out too.
He said I would do it too. Yeah. And you glasses gang, I see. Glasses gang. Alright. It causes inconvenience. Abuse causes harm. Abuse causes harm. A lot of stuff causes harm. I mean, everything abuse. Torture causes harm. Man, I want some deeper definition, but I'll rock with that for now. See if I can get some here. I want to see everybody know the difference between jealousy and envy. I think people mix that up a lot. They mix it a lot. They think it's the same.
They're different.
You know what?
I said they're similar, but they're different.
Yeah.
Cause like I feel like when you're envious of something, you want what the other person has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I found a simple definition too, and it made so much sense. It's like I used to thought kind and nice was the same thing, and those two different things. A lot of stuff makes sense as we just, as a. Thank God for Google. It make it so simple now. It make it so simple. Main thing, guess who back? She made it back again. Faith actually likes my live. Say nothing.
Stop playing with me, kid.
What's up, man? Where you been? What you been up to, man?
Nothing. I was just on live, but I got off because I started washing these dishes and mopping my floors.
Oh, okay. She said, "Let me go and get cleaned up." Oh, you could have did your if you had Mars, then you could have did them like you did us last time. Remember that?
What
Just left us looking. We had to take over her whole life. So I be talking junk like I don't let people talk on my line.
Hey, sometimes you get busy.
Gets busy. She told me I'm about to go. What she say? You say you about to leave about 5 minutes. About 5 hours. I was cussing the girl out of her room. Trey, that was
It's been 5 hours.
Yeah, I ain't got no room to talk. I do that all the time. I fall asleep on people.
Oh,
You got a super bad echo. I don't know why it's like that.
Super bad echo. I don't know why it's like that. That's crazy. Cool. I still got the echo.
Mic check. Yeah, super delayed. You must have answered the phone or something. Dude, it was so delayed that my voice came after. It might be, I don't know, it might be the connection too. Why her connection always gotta be bad in my room? Okay, I see what her connection on. Okay, I know what's gonna happen. Her connection don't like her being in my live. That's what it is.
Nah, I just be up in that like my kitchen area, like it don't connect. It doesn't.
But it don't connect. Oh, you on Bluetooth or something?
Nah. Shit, my Bluetooth do just be turning on out of nowhere. Like, that's crazy. Am I still delayed?
You muted too fast for me to check it out.
No.
Well, we gonna rock with it.
No.
Hear me out. I think this is Riz. Me and you, 3 a.m., watching Mr. Beast in my room, while I'm keeping the exact shot while we listen to this.
Wow. Yeah, go help him out real quick. Dang, my first, I come back and we getting all that. That's messed up. I don't know what that was. I actually started dancing though a little bit. I ain't gonna even lie. Nah, man, I ain't doing these fake names, man. I'm blocking every last name that look like it. You better keep on making pages. I ain't about to keep up with it. A couple pages and stuff. They must be bored. Dude came here to beatbox. What's going on today? Ah, man. Oh yeah, 70. So. Hold up, I missed some comments. Kev, the tens that's considered waiting in line. All the tens, you know. After that happened, you know. What the heck beating on my dog? Aren't they supposed to be at school? Oh no, it's 7 o'clock. My bad. Oops. I swear, so with this topic, I keep about to sing that song. I was thinking about being funny and put like tiny words at the bottom. Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. What is love? But with this one, the reason why I had I just noticed everybody's definition and stuff, and I highly believe that people mix happiness with love. That's what I believe. Third thing's complicated. Self-love is being able to look at yourself and your life without feeling lesser. Interesting. Yeah, I guess so in a way, yeah, you could put it in that way. I wouldn't say lesser or shaming yourself, especially because of other people. Interesting. That's interesting. It's basically like dealing with self-esteem, self-care, respect. That's what that's supposed to be. I think a lot of people mix conceitedness and prideful and arrogance. I think they think that's what self-love is. Calling myself a bad bitch all the time, or I'm that N-word. You know, I was about to say the word, boy. They think that stuff like that. I don't know. I'm the best I don't know, stuff like that. I think that's people mix that up. They think that's self-love. It ain't. If y'all have it, let me do a little break, my break real quick. If y'all haven't, go ahead and keep tapping the screen. Go ahead and share out to some more people and stuff. Get some more people up in here. If you don't know how to share, see my mom already doing. She knew the deal already. So how she doing? You hold your finger on where my prompts is at. Then you hold the Faith doing it too. See, follow after. Look at that. See all the shares, y'all. Then go ahead and hold your finger where my prompt is at for 2 seconds. Then you will see a list of friends. Go ahead and hit all them, get them all up in here. And also, if you haven't joined the team, you will see and it's only 1 penny. Where that heart is on the side of their name. If you got a heart on your name, that means you joined the team. So, how to do it? You go to where my name is at on the top of the screen. And you see that heart up there. Just press that heart, and it'll pop above my head. And you part of the team. It'll help put me on the what they call the Popular Lives. Popular Lives. Yeah. All right, so let's get this party started. There you go. See, she did it already. She already on the team, and she more on the team now. See. All right. Let's start off. Let's get you Faith. Let's go. Since we're gonna go in order how this went. So we got Faith. We got main thing. I'm gonna get her in the middle of her sweeping. Yeah, but then we gonna get Mook Juice in here. So what is love? What is love? That's for you, Faith.
What is love? Hold on, I'm trying to turn the TV.
Okay. Good looks on the lightning. I know they say it's multiple definitions. I don't know. For everybody, that's how they look.
Yeah, there is different kind of definitions of love. I would say there's like God love, godly love, brotherly love.
I forgot I'm like you. Yeah.
Right. Love that you have for a partner. So yeah, that's all different types of love. But it's like a strong emotion that you have for other people.
Interesting. Okay, we can rock with that then. Strong emotion. Okay. All right, main thing. Powerful. What's the deal, my brother? I see you.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm blessed.
I have to disagree with that young lady, what she just said.
Before you do that, because I'm gonna let everybody do their own definition. I'm trying to see where they come, their angle. Then we can do the open panel after that. Main thing, you there? Yeah.
Yeah.
And good looks on 100. I ain't even know this. And good looks on 100. What is love? What is love?
Y'all can hear me?
Go ahead, I'm a mute.
All right.
Go ahead, I'm a mute.
All right. To me, what is love? Love is a feeling. I think also it could be shown in certain actions. People feel like they do a lot of things out of love. Meaning, I sit up here, I bought you a gift because I love you. I sat up here and, I listen to you because I love you. I think love is patience. Love is making sacrifice. I think love is time. Like, I think it takes time to build love. To me, people be sitting up here loving people recklessly. You'll sit up here and feel like, oh, just because you my family, I gotta love you. No, I don't. Just because you my friend, I gotta love you. No, I don't. So I think it's a difference between care and love. I think it's a choice at the end of the day. That's what I think love is. Love is a choice. You can either give it, receive it, or take it away from somebody. You get what I'm saying? You could be the reason why somebody stopped believing in love. So yeah, love is love. Love is a. I don't think there's no. Now, when I hear this question, Kev, I don't think there's no such thing as different love or love, because love is love. You get what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Like, people be like trying to make it seem like, oh, I love you more. Just because you put more in there, shit, you still giving them the same love.
Well, can I throw this in here right quick, right? When you talk about love.
You get what
Can I
I'm
throw
saying?
this in here right quick, right? When you talk about love. Like the old saying that blood is thicker than water, right? When you talk
Hey,
about
give me
love,
one
that's
second,
real.
my brother. As soon as we get the open panel, we can get on that part, though. I'm gonna let everybody get in. Hey, what's the deal? As soon as everybody get their point in, then we gonna do an open panel. Then everybody gets, because I want everybody to talk. So all right, let me get Mood Juice, then Powerful, then you next after that. Mood Juice, you there?
Sorry, can you hear me? I have my Bluetooth in.
Oh no, you good. You good.
So I'm just answering what is love?
Yep, that's all we doing for the moment. Then we gonna do open panel.
Um, yeah, love is I think it encompasses like all things that are perfect. Um, and I hear people say things like you can have love, or you're loving people this way or loving people that way. Love is its own thing, separate from us, and the most we can do is try our best to practice it in its purest form. But love itself is perfection. It's the most perfect patience, the most perfect forgiveness every time, the most perfect kindness, the most perfect understanding. So it stands alone for me. So it has a bunch of adjectives around it and ways that you can express it, but it is what it is. And we're the ones that are flawed, and the most we can do is just practice the act of love. And sometimes we do that poorly, but it doesn't change love. Like, you can't love somebody badly because love isn't bad. You might be, but love itself is just what it is. It's like immutable perfection, in my opinion.
All right. Since I think y'all probably ain't gonna do it because y'all both had like kind of pushback. So y'all two can start off with the open panel. So we're gonna start off with Powerful, and then Rocco, y'all can start the open panel off.
Okay, thank you. Love to me, somebody loves you by how they treat you. It can't be just a feeling, because that's too up and down. It's like, I like you, I don't like you. But even if somebody doesn't like you, they can demonstrate love for you by how they treat you. I was listening to the last woman that spoke, and she said, love is patient. Patience is an action. Love is forgiveness. Forgiveness is an action. Mercy is an action. Kindness is an action. Talking sweet to somebody is an action. So you demonstrate your love by what you do. And, God is love. And so what is God? We know God by his characteristics. God's character is love. And everything they define, patience, kindness, forgiveness, all of those are characteristic traits of who God is. If I was in a relationship with somebody that could never speak and say I love you, I would know that they love me by how they treat me and how they don't treat me. Because love is not supposed to hurt you. Love is not supposed to lie to you. So that's what I see love being, and I understand a lot of people say, well, love is an emotion, it's what you feel, and I understand that, but I don't believe that love is a feeling, because, if my love for somebody was a feeling, then that means every time I don't like them, I would withhold from them things that I'm supposed to give to them. Sometimes my wife gets on my nerve, but because I love her, I don't allow that to affect how I treat her. I don't cuss her out. I don't raise my hands. I don't go out and lay up with another woman because I'm not feeling her at the time. I continue to love her, and that's respect her, appreciate her, and do everything I'm supposed to do with her.
My take on love is this. You think about the statement like blood is thicker than water. People think that means family. The actual statement is the blood of the battlefield is thicker than the water of the womb. So the ones that you go to war with, you love the most. And it doesn't matter about your family and who your brothers and sisters are, your mother, your father. Did you go to war with them? And so many times over, like a male-female relationship, the woman doesn't realize you go to war with your husband because he goes to war. And if you're willing to fight this war with him, then you'll know what love is. Until you do that, all these little explanations we all been trying to give are just, they fell at the wayside. You can't know what love is until you go to war.
Ain't nobody got anything on that. My man just say his piece and then drop the mic and drop the whole box. That was crazy. He said I said my part. I don't want no pushback on my. Let me get up out of here. that was childish. Sorry, don't stop. But that was what the heck. Where did he go? That was crazy.
I'm still here, man. I just
not you. I'm talking about.
Not you. I'm talking about.
Oh, it hurt my guts.
So, I don't know who said, love isn't a feeling.
That's what Moses said. He said this thing got up out of here.
But, love is definitely a feeling. That's why you have people out here who say, I feel loved. Oh, if I don't feel loved, then I'm about to remove myself because you're not making me feel loved.
You wrong.
Love.
You wrong.
You said what?
You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Because everybody looks for a person is looking to feel love. That's why they around. Oh, because you made me feel like I was loved. You made me feel like I was cared for. Like every woman goes off their feelings. When a man is addressing a woman, he's addressing that woman's feelings. Because he understands she goes off of feelings.
Yeah, I know that. That doesn't mean he loves her. We do that to all of you if we love you or not.
I mean, I'm not saying love ain't no action. I mean, of course, you got to sit up here and see the actions to feel love.
You have no idea.
That because you lay down and open your body or your legs up to somebody, that doesn't make them feel love.
You may have never been loved enough. You
said what?
I don't think you know love at all.
I've been in my relationship for 10 years. How come I don't?
Yeah, how come you don't?
How come you're echoing?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down.
Main thing. Her stuff.
Hey, y'all. That's a bad echo.
Kev, I'm about to exit all the way out the app and I'll come back.
What's up, Jane? What's up, Stephanie and Indigenous?
Indigenous, yeah.
Indigenous. Okay, got you.
How are you?
She said everybody echoing. I don't know. Everybody echoing. So I'm good. Bless. So it's funny, y'all. Actually, besides that, because I just want to see everybody's definition of how they look at it. So, otherwise, but to answer that, love is a feeling and it's a feeling and an emotion. So it's both. It could be an action. It could be all that. Actually, like a lot of stuff is on Google for real. But it's an action and a feeling though. Just like happiness is a action. It's a few emotions that's actions and feelings.
It was all represented in the Greek. Agape love is what they're talking about whenever you express love in an action. That's agape, and that's considered to be the highest form of love in the Greek, in the way they form it.
I heard agape is this thing that we call unconditional love. That's what that is.
Yeah, so where you would sacrifice your whole time, to have all the joys in the world to take care of your dying grandmother and every moment that she lived, that kind of thing. That's agape love.
Gotcha. All right. Let me get three more people up in. Let me get them up in here. Stephanie. Let me go. Stephanie, Indigenous, and Jane.
Okay.
Everybody mute up too, because I don't know why it's so weird. Stephanie, you there? You got the teacup on your turn. It's 8 different types of love, and people are explaining different types. I think I did look at that. I looked at it did say different types, say like friendship.
That really is the best type of agape thing that, whenever I read that, whenever you give love in an action, that ultimate sacrifice of yourself, it's a type of love I've never given. And I don't know how easy it is to do that. I think about nurses and caregivers, and they show that a lot of them are liars and they're not actually that, but the ones that are they give agape love as their job.
Stephanie, you're there. I think something wrong with her mic, Kev.
Right, what the heck? All right, yeah, Stephanie, you might have to drop and come back up. I don't know what's going on. Indigenous, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So what I think love is, well, agape love, I believe, is unconditional, and that's when a person can do rights, wrongs, and even do other than what you would know them to do, and your actions towards them don't change. You still treat them the same. It's not a action based off of a motive. It stays consistent. That's what I think about agape.
That's what I was telling Rocco. That's what I'm saying. This stuff, people be saying stuff, and I've been a lot of these things I done looked up already, and that's the reason why I said that. But you said you said the exact same thing. But Rocco, I don't know why he's making up his own definition of agape love. It literally say when you look it up, it say unconditional love.
Yeah, and the thing is, like for a while, I'm gonna just give an example. I didn't feel the love from my mother, right? I didn't feel it because I thought it was supposed to. You think you know how you would want love to feel. Everybody has a different definition, but you cannot like someone's actions, but love them. You can still love them, and love is this is when I know that, because you can have like, I got love for you. When people say that's a thing where you doing it out of an action that's coming from a place of I'm trying to think of you sacrificing. So when people say, "Man, that was love," because you didn't have to do it, and you did it more so for the benefit of how it would make them feel, as opposed to a motive. Like, so a lot of people do. But anyway, I'm going off on something else. But a lot of people think they loving somebody when really they not. They loving how that person is making them feel with whatever they're doing. They like really loving how the person is smexing them, is is
100%.
spoiling them, is whatever. But it's really reversed. It's really a selfish type of thing.
All right, he had one more because he's just gonna keep doing it.
And then the last thing is in love. I think in love is stronger because it's like y'all in your own world, and it's a reciprocated transaction where the love is unselfish, and it's equal, but it's understood that you're not judging the person because it's not the way you would feel like they should give you love. It's the way that you know that's the love from them, but you can't say it's not love because it's not what you would do. But you respect the fact that they loving you when other people probably wouldn't get that type of attention, but you know it's love because y'all on that level where you know what he wouldn't do and what he would do, because it's a different type of love. Everybody don't get love the same way. In love is when you sacrifice them and you understand that they loving me the way that they know how to love. Everybody don't love the same, but when you sacrifice, that's in love type of thing when it's reciprocated. That's what I think.
Okay. Jane and then Joe. Then we back to open panel.
Hey Kev. Hey everybody.
What's the deal?
So I wanted where he go, because I wanted to make reference to what he said about nurses and doctors and things of that nature.
He keep cutting people off too many times. I just couldn't do it.
Oh yeah, you have to go doing that. We gotta be grown up here. But yeah, that's just acts of service. Most people that choose those professions because that's what they truly want to do, that's just an act of service. Being in love with what you do and your purpose in this world has nothing to do with because they do that regardless. People that love doing that has an act of service, or their purpose is to serve. They do that even not at their job, but other places. But being in love, I equate that to lust, because you could be in love.
That's facts. You stole mine. That was one of them. Yep.
Yeah, you
That's a
could
good
be
one.
in love with your car, in love with a shirt, in love with a person. It is spurts. It happens in spurts. That has nothing to do with actually loving someone. And
I
that's
like that. That was good.
and what's the word you said? In love more important than love? No, it's not, because that's something that's temporary.
Well, I don't think we went that far. Dang, you went all the way down.
I
I just looked away. I'm like, dang, did we get that?
Oh, my bad.
We were just doing the first question.
I thought y'all was on that.
Dang, but you took dang. I was about to say that too, because I had somebody ask this question before. Though that's one of the things I do believe. That's what that's part of in love, because it is. But dang, that was a good one. That was good. I like that. Joe Patrick, you next. What is love?
Love to me is love based on who you loving, or loving yourself.
In general, what is love?
Love is being compassion, have understanding of people issue and no judging them. Love is sometimes is just based on physical appearance, because because sometimes when I see people who I don't find attractive, I see them like, I don't know how to explain it, but I just don't like them. I have a dislike for people who I find unattractive. Love is putting yourself first. Love is working out, going to the gym. Love is getting money. Love is helping your family member. Love is using protection, using condom. Love is pretty much just helping people for your community. That's
Okay.
my opinion.
Okay. Wow. That's some deep stuff right there. I'm gonna start using that one. Love is putting protection on so you don't do it wrong. Wow. Interesting. Oh my. Anybody want to it's an open panel now, man.
I get what he's saying. Because it's a love for yourself, number one, because you're not letting because this is a man who can control his manhood is a man. If you can't control your manhood and everything else, the logic go out the door, because you about to get this peace, because you know what feeling it may bring, and you lose all sense. That's not a true love for that person or for you. Love is the ultimate act of responsibility, thinking of the other person, thinking of yourself. I mean, it's the deepest form. You can like somebody, and then some people, man, I got love for that person, meaning that it's a deeper type of sentiment. And it's a love where you're not discriminating. It's not judgmental. It's actually a spiritual act of kindness, because you feeling through the spirit, because we ain't nothing but spirits, and you can feel people's spirits, because if it's not love, like, everybody don't do acts of kindness for everybody. That's why you get people saying, man, that was love, that's love. You know how we say.
So let's talk about this then. Since we said that, right? There is a difference between love and lust, but all right, say this, right? So you can, because that means we can switch anything anytime around. So that means if you love yourself, you don't love the other part. So say if a person, because you could also argue that doing it wrong with a person show you that you love them.
Nah, that's gaslighting. That's just some gaslighting crap because you doing it with the person raw. Means that you love him now. You can't possibly love him because you ain't loving yourself. How you?
What would you use a condom on for your wife for?
You better take that thing off. I enjoyed that.
Well, first, if you have to have reservations about that type of thing, you shouldn't be doing it. Real talk, because this is like laying down with people is so much deeper than what people understand. For the woman, when they always, that the thing when they was asking about body counts and stuff, men didn't realize it's more dangerous for us because every spirit is coming. DNA is gonna be in her, and that's why women fight women. When a man playing both of them, they go for each other because it's a conflict. The DNA is live in her and in the other woman, and the man get off the hook, and we fighting each other because it causes it's a bond, and he's in you literally. You know what I'm saying? So people don't realize how deep that bond is. You can't just have smacks with anybody.
Right. But he was talking about like when you're married, like, yeah, at some point, if you want to have children, I don't really equate that to love, but I understand what Joe was saying. But when you're
Don't
married,
doing the raw mean you trust him?
No. That's when you loving yourself. Because guess what? No. Because come on now, let's keep it real. We all adults. Women, when they are in touch with who they are, like for real, that intuition, and they're not second guessing it. We know when something ain't right. We may not know what it is, but we know. So he thinking he got over whatever, but she nagging, she side-eyeing him. He like, I can't do nothing. But you know what you did, bro, and I feel it. I can't prove it, but some with you not right because I'm feeling this other person's spirit and it's coming to me. That's how women know. We feel it. Well, what? Will you see me? It wasn't me. That's how, no, don't play with me. I feel my spirit, and my spirit is stronger than my connection to you. We have a strong spiritual intuition.
See, I don't want to mix that up with love. That's crazy that we using it. Because wow, that's crazy. But that's more like a lust thing. That's more of lust than anything we calling it love because we want to get this feeling or whatever. And we saying this is self-love because I want to protect. But I feel like that's more of an insecurity than anything because if it's a person that you love, why are you using a condom with a person that you love, or you, especially the one you married with, and then you call it, well, I'm just self-love. So you self-loving while you're supposed to be loving a person that you love. That's the confusing part.
She was talking about using the condom with your wife. That's what I was talking about. When you using the condom, it ain't, how you gonna, you're not really trusting.
I don't think you love them though. If you're using a condom, especially on your wife, well, you saying it's self-love, right?
No,
but do you love
it's
them?
Self-love because you know that something with him is not being truthful and you putting yourself at risk. So
it's an insecurity.
It's not an insecurity. No. An insecurity is when you feel like with everybody that something ain't right, because it's something in you that's just not strong enough to know that this beautiful woman does not take anything away from you. But intuition is different from insecurity. Intuition means it ain't nothing that you can tell me that's gonna make me change my mind because I trust myself, and you can't manipulate my trust for myself. And men can do that once he lay down and them juices are in him. He can control. He can actually control the narrative, and men know that.
Okay, I'm confused with a healthy marriage and there's no protection there. We're not talking about a person that's just out here that you just smashing for the moment, a whole stranger. We talking about the person that you married.
Right. No. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying that if a woman, because this actually was an experience that I had with my son's father. If you feel it, women feel it. We can't tell you what it is, but we feel it. And we always say, after something happened, like he come back or you got that STD that he didn't get the symptoms for, but you got it because women have symptoms on some things and they don't. Who would you land with? I ain't did nothing, girl. I know I didn't, but something told me, so the something that told you was exactly what you should have followed, that whisper, that intuition, and women don't do it. They ignore it. And that's not love. that's he loving how you making him feel, but you loving just like whatever how he making you feel as well. But it don't mean that
Of
that should
course.
be stronger than your health, to being there for your kids, to being around, cause you loving something that he's giving to you. That's not a love for him. That's the love of how he's making you feel.
That's still lust, man. I think we keep. That's why they say that we mix love and lust all the time. Because dang, they want to blast my crazy. The thing is though,
They're doing 360s and donuts over there.
Right, you hear that? Right, they going berserk. What I'm getting to is that that's crazy. So you said I think love is not doing it with a person that you don't trust, that you know you got to use a condom with. That's crazy.
You can love somebody but feel that he did something that he probably shouldn't have done. People make mistakes. And you can still love him, but love yourself more and say, I don't care what you say until I know for sure I'm going with what I feel. I trust my intuition more than your words.
So
That's love.
But why are we laying down with people that we can't even trust?
That's what I'm saying. But this is supposed to be your husband. So that's
you shouldn't be laying down with people that you cannot fully trust, because that's not love. That's you literally going into a situation, laying down with a person and trying to figure out what are you with that person.
No, I hear what you say. What I'm saying is this: you in a marriage, and they're supposed to be about love and trust. But let's be real. Everybody, has had an experience where the one that they love and trust, they shouldn't let that feeling that they have fool them when something is telling them, I feel it, because our spirits are bonded, but you do it anyway, hoping, wishing that it's not true, but love yourself enough to know that until I know for sure, if you don't do it, this is the option. If you can't take the condom, then oh well.
Well, hold on, because that doesn't
I'm talking about in a marriage.
Yeah, in a marriage, you not doing no shit like that, because honestly, if I'm married to you, I already trust you. I already love you. I'm already sitting up here looking at the things that you're doing, and I'm saying, yes, I know for a fact I can trust this man. I know for a fact before I even married this man that or say yes to his proposal that I trust him. Why am I married somebody I don't trust? Why am I married somebody that I feel like I gotta sit up here and wonder about still? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, you're missing what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if that's the case, it would be so many infidelities. I'm saying when you think you in a committed marriage and it could be good, he ain't doing nothing, you ain't doing nothing with other people, and then it's a slip up or whatever, they go outside the marriage and then he come back like he ain't just been with this other woman, probably raw, and come back to you like, I ain't gonna use no kind of woman.
So she talking about somebody that cheated in a marriage.
Yeah, I'm saying love yourself enough to trust your intuition even in your marriage. You love him, but you know it's something going on. Love yourself enough to not let that feeling.
Love yourself to let the relationship go if you feel that way. What the heck?
The signs are there. Like before a person cheats, the signs are there that it's a possibility that they gonna cheat, because as a woman for sure, if you on your shit in your marriage, if you're not on your shit, you're not. Hold on. If you know that you're not loving this man properly, you draining him mentally every time he come home. You're not being affectionate. You're not being caring. You know that you're being lacking, and you understand that he been looking for certain things out of you, and you're being resistant to give that shit to him. At the end of the day, what they say, what one woman won't do, the next one will. It doesn't matter. Some people gotta understand. Even married people understand that, because even if your wife sit up here and withhold sex from you, a man gonna sit up here and still feel tempted to sit up here and go out and cheat on that woman because he's not fully satisfied by the woman he chose to marry.
Listen, let's be real, okay? It's plenty of women that's doing all the right things, and that man, some men would still go on the side because they know, well, he thinks she ain't going nowhere, and he takes advantage of that dedication that she has, and he comes back bogus and gives his wife something.
Answering your own question.
That don't happen.
No. I'm saying I'm happy you're actually answering your own questions, because again, you said a man that takes advantage. So a man that's taking advantage is abusing his power. Right?
Exactly. But if a woman, listen, I only said that because I heard somebody on the panel say, so a man would have use a wife on his. use a condom on his wife. I was saying that's an example of having more love for yourself.
I don't think y'all ready for marriage for
Then
real,
letting
man. That's what it
that.
is.
For real,
If
Kevin.
y'all still thinking like that, I say this all the
So
time
you
though.
telling me that
That's
you
just
telling
like,
me that's not happening? That's you
oh
telling me
my
that's not
gosh,
happening?
that's because you're
That's
not
how a lot
ready.
of
You're not
women
ready for marriage.
got
That's why you're talking like that.
AIDS. No, women.
Anybody still thinking like that is not ready for
It's not
marriage. You
thinking
still,
like that. It's you trusting
no
your
matter how you want to
intuition,
say
baby.
it, man. No matter how you want to say it, if you getting in a relationship with a feeling like this person ain't for you or they might cheat and all that stuff, don't get in a relationship with them.
I
You
didn't
gotta
say
get
that.
your vetting. You gotta get your vet. See, you so I can see, man. I can see one of
No.
the reasons not because you
But
can't even
no,
you
it
can't
don't
even listen at
work.
all.
Every
Like what
woman
she's
is not
saying is, don't let
intact.
up
That's
off
all I'm
your.
She's
She's
so
saying.
quick to
saying
respond. She ain't trying to hear. She haven't
it
heard
just
not one
sounds like
thing
to
up
me
here
all
since.
you're saying is that you're telling women don't let up off that instinct of that your man can't do no wrong.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but
You
that's
can
that's
be
the whole
intact.
thing. You
Every,
can't live life with a barricade or a wall up. That means that you have a distrust issue. That means that's an internal
that's what it
issue.
is.
And
Listen,
let's be real,
y'all
those
take
situations
right.
happen, and we have to go down to the basis and the root of the issue. Infidelity happens when communication is lacking. That is the main standpoint with infidelity. It's communication issue. That's
So,
what that is.
listen, infidelity can happen just because the man feels like it's a lot of reasons the woman could be doing everything and he's still attempted, and that's why I said a man that can't control his
Stay single.
manhood is a
What the heck?
problem. So I'm not
Just
a
stay single.
woman should leave ultimately if she feels some type of way and not take a risk even with a condom. That's what a woman should do, but I'm saying it happens.
Don't
Not
take a risk
trusting
at
your
all.
intuition. I was just saying that's
That
a love
intuition
for
must not be
yourself.
working if you gotta still use a condom. What the heck? That don't make no
You
sense.
missing the whole point. Don't
And
gaslight.
women's intuition is not second guessing everything. If I have to be with you and check phones and be a private investigator, they make a lot of money. I'm not finna be with you if I got to second guess everything that you do.
That's the whole point. You're not second guessing your intuition. You loving yourself enough to say, I don't care if you mad. I don't care if you break us up. I'm trusting me. I love myself to trust me and put
Right. And
myself first. That's all I'm saying.
I'm a trust my
Yeah.
decision of the
And
person
if
that
I
I was
leave,
with.
that's me loving me.
There you
That's all
go.
I'm
I'm gonna
saying.
trust my decision and say that this person that I chose is not going to practice infidelity. So I'm not going to sit
Exactly.
there and constantly wonder if they're with somebody else. For one, it's already going to come to the light if they're with somebody else. I don't have to go and find it. For two, if that's the
Exactly.
circumstance, a situation, that we have something else to talk about. And it definitely ain't going to still be no divorce because guess why? I chose you. I chose this.
Well, yeah, exactly. What I'm saying is the best thing to do is trust your intuition. Deal with that however you want, but don't think that it can't happen. Like he's not human. Like she's not human. Love
We
yourself
cheat
enough to
too,
know that it
sis.
can.
We cheat too, sis. We cheat real good.
That's what I said. If it's a woman, it's a man, or if it's a man, love yourself enough to know that it's possible because we're only flesh. That's all I'm saying. We saying the same thing. I'm
Right.
just
So,
talking about
but the
self-love.
difference is one has self-control and they know that they're with one person and wants to be monogamous. Another person was maybe poly in their mind and they lied about it, then didn't communicate well with the person they're with, and then you chose them to sit around a second guess. One is insecurity, the other is not insecurity. So women's
Right.
intuition has nothing to do with an insecurity. Your intuition sets in about different things, and it's really a motherly instinct that we all are built in and have. But it has nothing to do with having to check behind your spouse.
Yeah, who said that? I didn't say that.
Hey, Sugar, come on. I want to see because I see you agree with her too, though. Because y'all keep calling it love instead of calling y'all that y'all have trust issues. Instead of just saying that, y'all rather just say it's self-love. I mean, you ain't gonna be able to deny, especially not in this room. This the accountability room. This is what we do. Like I know how people sound when they talking from hurt. I know how people. I mean, because the thing is, if you still coming in there with doubt, with some type of doubt in a relationship, don't be in it. Why the heck?
You making up a whole scenario that wasn't said. I didn't say you coming in with doubt. Y'all love
That's
each
what
other
it
in
is. What you think wearing a condom is for?
You're missing the whole point. I said self-love would show you love you
That's
know
not
yourself. You
self-love at
tap
all.
into yourself. You love
Self-love will
yourself
be being
enough to
celibate.
know that
That's what
something
that
is
will be.
not right, and you don't second
Being
guess it.
abstinent will be self-love, not
Listen,
doing
don't
it with a
gaslight
person you
this.
don't
Don't
trust.
gaslight it because
What
what
the
you're
heck?
saying is you're trying to make it seem like it don't exist, and a woman. Well, you should have
Never said it don't exist, but I'm telling you what the core of that situation is.
the
That's all
core
I'm
of the
saying.
situation is your man was faithful, everything was all good, and then something happened. It don't have to be that it was a problem.
That's
It could have been
it
him
sound like
giving up.
somebody
He
got
saw a woman
damaged.
and
That's
he
what
saw
that
that
sound
action,
like,
and he
right?
gave
I'm not
in
about
to
to. I'm not about
temptation.
to give no damage advice. I'm gonna say if you feel that way, don't date.
Ain't talking
Don't
about
date.
dating.
That's
No,
what
we
I'm gonna
was talking
say.
about a woman that was married. Love yourself to know that he shouldn't
That's
come
not
before
loving
you.
yourself.
That's what I'm saying. Why you changing it into a scenario? I
Because
was
that's
giving.
not loving yourself. Because people want to call
Loving
it that.
yourself
Call it
is
loving
not
yourself.
just
Loving
giving it
yourself
up
is
and putting
literally being
yourself in
abstinent.
danger, baby. Don't you get
Being
that?
abstinent will be loving yourself.
If you're
What's
in
up,
a
wisdom?
marriage
I've been
and it
seeing
was
her in a lot
all
of lives.
good
She
and
been
you
making her
feel something,
rounds.
but you do it anyway, you're not doing it for your safety. You're doing it for somebody else, and that's not self-love.
That's
Self-love
lust.
is not putting your. I'm talking about a marriage. Stop it. Come on, communicate. Like we can communicate.
Yeah,
I'm
we
not talking
haven't
about lust. I'm
communicated
talking
yet.
about
Because
two
every
married
time somebody
people.
talk, you
No, because I
haven't
don't like when
agreed to
people try to
one
BS
thing.
me when I know when you know what I'm saying. You keep putting. I don't like
I
that.
didn't never said
You
I
keep
didn't know,
saying
but I'm
everything
telling
that
you
I
that
didn't say. We ain't gotta argue. I didn't say nothing about choose. I'm talking about
I
married
got you.
people that came into in a love, and he was good, she was good, and then something happened. And don't act like it don't happen. And you loving this man, but you don't know that he made a mistake. He chose wrong, and it's putting you in danger. So do you love yourself and say, baby, I hear you, but man, you know this. I just feel it, and you don't go against that until you know. Or either, whatever, but don't go against your intuition. It's
Yeah,
self-love.
intuition would be like, get up out of there. That's what that should have said.
Yeah,
What
but
the
in a
heck?
marriage, you don't just leave like that. Come on, keep it real. Keep it
So,
100. Everybody go
you
through
might as
stuff.
well. You might
Yeah,
as well
okay,
be
let's
using
see.
condoms.
Be careful what you say, because then people be in a situation and they regret what they say, because it don't happen that way. When you
They
trust
don't think
somebody and they
you.
betray your trust,
Yeah.
a lot of women don't just
I'm gonna
leave.
just say, man, we need some healing for real, man. This ain't. I'm
We
not
need
giving
people
that
who
type of
can.
advice
We
at
need
all.
women that know themselves, so they
I'd
can't be
rather say,
gaslighted. That's what we need.
find the person that you can have faith in or trust, believe in
Listen,
God
let's not
first.
act like men don't put a mask on as long as he has to
Yeah,
until
so
we really
stop watching
want.
the men with masks. Take your time. Be single for a minute. You ain't gotta rush into that.
I have enough sense to know to
Know
put the
yourself.
energy into myself. I never navigated my life around a
Yeah,
man.
if you
I've
love
always been
yourself, you'll be by
independent.
yourself for the
I am
minute.
by myself. Who said I wasn't? That's my point.
Okay, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
the
So you
word
don't
I'm
have
giving.
to.
Love
The
yourself.
thing
Put
is,
the
you don't
energy
have
into
to even get in a
yourself.
situation where you have to do that. You
We
don't
ain't
have
talking
to.
about me. We talking about women
I'm
that think that
not
it's
talking about you. I'm talking about
love.
anybody that's talking like that, anybody
Yeah.
that's sounding like that.
No, any woman
They
that's
need
saying
time to
show intuition.
themselves
Nah, you should know yourself enough to not pick
to not be
somebody.
giving that thing up to a person you don't trust. Right? Exactly.
It don't start off with non-trust. Don't act like people don't change. Come on, don't act like y'all ain't habitual
Oh my
liars. And you
gosh.
believe in him. Keep it
Everybody gonna
real.
change.
Keep
Everybody.
it
Some people
real.
change for the better.
People go into
But
marriage in love and then something happens.
stay
It could
single.
be a
That's what I'm
bad
saying.
choice.
You ain't like somebody forcing.
No, I ain't, come on, don't play. You acting real young and dumb right now. Keep it real. If you're gonna talk
Oh
about
my
topics, because
gosh.
this
I don't
real
know why
life
you getting
stuff
why you getting offended.
where
All
people
I'm just
actually have
being I'm being
kids and
direct.
not a
I'm
mother
being
taking
direct.
baby because he went out
You
and
don't
brought her
have to
back
bend
AIDS,
over
which
for a
been
person.
happening.
Nobody you can
He
survive
on
for
the
that. You
down
can
low and
survive
bring
without that.
back a disease because he can't be honest, and she
Then
feel it.
oh my
Yes, it's deep like that, and you making it a joke,
I've
and I
never
ain't
heard of
joking.
that before. Oh,
How?
oh
Oh,
my
well, you must be
gosh.
real young, so you ain't
Okay,
heard
can
of
we
down low
stop
It's
brothers.
obvious
Come
I
on,
know, but I know where they're coming
they all
from.
in Georgia.
can we
Acting
stop
like they straight,
pressing?
and they booty getting
Boy,
for that booty and
Hold
bringing it
on.
home to
we
their
went from
wife.
love to lust in a matter of seconds. I don't know how we went from love to lust.
Nah, because you changing it and putting words in my mouth, and all I'm
There ain't
talking
no
about.
words. I'm telling you what it is because it's obvious you don't know.
No, I do
Which
know, sweetheart. I'm
part?
decades older
And
than you. I'm keeping
you
it
taking
real.
offense to something that
I'm
I'm
taking
telling you.
offense because you playing with something that's serious.
I'm not.
Which
You playing? What the heck? You the
Because you saying, well,
one
you
playing.
should have just if you didn't trust him,
You telling
you
people to
go
sleep with
in
a
love.
guy that they don't
No, I'm not.
trust.
I ain't saying.
That's playing.
Come on, stop. That's a whole
I'm
nother.
saying be celibate, be abstinent, be by
I'm
yourself until
saying
you get.
when both of y'all are faithful and it is a loving relationship and you go into it and then he goes outside or she goes outside. It happens all the
Hey, you
time.
can have it, man. You
And
got it.
trust your
You got it.
intuition. That's
You got
it.
it.
which
Trust it.
Now, and
which
you'll be just the type person that's talking this, and then you can show it better than you can tell it. And when it happened to you, you
You
get
got me.
it.
Your
When it
intuition
happened to
got
your
me.
daughter
Thank
that's trusting that man and
you.
he
Got me.
gaslighting her, but she love him. and she wasn't
You,
taught to love,
Is this
to trust her
personal,
intuition.
I
indigenous?
don't
No,
know
it's
what's
not.
going
I
on. She
just don't
got me.
like that little kid.
Is
I
this
don't like when
is
y'all
this
play because it's serious.
indigenous?
That's why
Is
we
this
so messed up as a people because y'all play too much.
indigenous? Is this personal? Because I don't
It's
know too
personal
many
because I'm
men
sick of
that
men acting like little boys, but they want to be called a
Oh, there you
man.
go. It's coming out.
Especially
There you
our
go. It's
yes,
eventually
y'all
gonna
need to
come
get
out.
it together.
This went from
We the
love
most
to a whole other
disrespected
thing to
because
projection.
of these type of boys making some serious stuff a
You dig
game.
deep
Y'all need
enough,
to
it
stop it.
eventually come out. My
And then want to be
goodness. There you go. I knew it was gonna come out.
I'm disappointed in all y'all.
I
Y'all
still
need
love
to
you no
do
matter
better.
what, man.
Y'all need to do
I
better.
still love you, man.
You ain't got love because you playing with something serious, dude.
I got you,
And you
man.
changing the words and you can't gaslight me. I'm saying some things
I'm,
is not meant to, and because the world is listening to you, little girls,
I don't
18, they
even
don't
know
know
you to
nothing.
gaslight you. I
That
don't get
was
why you
gaslighting. I'm
saying
just
that.
saying. That does trigger me because I know I've seen too
That's
much.
not my fault.
I've seen
What the
too
heck?
much harm in people that don't know because they're naive. Little girls that are innocent, people take advantage and they call it love,
so
but they gaslighting them.
indigenous self-love would be to go ahead and let that go. It's something of the past. We got
Yes, but
nothing
they
of
have to
this.
learn self-love. Quit trying to make it about me. I love myself. I'm saying I was
I
giving an
just asked
example of
what the
self-love.
question is. I
Trust your
just asked what
intuition, little girls. Trust that this Negro is not God. He's human. And you feeling something. Don't
I
come back
think
and say
all
something told me. Love yourself enough to take energy time into yourself so you don't have to second guess yourself.
but
That's
do you
all I'm
but
saying.
indigenous, do you think in a marriage that you lose yourself?
I'm
Because
not
you're not
thinking about
supposed to
marriage. I was
lose
talking about the
yourself.
scenario. Why are you making it about me? I'm talking about
I said
listen.
marriage. I said marriage. I was just asking a question.
What's the question?
Do you think that you lose yourself when you get married?
I
Because you don't.
don't care about marriage, never have, because I don't think the men are operating like they used to. It's a lot of males in men's bodies, but they not divine men no more. So no thank you. I ain't feeling that. I want a divine man, not a little boy.
There you go. We agree. I just said that earlier. I just said stay single until you find your grown
I
man.
wasn't talking about me. I'm talking about loving yourself. I'm talking about teaching our daughters to love themselves enough to not let somebody take their naivety and turn it into something else.
You been drinking? I can
Yeah,
hear.
that's
I
what
hear
No,
some
that's
I
why
ain't
seriousness.
drinking.
that's
I'm
why I
serious
wonder.
about because I've seen
No, I'm
my
asking you.
friends.
Have you
Some
been
of my
drinking?
friends got, you know what I'm saying?
Are
They've
you gardening?
been through getting unalived and all that type of stuff, getting taken away from their kids because somebody lied and they thought it was love because they didn't know about getting into their energy and tapping
Yeah,
into their soul.
something going
It's
on. I can
serious.
hear it.
Some gardening.
It ain't nothing going on. I love my people, and I'm sick of them being abused,
Love that
even by
bottle
their
so
own
much.
men. Cause y'all abusing us more than the other people, and it's sad.
Hey, you know this ain't
Y'all
that
don't
type of love, man. I'm not the
Nah,
old
y'all don't
man
have
scared of
love for
man
your
love
own
and all that
women
stuff,
or
man.
nothing.
This,
It's
like I
embarrassing. It's
said, I'm
disrespectful,
not
and y'all don't
no
even really know who
this.
you are, cause
It's
y'all
not
don't
that
even
safe
respect
space
us.
and bully man,
Wait,
and I
Nah,
went
I'm
through
just sick
this
of it,
type.
Indigo, who are
and
you
y'all taking
talking?
it somewhere else.
Indigenous, who are you talking about?
I
I'm talking about nobody. Y'all not even
no.
paying attention to what I'm saying. It was a comment made about self-love. What does it look like? I said an example is someone who actually knows because she's taking time to know her before putting her energy into a man. So when he gaslights her, puts a mask on, which happens a lot, she trusts her intuition because she knows herself. That's self-love. That's all I was saying. Damn.
She trusts her intuition using the condoms
Yeah,
so
Yeah.
much.
because
Yeah,
Every
but
last
she's
time
not
it's
doing
like,
it with him wrong
the
because she
mention
knows
of
something ain't right.
shouldn't be doing with them at all. What the heck?
Yeah, that would be the ultimate best thing, but
I don't
women
want
don't
that
do it
type of
like that.
intuition. Wow, that's crazy. I'm glad men don't have that one. That's what
Yeah,
they.
y'all don't. That's why y'all.
All right, so let's get this is gonna get interesting. Tariq, what you got for me, bro? What is love?
It's Tariq, but love to me is just when you trust a person, when you value them, and have full respect for them, and when you take care of them.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
That's all I can give right now. What
Okay, we gonna ride with that then.
are you talking about?
So
Like in a relationship?
it could be whatever how way you view it. Yep. Just in love. When you hear the word love, what you think about?
Oh, then yeah, kind of what I already said.
Okay. Okay. I like that. I do like that. Yeah. So I ain't gonna do the open panel. I'm scared now. Let's go to let's start with main thing. Then we got Mook. Then we gonna go to main thing Mook. Indigenous, Tyreek, and Jane. We're going to do, what is the difference between punishment, abuse, and torture? Give examples of each. Main thing. She just comment. What the heck? Go ahead, Mook. What's the difference between punishment, abuse, torture, and punishment, abuse, and torture? Give it an example of each.
Okay. Punishment is basically just, I won't say criminalizing. Punishing is Child, I lost my whole train of thought. This is really throwing me off. I'm sorry. And then I just, so I was all off everywhere. My son came down. Okay, so punishment, abuse, and what's the other one? Hold on, torture. Okay, so punishment is just enacting like a form of discipline on somebody based on them breaking some type of code or like law, whether it's something that you uphold or on a bigger scale, like the system or something like that. I won't even call it discipline, because punishment doesn't really come with like educating them on something. You're just making them pay for something that they did that you did not like or that was against some type of like code or whatever. Abuse is taking that a step up, but for me, it's not necessarily related to them having done anything wrong. It's just harsh punishment that isn't like dependent upon them doing anything they should not have done. And sometimes that's more like on the abuser, right? Torture, well, by definition, it's just like the harshest form of punishment. And what makes it torture is like the intent behind it. A lot of times you're trying to get something from someone, or whether that be information or you're trying to do some sort of breakdown for them. So the pain is intentional, whether it's mental or physical, and the intent is intentional. And then torture is prolonged and it's usually drawn out and more strategic. Abuse can kind of be impulsive sometimes. Punishment has a little bit of thought behind it because you're basing it on something that they did. But none of those things have discipline behind them that's like required of the other person. Discipline is like some type of slight punishment, but it always ends with like some type of education and you're teaching a lesson behind it. So that's that.
Okay. All right. Indigenous. What's the difference between those three? Abuse, torture, and punishment.
Hold on, I was waiting for the phone. Oh, damn, that was changed. What's the difference between punishment, abuse, and torture? I think punishment, I don't know, punishment can be two narratives, but if it's a genuine narrative, that'd be for just making somebody feel something unpleasant so they won't do it again. So they get punished for whatever. It's bad behavior, whatever. You're trying to teach a lesson sometimes. Or you just crazy and just want to punish somebody because you cynical. I don't know. And then the abuse is when you go beyond a purpose and you actually hurting that person and you're aware of it. That's abuse because it's changing them. Or you take it overboard. That's abuse. And torture is just inhumane.
Okay.
It's back on me.
Nah, you gotta go last. Nah, we didn't put the call. I called you first. You just had me talking to myself. So I know talking to. But let me get Jane in, and then you go out there right there.
That's who you was calling when you said main thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That was her other name. I'm sorry, girl.
Yeah, that was her other name. Actually, I think that's still her name on this. Let me see.
She just be.
Yeah, if you click her thing, it's still main thing.
Oh, okay. Okay, my bad, girl. So, okay, so, punishment, like the penal system, it's almost like an outward accountability or a third party. Even though the person doesn't want to be accountable for their own actions, they need to be held accountable. Abuse abuse can come in many forms. It can be financial, can be mental, can be emotional, can be physical. It can also happen within families, like love abuse. You know that someone loves you, so you take power and control over that, and you use that against them. And torture is the lack of free will. You have no way out of a situation. Abuse, you have a way out. Both of them tie in hand, but torture, you literally have no free will.
Okay. Main thing, you next. Watch out.
Okay, so I think punishment is more like giving kids chores, or let me think. Like it's more like just teaching someone that there are consequences to your actions. So it's like, if you sit up here, you do something that you wasn't supposed to do, I'm gonna punish. Your punishment gonna be no TV. Your punishment gonna be no go outside. You gonna be sitting down doing homework. That's punishment. Abuse is you sitting up here pinching somebody. You sitting up here, hurting someone. So, or abuse could be mental. It could be literally something where you're talking down on someone. You're constantly abusing your authority. Abusive could be worse. You could just be simply, like I said, verbally abusive, physically abusive. Torture is more you intentionally trying to unalive someone. You're trying to basically like constantly poke the bear. You're constantly poking at somebody. You're constantly trying to put on boiling water. If I put on a boiling pot of water and I tie you up and I pour it on you, that's me torturing you. If I sit up here and strap you to a table, right, and I cut off your fingers one by one, that's me torturing you. So yeah, those are my examples.
All right. Let's see what I got on this one. Let's see. Yeah, she did the real idea. She did some examples. Yeah, I was about to say I'm gonna do something too. So I think it is a difference. I think between punishment, I think that's more of, and all of them could be close to the same in a way, in a way, right, or viewed as it. But punishment is more of something to you usually do it out of love to help the other person out. Like you punish your kids, you do different things to help benefit them later down the line, to protect them from further things or whatever. Even God punishes us, what I'm saying, with different things, but it's out of love, to help better us. So I think torture is more of a self thing. I'm trying to do this without looking these things up. It's more of a self thing, and it could be like a punishment, but then it's like also for and it's like I said, it's for self. The other one is for the other person. The other one is for more for self, or whoever or whatever reason, and you just and it'd be it's like a long abuse, a long extended abuse or whatever. And they basically can't escape. I would say something like that, something that they can't escape. I think abuse is like torture, but a person can escape, but they just, I think that's the difference though. So one of them, you sitting there. So punishment is more of something to help the other person. Just like, so for example, right? I look at let's do some a cruel one then. Not a cruel, but something like I think you might. I ain't gonna say cruel. So you might take a video game or something from your child or something like that because they got bad grades or something like that. Because you know that that's what they love or whatever. Because you need them to pay attention in school or whatever. Something like that. You can say that's a punishment, or you may also I'm trying to think of something else. Somebody might, might not make you might not make your child some food because you want them to learn how to cook themselves or something like that. Because you see that they being so spoiled and always thinking the plate got to come to them and all that or whatever. And maybe when they older, maybe when they're 18 or something like that, no, you got to go get out on your own. So that could be like a punishment or something like that, so they can learn something out of it. So it ain't for a self thing. Torture, let's see, let's do the child. Do child and parent. Torture will be the parent get mad and I got one. Okay, let's do both of them with whoopings, right? Let's do it like that then. Punishment, you can look at that as a punishment. You whooping them because you want them to be better in school or something like that. I think torture would be more of like you whooping them out of anger. You whooping out of anger because your child, you didn't like that your child embarrassed you over some stuff that I'm trying to think, some stuff like some petty stuff that they shouldn't be getting whooped over.
Is he just sitting like that thinking, or is he frozen?
Turn. That's what talking. Crazy.
You got to repeat all that, Kev. He was frozen.
Wow, that's some bug, right? Exactly. Man.
You was about to give the example of a child, and then go to the sad.
The torture. So let me see, just in case it did miss. So all of them, we could say whoopings, right? So one of them, I think torture is like whooping a child out of your own personal anger or something like that. Not whooping them to make them better, but you're just whooping them because you got mad and that they didn't. Trying to think of something, and just because they made you angry, right? Because your child might have put you on some weird stuff that maybe I'm put it that way. Then punishment will be whooping them, right? Whooping them because you need them to get better grades and they're not paying attention. You done talk to them numerous of times and stuff, and you see that the path that they're going might affect them when they get older. So I would say that. Then abuse, right? Abuse will be I think abuse is like a shorter version. Just like I said, torture is something that a person can escape. Okay, I'm mixing up. My bad, y'all. I would say that's abuse, right? Abuse will be whooping a child for personal gain, from your own anger, instead of whooping them because you want them to be better. You whooping them because they made you mad. Something like that, right? Now torture will be you straight up. You don't like your child. You got something over them, right? You got something over them, and because they remind you of their father or something like that. That's their favorite one. So you gonna hold them down, or you hold them to something and just keep on, trying to think of something. I'm trying to be so gruesome, but most of the time, torture is like a gruesome type thing anyway. So y'all get the point. I ain't trying to say too much and it'll mess me up on TikTok. But yeah, I think torture is more of something that you getting held down, and you can't kind of escape, and you just getting like a long version of abuse for self gain. The other one, punishment, is to make that other person better that you care about. And abuse, that's very subjective. So it's just something that dang, I don't think I know the real definition of abuse. Will be just something that you just do, just like you said, out of anger or something like that, or you doing it because that's because, man, abuse and torture is almost close thing. So yeah, same thing. I just run with that then. Get it. All right, we on it. Boy. Like that was longer than it's supposed to be, man. I guess I ain't come prepared. I ain't come prepared for my own stuff.
Your watch going off or something, Kev.
They ain't supposed to hear that. I thought I was trying to talk over it. This stupid watch, man. I don't know how to turn that thing off either, though. That thing gave me a timer too. Like your time is up. You trying to expand that thing too long? All right.
You don't have your own timer.
Yeah, I gotta see how to take this timer off this other, because I bought these watches for my job because they don't have no clock there. And this other one just don't know how to get off. So I press the button, it will turn. No, I'm trying to take it permanently off, but it's like I'm gonna see it though. It's like you gotta keep my alarm on. It's something I'm not pressing right. Whatever. All right, so we got a couple more people here, so I can get then we can do the open panel on how y'all feel about that. So let's get no, don't mute not Lovely, it's on you. We're gonna do Lovely, then we're gonna do Marie. Oh no, I think Marie came in first. Never mind, my bad. Marie then Lovely. Y'all can do the first two. So the first thing is, what is love? Just to get everybody caught up. Marie, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just looking at the like the description which you describe in the first question. And are we talking in terms of like our children?
Any of them. Whatever come to
Okay.
mind.
Yeah, so when I'm looking at these definitions, so I work in CPS. So like when we talk about like punishment, abuse and torture, like for abuse now is so like it's so easy to fall under that category nowadays with your children. You know, if you leave any type of mark, you know, back in the day, you get hit with a belt or a switch, you leave a whelp. Today, if your child goes to school with a whelp, with anything like that, you have an open CPS case. So that's how they look at abuse, right? Like now, punishment in the eyes of CPS and like Child Protective Services is simply you telling them to go to their room and you're taking their electronic devices. And I feel like these things, not abuse or torture, but punishment is a way that, you know, we try to show our kids and people around us that we love them. And I think, in my opinion, punishment is not a way of love. That's not a way of showing love. I'm a communicator. I have a 6-year-old. I do not hit her. I communicate. I always said, and I said this earlier to someone,
Do you take toys from them?
Yeah, of course. Electronics, toys. Yeah. I'm
talking
talking in forms of like hitting her or like yelling at her and stuff like that, for sure. I'm big on communication, and I always say I want my child to fear disappointing me, not fear of me hitting her. So that's all I wanted to say on that first topic.
Okay. What you got, Lovely?
Yeah.
What is love? And then you can do the second one too, or the first prompt too.
Well, I kind of want to speak on who is just speaking right now.
That was Marie.
Okay. But when I think of love, like love, if you look at, oh my goodness, it's like a longing for completion. Like you're trying to complete something that has already, that you're actually desiring, because some of us were not presented with love. So we've been presented with discipline. Look, our parents are gonna tell us how to do this or how to do that, or punish us. Punishment and discipline is two totally different things. So I think, but when it comes with love, it's presented different. It's presented different. It's if you were to if you were to punish your child out of love, it's kind of like when you cook with love, it tastes better. It tastes better. So you know, so if you're punishing a child, but you're doing it out of love, it's gonna feel a certain type of way. So I think that's where I'm coming from on that.
Yeah, I think it's the intent. It's the intent. Yeah, I think that's what's behind it. Cause I even think about this, right? Cause we can say this is abuse, right? So say if it's I use this. I thought about this example. Seen it on TV before, where a dude have a drunk friend, right, and he about to uh take his car out on the road, but because he have a love for him, he end up knocking this boy out because he ain't want him to, because he was gonna do it anyways. You know what I'm saying? So he put him to sleep. Some people may call that not toward. Some people may call that abuse or something like that, but that's still, I wouldn't say it's punishment, but it's just something that he did because the intent behind it was like, I'd rather knock him out and save his life than him driving drunk on the road. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I believe, like, even with punishment, it's just, is you do what's the purpose behind it. That's why I say if it's like doing it because out of anger, because a lot of parents do that nowadays. If they get mad, they whoop their child, or they get instead of talking to them right, or some of them be half giving them information and don't know nothing. And then because the child get confused, then they want to hurry run to the building. I think that's I don't think that's cool. That ain't right though. But like taking away video games, all that stuff, is punishment because you realize that they spend most of their time and they need to really focus on maybe school, or focus on something that's really important. So I feel like that's more of will be a punishment, or instead of torture or something. Like torture would be like starving your child or something like that because of but just that'll be more like torture or something like that. Not getting them nothing, sit them in the car, in a high car, and calling it punishment, but that's more of torture. But yeah. We can do open panel or go to the next one. Anybody want to add or take away on that one? Or anything y'all heard?
I was gonna say something, but she left to Miss Marie or whatever. And this is not negating, the gentle parenting, or another young lady told me last time about passive parents and stuff like that. I'm just gonna be anecdotal right quick. I got my ass whooped twice by my father. Do I disrespect him? No. Did I understand the punishment? Absolutely. Do I see it as abuse? Absolutely not. My mother was abusive. I knew the difference between the two. You see what I'm saying? So just because we're evolving and going into this phase where we're primarily communicating, and that's just all it seems to be, it's just communication. And a lot of these children out here at these high schools are using all different types of substances, and they're unaliving each other at massive rates because the only thing their parents do is take phones and is turn off the TV and tell them they can't go outside, and they find other ways to get outside. We shouldn't down either way, because I still bend kids over the couch. I don't care. I'm still going to do it, bend over that couch, because a hard head make a soft ass. And when they get to a certain point, communication is more of is more direct.
You said bend kids over the couch. I was just imagining for me and said that it'd have been canceled.
Well, my daddy did the same thing to me. You know what I'm saying? I've been over that couch, pull your pants down, bend over the couch. But when they get older, communication is key, because they're older. It's now talking to things of that nature. But punishment is going to happen regardless of whether you bend your child over that couch and they're unruly as kids, or they become adults and the system punishes them, or somebody on the street punishes them. Either way, they have to learn some type of discipline. Now, how people choose to do that is their business. But I don't think anything should be, unless it's abuse or torture, I don't think anything should be off the table and say, well, don't do this because this harms the child mentally. Well, they're also saying that taking away a phone harms the child too mentally.
Mm-hmm. Anything harms a child eventually, man. This soft gene era is over.
Mm-hmm.
It's a thing of respect. Really quick, I know we're moving on really quick, but I will say this. I didn't get like a lot of whoopings as a child, beatings as a child. I got my ass whooped a few times, but one time I do remember is the comfort I had started to get with my mom, just kind of like saying what I wanted to say. You're about 14, 15, you swear you know it all. And I was washing dishes one day, and she was next to me, and she said something to me, and she kind of let things slide before. And I can't remember what I said, but I do remember how fucking hard she backhanded the shit out of me. And I'm 36.
Why your story?
No, it traumatized me in the moment, but was she abusive? No, but I to this day remember that moment. And anytime I did feel like talking shit, I went around the corner and I closed my door. From that point on, that's all it took. But I did want to just share that really quickly. But it's not always abuse. Sometimes you just need to know real quick.
That was the backhand that boy put him in check. That's crazy.
Well, I think that's the thing though too, is that you know, even as children, it's like we grow up with fear. Well, like if you don't do it this way, this is what's gonna happen. So is it gonna be? Are we gonna be punished? Are we gonna be beaten? Are we, or do we just need to? And this is why a lot of people don't know how to express their feelings, because they're like, if I express my feelings, I might get hurt. I might get hurt. So that backhand. That backhand means something. The backhand isn't just physical; it's also spiritual. It's like, oh damn.
Yeah, it was very spiritual, meaning I will send you up to the Lord if you ever. Because I want. It wasn't about you know, expressing myself. I was blatantly just being disrespectful because she just was letting me slide. I was
Right,
being
right.
blatantly disrespectful, and I mean,
And well, and I think that's what, like, even Kev talks a lot about this. And Kev, I swear you needed to be in the lives that I was on earlier. Accountability was the biggest like component of it, because accountability is not just for what you do to other people, but it's also for what you allow. Look, we can pick our family, or our family picks us, but we can't pick our family. We're just blessed with them, I guess, if that's what you say. But you're blessed with them, but then you also get to maneuver. You get to maneuver. You get to decide now that you know that what you're presented with. Some people are gonna treat you like crap, and some people you treat with kindness, and they're gonna accept it. And that's the thing. It's just like, man, I'm telling you, this is the thing. That's what goes back into love, because a lot of people don't even know what love is because they've never been presented with it. But sometimes you have to create love, because if you're desiring it, you're desiring it in the way that you want it to be perceived as.
Yeah, I think that's a problem though. The more I think about it, it's like people throw love in the midst of anything that fit their narrative. That's what I've been noticing lately. That's the reason why I had to talk about this though. Cause like low key, the more I actually do believe love is more of a selfless thing. I think a lot of us mix love. I say this all the time, and y'all gonna keep hearing me saying it. I think people mix happiness and love together. I think people mix lust and love together. Anything that makes self feel good, that makes they call it love. I think love. I believe love is more of a selfless type thing, or something that you do. Oh, not the love,
Well,
but
you
yeah,
know,
it's a selfless type thing, or something like that, or something dealing with caring, and something about, it ain't about. Listen, what I learned. Check this out though, and I heard this from YouTube. Somebody said it on YouTube. The difference between love and lust. I gotta jot this one down. So they said with lust can't wait to get, and love can't wait to give. Oops, I messed it up already. Now. Love can't wait to give, and lust can't wait to get. That's the difference. So, I hope y'all jot that one down. I feel like that was bars when I heard that. I was like, man, that was cold.
that was perfect. Because if you
Yeah.
think about it with love, look at intimacy. Even if you look at intimacy, you've got all the different components of intimacy, and what is one of the conspiring moments is physical. Everybody wants to think about schmecks like to the fullest. It's like, wait a minute, but there's a lot
They
of other
lusted.
components. Yeah, you're lusting. So
It's not love. People think it is. I told you, a lot of people don't really know. That's why
I know that's what
it
I'm
make people
trying to
burn every
say.
time they hear it too.
I know. So if you break it down, because I was in a conversation earlier, we were talking about the different types of love. We were talking about agape love, unconditional love, and we were bringing up biblical. So like you can pull it all biblical, but at the end of the day, if you've never been presented with love, but you're actually desiring a certain type of love, what are you gonna seek? Are you gonna give that love to yourself so that you know what you're gonna attract? People don't even do that. They don't even give themselves their own love so that they can attract the type of love that they're.
Somebody called her. But yeah,
You're placing expectations upon other people. You're saying, I want you to love me this way. But do you love yourself that way?
exactly. People don't know about that. But yeah, we gotta stop that filling in the blank, calling everything love. Love is not torturing somebody. Love ain't just hitting somebody because I'm angry. That is not love, you know. Love is more of it's a selfless, it should be a selfless. I think that's why we mix it up. The selfless thing is something that I believe is like a lot to do with sacrifice, right? I would say that most definitely.
And that was the conversation I was having earlier. Is that a lot of people say, well, you don't have to just give to receive. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You are looking for something in return. There is a reciprocal affect that happens with love. Love is reciprocal.
That's the conditional love.
Right.
And guess what? Let me burn it even more. That unconditional love y'all say y'all have for y'all children, that's not real. It's still conditional. You only love them because that's your children. Unconditional love. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna make it super burn because I know it's gonna keep getting people mad on this one. Because what I learned is unconditional love is when you're able to love your enemy. That mean they don't have no. To the point of me saying that is that you don't have no attachment to that person. You're not loving somebody for what how they can present something towards you, because that's the reason why people love you. Kids is part of you, so you already, of course, you're gonna love them unconditionally. They're part of you, no matter how it is. They part of your your lineage and all that other stuff. So that's why it go back to that when I had the topic about that communal mentality versus the was it communal in the not the selfish? It's called selfish.
I think was it communal or
communal and selfish, basically. So individual mentality, right?
Individual.
I said people that still think they doing communal things is still individual. Just like when you say I'm doing this for the kids, I'm doing it for self and all this stuff, my family. These are things that still benefit you in some type of way. So that's still an individual talking points, right? Still, communal is something where you don't get nothing back, right? You're doing something for everyone else, not what I'm saying, not with the intentions of getting something or how it's going to benefit you. That's what communal is. Because sometimes I might have to, like charities and stuff. That's more of a communal thing. You're not, or giving a person that homeless person some money. You're not going to get nothing back. That's more communal. You know what I'm saying? So
people be mixing that. Reminds me of Kev though is the slavery and the servitude mindset. Like, are you serving somebody? Are you giving somebody love because that's what you do, or are you just doing it because you're forced to?
Yeah, I still got to do that topic on that one too.
And what you mean, Kev? Some of us love our children and others unconditionally.
Nope.
I do. I've loved many people unconditionally, no matter what they've done, no matter what type of issue.
Oh, you can.
But when it comes down, especially to the kids, they can do anything in this world, and I'm gonna love them unconditionally.
Okay.
They can even harm me.
Because they're your kids.
And I'm still gonna love them unconditionally. Even down to, and bits and pieces about my husband. I still love him unconditionally.
That's your kids. That's why.
No,
what's the deal? Oh, I know that. I be seeing him on my FYP like crazy.
And you know what happened between me and my husband. You know what type of relationship that was. And even though instead of trying to pick the pieces at that, you know what I'm saying? I tried to figure out, okay, what was going on beforehand? How did it get to this point? What is the reason behind this and that? You see what I'm saying? After I've let go of the resentment, then there stood still love.
So can you? Okay, let me see this though, because I still believe that's condition. But so is you able to love your ops?
He was my op.
Any of your ops and all the people, do y'all have ops on here? All that stuff. I know y'all do.
Oh yeah.
Right. Do you still have love for them?
Yeah, I just don't like their ways, but they ain't got nothing to do with loving them.
Well, so that's the thing, though, Jane.
You forget?
If our children, like, look, we're gonna let them be them until they need to be themselves. But at what point do we say, nope, I don't accept this?
Acceptance and love is two different things. I don't have to accept anything you do in your personal life, but am I still gonna love you? Absolutely. And it may sound
Right. You don't have to accept.
See,
Everybody say that too.
exactly.
am I still
Everybody
gonna
throw
love
acceptance in there when
I-
that had nothing to do with love. Unconditional love. Yeah.
Right, right. You know,
Shine in the
you
building.
can
What's the
still
deal?
love. Hey, Hormiga. No,
Omega 2 in the building. What the hell?
My
you
mama
can, you
taught
can.
me how to love
What the
unconditionally. That was a person that
Exactly,
never showed love to
exactly,
me, period. And I still loved her, even though she was putting
exactly,
me
Jane.
through
And
HE
they,
double hockey sticks.
exactly, Jane. It's like I can love you all day long. I may not like what you're doing, but I can love you.
Hmm.
But it doesn't mean that I have to. But that's the thing is that the people like us or the people who are what understanding or understanding can go to that person, and they're not going to go to that person to ask what should I do? What should I do? Nope, we don't go to them. We don't go to them. We meet them where they're at. We know where they're at, but it doesn't mean that we don't dissolve them. We're just trying to. We carry on. We carry on.
what a conversation! Wow.
Or Miga. What's the deal, brother?
Hormiga,
What's up,
oh my God,
party
I missed
people in the
you.
You can't have
house?
us three up here. You know, we might say the wrong thing and make the
Yeah,
room jump the fuck.
hey, we're gonna do not get Kev's live shut down right now,
Well,
Hormiga.
Nah, I was just saying. I remember because we all got us three got the daggone
Yes,
memories. I ain't gonna
we
lie.
do.
you know what's funny? You know what's funny? You say that, but this morning I caught myself and I asked myself this question: is it did I say the wrong thing the right way or the right thing the wrong way?
Exactly.
Okay.
Ooh, yes, Hormiga. Yes, Hormiga. And you know what? The thing that you just said is you have to question yourself.
I no longer have to do that. I'm very confident because I lead with love, right?
But
There you
yes,
go.
you
And
lead
when you
with
lead with
love
love,
and you lead with truth. You lead
life
with
is
truth.
easy. Life is easy because if you lead with love, they're gonna show you
Yep.
what they're gonna
Hmm.
do with that love.
Yep.
So if you
Exactly.
continue to give something to someone that doesn't appreciate it, they're not gonna appreciate you more for something that they never appreciated you in the first place. If you give them
Hmm.
more of the same thing, that doesn't make any sense, right? The
Well,
math ain't mapping.
a lot of people don't even know what love is. A lot of people have been discontented with what love isn't. So-
You know, yeah, I don't know. Look, I'll tell you the truth. It's a word that's been extremely saturated. It's been used like just
Mhm.
like the word family very loosely, and and they got to stop doing that because love is not a noun. It's not a title
Right.
until
It's
you
an
put the
action.
verb into place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's an action. It kind of reminds me of when people say, "I'm sorry." I'm sorry. Are you really sorry?
Look,
Sorry they got caught.
I want to, if you don't mind, I'd like to answer these questions real quick because I wanted to sneak in a special one for you guys because, I don't really have a time, but I'm going to be selfish for this moment and just try to answer these questions quick. Is that possible?
For sure. Let's get it, man. You already.
All right, let's go with the first one. What's the difference between punishment, abuse, and torture? Look at it like being upset, right? Being upset, and then the upset turns into like, mad or angry, and then the angry could turn into rage. So if you look at punishment, punishment is necessary. When you do too much
Right.
of it, it is abusive. When you abuse it too much, then you're torturing somebody.
Okay. I like that. I like
All
that.
right. So then, okay, the difference between jealousy and envy. Oh man, envy is what you mad at because somebody else got it and you don't. And jealousy is when you feel like someone's trying to take what you got.
That. Dang, you said it perfect. That's. You
Exactly,
said it perfect.
Omega.
Dang, I should have made you go last because I feel like people gonna say this. Hopefully, they ain't hear you. Blah blah blah
Nah,
blah
you know what?
blah. Nobody heard it.
Let me just say the obvious, right? So that people could actually think. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to have an echo chamber where everybody's saying the same shit. You know what I'm saying? We don't want
I
that.
know. He said we heard it, dog, because I want people to mess up.
Right.
Because they really think those the same thing.
You know?
Excuse me, host. I just didn't want to leave without saying thanks for having me up, but I gotta go.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, appreciate you, man.
No
All right.
doubt.
Have a good night.
Yep.
So help me out with the third one. What's going on with the in love?
In love. So that one. Hold up, give me a second.
This
I didn't get to answer that one yet, Ermiga, but
He said he just gonna run through all of them real quick.
Yeah, just gotta give you the one-liners. You know what I'm saying?
The one-liners, yeah. Because we gonna probably extend it.
Let me try to read this. Go ahead.
So
you read it.
Yeah, I got it. Is in love more important than love itself in a relationship?
It's two different things.
Mhm.
It's two different things because when you're in love, people got this twisted. You're saying it means that you are into it. You're into the love. You can love someone and still not be into it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah. You gotta have like a vested interest in this. Like, you have to have stock in this equity. You gotta be able. Again, love is a verb. It is an action word. But a lot of people love the title, but they don't like to put in the effort.
well, and Kev is talking about in love. But how do you show love? How do you show love?
You show love by being understanding and understanding the
Exactly.
most important part of communication, which is the listening part. But I get tired of people saying the same shit. Yo, you got to start listening to understand, not to respond. Like, goddamn. Like, it's a little deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? It's called respect. It's called being able to like, loyalty is what you do behind a person's back when they're not around, how you treat them when they're not present.
You have to know how to receive it. You have to know how to receive love. You don't just give love. You also have to know how to receive it.
Well, it's reciprocal. People keep saying, "Nah, I love unconditionally." No, you don't. No, you do not. Everybody should have standards and boundaries when it comes to love. My love is very simple. If you make it too difficult for me to love you, I just won't. I'm not gonna hate you. I'm not gonna be upset with you. It's just not our time. Maybe another time. But right now, I ain't got time to be wasting love on people that are not ready to accept it or rock with me like that. So, no hard feelings, but let me give it to those that deserve it.
Exactly, Ormiga. And a lot of people, like, even just the word no is like, sometimes you have to tell yourself, nope, this isn't the love that I want. This is the love that I'm seeking. A lot of people are seeking a different type of love, and they'll blame other people or shame other people because they're not giving the same love the same way.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We got to stop depending and waiting for other people to acknowledge us, right? Instead of doing it for ourselves, because we're giving them too much power over us by allowing these people to dictate how we feel. We do that. We have to start learning how to self-love, right? And that's so that's where it's at. How the hell are you supposed to understand love if you ain't got love for yourself? You are tripping.
Exactly.
So hold on, let me say this there, because I want to challenge. I want kind of not challenge, but because the fact that you just said that, then I feel like kind of counter what you said earlier. You said don't give love, because me myself, I learned. Remember, I used to have that debate about nobody can love unconditionally. I kind of changed that now because I learned that's what I kind of conditioned myself to do now. And I just like you said, right? You don't he said he did, right? I thought he did that. But what I'm getting to is that you had said that too, but then it's like you shouldn't have to wait. That's the point I'm getting to, is you shouldn't have to wait to express your love. Just like with me, nobody, which they said that they call it agape love in the Bible, but they call it unconditional love on real life, I guess. So unconditional love, I look at it that you could still, you can love your enemy, you can love everybody. That don't mean you don't have to accept anything, right? I can love people I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, that means
You could
I'm
be a
genuinely
loving
doing it. I feel
person.
that's real love right there. So that's
Kevin, you
that's
could
all.
be a loving person, Kevin. You could be a loving person, right? And here's my thing on unconditional love. See, it's not about unconditional love because you can have unconditional love, but that doesn't mean that you're gonna love blindly. That doesn't mean that you're gonna allow people to abuse your love. You're not gonna allow people to violate your love. That's where the standards and boundaries come in because you have to be able to know how much love you're able to give and know how much love you're able to receive.
Well, and that's the thing, Hormiga. A lot of people don't know how to accept love. They don't know how to accept it. They can give it all day long, but they don't know how to accept it.
That's a tough one.
That is the thing. Is that maybe love is coming from a different perspective. Look at all the love languages. It's like, oh, well, I want to love this way, but how am I gonna be able to receive love?
Look, I'll land my plane with this because I know there's people that want to bite into this conversation. So I'm just going to land my plane with this. Watch this. The whole point is that if you are a person that does not know the forgiveness portion of it, if you don't have the humility, right? If you don't have those qualities, the gratefulness, right? The appreciation, if you don't have a high level of acceptance, because that's the difference between an immature and a mature person is a high level of acceptance, then you don't know what love is because love is all those things.
I like that you said that. And that's perfect. That's perfect. I figured that out too, because I be hearing people that don't know what freaking forgiveness is and talking about I love. Like, no, you don't. That's no sound condition. And I'm glad that you mentioned that. Exactly.
Because love endures all. Love endures all.
Yeah. Let me do this real quick. Let me do this, and I want y'all to jot this down because I learned this. They said this called the 7 principles, which make a lot of sense to me. It's 2 things. So the first thing I was gonna say the difference between love and lust. What I learned. I'm showing y'all the things that I just learned from other stuff. So they said the difference between love and lust. They said lust can't wait to get, love can't wait to give. So that's one of them. I liked it. If y'all wanted to keep that story, and then the other one, the 7 principles of love, right, which make a lot of sense to me. The first one is selflessness. Number 2 is concern. Number 3 will be understanding. Number 4 is compassion. Number 5 is forgiveness. Number 6 is mercy. We know the difference between mercy and grace is giving somebody what they don't deserve. Mercy is not giving somebody what they do deserve. Okay. Like somebody step in your shoe and you don't cuss them out, you know what I'm saying? All right. And number 7 is patience. So those 3, 5, or 7 things, and you.
What happened?
The patience. A lot of people don't even know how to be still.
Well, look,
Where did I leave off at, man? I'm trying to be patient with this.
Kev, I'll tell you one quick last thing. See that all those things make sense. Virtues, some of them are skills, some of them are things that you acquire like throughout your life, but none of that makes sense. Look at this. If you ask someone what's the most important part of a relationship, you'll get a whole bunch of different answers. You'll get communication, loyalty, honesty. You get a whole bunch of different words, but it's all of it. You see. But the thing is that they all count, but you got to learn how to balance them out. You can't be the one to always give. You can't be the one to always receive.
Agreed.
That's why reciprocation is important. Now, we're not talking about equal reciprocation. We're talking about equivalent. You may be able to do something for me out of love. I may not be able to do the same thing for you, but if I give you something that you need or something that can help you grow, then that's what's called equivalent love reciprocation.
Well, and I brought up question earlier. And so what is reciprocative love?
It's being able to receive and be willing and happy about being there for somebody else.
Exactly.
Support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Go ahead, Sean, before you and them not be deterred.
Sean, I know you're here. I love you, Sean.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Sean.
Mr. Facts got to go too after too, because David wait.
Before I ask my question, I kind of like want to set the premise, right? Love is a feeling, right? I know a lot of people say action, but I haven't seen that word in the definitions that love is an action. I know that love is a feeling. So what I've learned is you can't control your feelings. You can control what you do with those feelings, but you can't control your initial feeling that you have towards something, right? So if I had to look at love, I believe it's kind of like it's unstable, if you ask me, because you can't control how you feel. Like, and love is a feeling. And a lot of times people, if they don't like what you're doing at the moment with your spouse, your significant other, they will withhold their love from you anytime they get a chance. So to me, I think respect doesn't change. The mother of my child, we don't get along. She do some crazy shit sometimes, right? But my respect for her, I don't talk bad about her. I still uplift her with my daughter. I don't have, but love, I've seen people who love people and turn on people and talk about them bad, do all kind of shit. So to me, love is a feeling, and that shit comes and go. A lot of people won't admit that when they're in relationships or even marriages, if someone is not doing what you think they should be doing, or they falling short in the marriage or the relationship, people tend to cheat. People tend to go and seek others for that attention. And
But love is an action, Sean.
Real quick, Sean.
Hold on. Could you show me? Because I looked at several definitions.
Yeah,
of
both right. I'm looking at it right now. Both of y'all right. Love is an action of feel. Look, love is an action of feeling and an emotion. It's all three of them.
Love. Here's the thing about feelings. You can control your feelings. It's called emotional intelligence.
Intelligence,
right?
yeah.
It starts with an idea. It turns into a thought. The thought turns into a feeling. The feeling turns into a reaction, right? Because now it's emotional. So if you look at the different levels of these feelings and you catch it at the gate, then you're controlling that feeling from escalating into something that's uncontrollable. So you definitely can control your feelings.
I think I know what he talking about. If I know Sean, he just talking about once that go there, it's a wrap already, because it's there. Then from there you can probably
ask a question?
You could probably.
Hold on, I was trying.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. I don't know if I was getting to the point you were about.
Oh no, I just
ask a question
more because I ain't get a chance to.
You can't ask the question because I'm after Sean.
Yeah, you have to Sean.
I want to ask Sean a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Sean, I want to know if love is a feeling and it's not an action, how do you know if someone loves you or likes you? How can you tell when someone loves you or if someone likes you?
Because when I do something that they disapprove or they don't like, the how they treat me doesn't change.
Okay. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. See, treating someone is an action. So the reality is, you know if somebody loves you or cares about you or likes you by how they treat you, which means how they talk to you, how they don't talk to you, what they do to you, and what they don't do to you.
Yeah, but
love is not an emotion. Love is not an emotion. Liking somebody is an emotion.
No,
but loving somebody.
Hold on. The definition you gave is the definition of respect, which is an action.
No,
not love.
Well, respect is love.
No, it's two
respect. Respect is a characteristic of love.
No, because correct
me if I'm wrong, brother.
Hold on. Relationships prove that every single day. You can see it on this app. You can see it in marriages. You can see it in divorce court. When you start out in love and you go and get married, and then hold on. Okay. So when y'all separate, it get very toxic. It get very violent. People start saying harmful things and everything. But if you respect that person, I got a homeboy that was supposed to be in my wedding. He was going to be my best man and everything, right? I disapproved of how he was moving within the last couple of months. He wasn't showing that he was really interested in being my best man. Like, he was giving me a hard time, right? So I kicked him out of the wedding. And did I want to talk bad about him? Yes. But out of respect for him, did I love my homeboy? Yes. But I won't talk to him ever again. But out of respect, I don't feel the need to bash him. I don't feel the need to talk down on him, even though me and him fell off. The respect that I have for him would not allow me to talk bad about this person. With love, That's something totally different. I hear people talk bad about people they love all day long, and people say, "Oh, that ain't love." Well, people must be using it the wrong way.
Okay, so
I
my
think what
question
he's
to
trying
you
to say is this.
how do you demonstrate your respect? Your respect,
Hold up,
respect for
powerful.
somebody
Yeah, you
is
got to
also
let him.
demonstrated.
Because y'all because this sounds like a good open panel though. Because y'all got some good questions. But let me get Mr. Facts in, then after that we can do open panel because I gotta make sure everybody talk. Y'all got some good questions though. Go ahead, Mr. Facts.
Yeah. I see where he was going with it because I kind of lost my train of thought. Because I really just came up to say that unconditional love doesn't exist. It's a misnomer. Love is just love, and that's it. Period. When you say unconditional, when you attach that word unconditional to this emotion or action, because it's actually both, it's all encompassing. It's very nuanced when it comes to this word, but it's not unconditional, because when you look at other actions or emotions, when it comes to anger, when has someone ever said I have unconditional anger or unconditional sadness?
That's funny.
Or
I said
unconditional happiness, right? You said that earlier?
No, actually, I used to say this for years. If you ask her, Megan, because I used to argue against that and say I used to say that all the time. But, and I like that you're saying that. But look, actually do this though, because the reason why I start believing in unconditional love, it ain't the same way. But I'm just saying that off the definition, right? That's why I like. You know what? That's what I realize. This is what I've been doing the whole entire time. So if you look at the definition, it just simply say to love somebody with no strings attached, basically, just and no limits behind it. It's just expressing love to somebody without no conditions behind it. That's all that really is. But I get what you mean, because I used to do that. I used to say the exact same thing, like unconditional hate, unconditional lust, But I get the definition when I actually look the definition up. It's basically like the agape love we say in the Bible. So it's just basically just loving people with no attachments and stuff. That's all that really is.
But again, that's you actually had it right the first time, because everything has conditions, and including your own love. Because this is the thing: if you sit up there and say, "Oh," just like this woman I heard earlier talk about how she'll love her children unconditionally, it sounds good, but then guess what? Then it starts to infringe on the love that you have for yourself. So you see where if you sit up here and say, "Oh, I have this unconditional love for anybody," then what about the love that you have for yourself and the respect that you have for yourself? Because let's say if that person was to take you up on that offer of unconditional love and they wanted to SH in your Cheerios, are you gonna sit up there and take that, and still have that same love that you have for that person if they don't care nothing about you?
Can I
that don't mean you have to accept
things.
It's not about.
I was talking about earlier, Mr. Facts.
I want to respond,
you as a woman say, "I want a man of God," but you're not a woman of God first?
Okay, can I respond right quick? Because the love that I have for myself has nothing. First of all, the love that I have for myself and the love that I would have with someone else or for someone else is an extension. My love for myself is like a cup that is running over, okay? And everybody else is running over into their cup. That does not have anything to do with the way I love everybody else. They are extensions of me, right? Because I first go with me. I check on me first. I go pee first. I'm me first. But when it comes down to other people, will the love dissipate just because they do something wrong? That is their decision. That's not mine. That's not my burden. That has nothing to do with me. They have to take that up with themselves and God. When it comes down to me loving them regardless, that don't go away. Now, if they have mental things going on, I'm not their psychiatrist. I'm not their psychologist. That does not change love whatsoever, because people get old, people lose their minds, people get dementia. Am I still going to love them? Absolutely. Even if they don't remember me from dementia, I'm still going to love them.
And I agree, Jane. And a lot of people think that unconditional love just starts with them. But if you believe in the Most High, does it start with the Most High? Or does it start with you?
How about this then? Let's say genuine love. Have y'all heard of that? Y'all believe in that? Let's say that then. Genuine love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's more accurate.
There you go. Right. So we're gonna rock with that, because that's what I believe. Like real.
That's more accurate.
Yeah. I can say that. It's the same thing with me. So it's basically the same thing. It's going back to what Hormiga said earlier, which I realized a while ago. When I was doing, but I never realized I was doing it. Is that not? This is what I mean about when you love something or someone just because you want to, not because somebody did it first. You know, not because that's I mean, but it's gonna be hard for a lot of people. Like people that be like say I'm matching people energy and stuff. You know, that people like that don't even know what that is anyway. So I mean, whoever, if y'all like that, it is what it is. But I'm just saying I don't do that, or I try not to do that for the most part. Some days I might slip, but for the most part, I try to stay genuine. If I'm gonna be happy, I'm gonna try to make a happy person happy without them having to be without them have to make me happy type situation, because I want to do that. You know, like love. I'm gonna show and express my love. You don't have to tell me I love you first. You don't even have to know me. I'm gonna still say I love you. You know what I'm saying? That's me, right? Because I condition myself to be that way, right?
Well,
But I
and
think
I
a
think that's
majority of
good.
people, because they reason why they don't believe it in general, right? I can believe, because most people, I do agree that most people love is conditional, right? Because it's only because like they got to limit it. They're not going to express it. They don't know the number one, like, and that's the one I'm always stick with. I think the most important one out of all those 7 principles is that forgiveness. People that don't know how to forgive really don't know how to love anyways. They only just love with a condition behind it. So that's the reason why it's going to be hard for a lot of people to know that it is such thing, or you can love genuinely. I'm going to just say that word without no attachments behind it. You can just love people. You can.
Well, and like what you were just mentioning though, and even what you brought up with Ormiga like speaks on volume. So, do you think that's something that you're born with, or that comes from your experiences? Like
What is
innate,
what born with?
love, is it innate?
No, you got to learn.
Is
All
it
that stuff is
innate?
learned. You got to condition yourself to do all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
you don't be
not.
born. I think you're born out of it. I will say that for my
There you
believers. You know
go.
what I'm
Look
saying?
here.
But
There you go.
Every
There you
day, would
go.
you say it's kind of like I don't know if I agree or disagree with what Jane said. I don't know. Okay. Like this is why I believe that love will always have to be conditional, because I believe at times it's conditional within ourselves, right? I don't know anybody, and I could be wrong. That's why I say I don't know if I agree or disagree, right? I know people who, like me, I love myself, right? I tell you every day what I told you, I get in the mirror every morning and say, you're a bad motherfucker. Like I tell myself good stuff every day. But it'd be times where I don't feel like I am a certain type. Like I don't feel like not worthy, but some days I get up not really feeling it. You know what I'm saying? Some days I get up and I'm in my own head and I need to get out of it, right? So sometimes me being in my own head, when my wife comes around, I'm treating her a certain way because I'm not 100% capacity yet. I'm not really like tuned in with myself and getting my thoughts together, like Jane said, as far as like, loving yourself. So when I encounter her or people that's in my close circle that see me daily, they thinking that it's conditional because of how I'm acting, but I'm really acting because at that moment I'm not 100% like in love with myself, and not in love like y'all was saying in love, but as far as like I'm not 100% capacity like filled up with love at that moment, right? So I believe that it will always be conditional because it's conditional within ourselves. I don't feel the same every single day. Am I a person who think highly of myself? Am I someone who have confidence? And some people could look at my confidence as arrogance. Some people could look at a lot of different things, right? So to me, love will always be conditional because it's conditional within ourselves. We don't wake up feeling the same every single day. Some days you feel high, some days you feel low, some days you right in the middle. So I believe if your feelings about love changes within you, then it's gonna always change with other people.
I
every
did want to
emotion
touch on
is
that
Exactly.
right
Because
really
that's
quick.
what
every
they're
emotion is
saying.
temporary though. That's what I'll get to. Let me get Mook in because I know shit about it.
Yeah, and that kind of goes. It's been like an hour now, I think, when I first got on, but touches back on what I was saying because I know you hear people say me or I think it's super important that we still remain conscious of the fact that love is what it is, and that is the immutable thing, right? That does not change. Love
Right.
is not conditional. We are extremely flawed human beings who, at the end of our lives, will only have love to the best of our ability. We will never love our children unconditionally, no matter how much we want to. Not because love is not unconditional, but we are flawed people who will never meet the goal, no matter how hard we try. The most we can do is be inside of it, just to touch on that like in love thing, because only recently that became like a romantic thing, right? Like the prefix in, like it just means to be encompassed by at all times, to be surrounded by it, right? In an active practice. Okay, I like you, we're dating, but something is stirring in me. I'm falling in love with you. It's starting to like encompass me and like fill me up. In happy, like enraptured. In mad is just infuriated. I'm beyond upset. It's taking over like my very being, right? So if we're not going to like fill ourselves up with that every day, which is hard work, then no, love is always going to be conditional, right? Respect will always be conditional, but it's still there. The gym is still there. I can't say, oh, the gym don't work if I'm eating a bacon sandwich and I said I was going to go Monday through Friday and I only went on Wednesday. The gym is still there. The weights are still there. I'm not filling myself up with the things that are required to be in shape, if that makes sense. So just to keep that in mind, like love is what it is. We're just doing our best to like touch the hem of love's garment on a day-to-day basis. That's it.
Yeah. Let me say this too, though,
I
before
like that.
because let me say this real quick. I see what the argument is at, and it's the same thing what I was talking about earlier. Because I even realized what Sean was talking. He was talking about just like you were saying, love is itself or the feeling, right? We're not talking about the feeling part. I think when it comes to unconditional love or genuine love, we can say the other word. We talking about the expression of it. So that's the difference of you can express it, right? You talking about you talking about the feeling, right? When you wake up feeling a certain way, you don't feel the love, or you don't emote the love, or whatever it is. You know, that's you're not. Of course, you're not, because all those emotions, we are emotional people. So it's gonna shift. You're gonna happy, bored. I mean, everybody get bored, lazy, all that stuff. You got a bunch of that. Those are the ones you can't. I never heard of unconditional boredness, unconditional laziness, and all that stuff. We're not talking about the emotion itself. We're talking about just the expression of it, right? Just like happiness, you know, you do different things out of happiness. You do different things out of anger, right? Anger is anger, right? But can you express anger different ways? You know what I'm saying? Because there wouldn't be no such thing as unconditional anger or something like that. But we talking about the way that you can't have unconditional anger, and in this way, as in like just being mad at everybody with no attachments behind it. That's probably what we call them crazy people and stuff. They just get mad at people, don't have no attachments to them or nothing like that. You could just.
Yeah,
I wanted to say this.
That we mentioned.
Hold on, Kev was still talking. Hold on, Facts.
Oh no! I guess hopefully I don't know if y'all heard different, because I heard the difference of what y'all talking about though, and one of them. But go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we got to see where do we draw the line, because especially if people think that there's a such thing as unconditional love. It kind of reminds me of guys like you see that say, oh, I love this girl, I love her unconditionally. And it starts to become toxic to where it's an obsession. Because a lot of times when I've heard people say that, like these guys, like some of my buddies, and it's like, hold on now, man, like you kind of sound a little crazy right now. And so that's why I feel like it could lead people to being toxic too, believing in unconditional love and being obsessed.
Well, that's obsession.
But obsession is obsession, and toxicity is toxicity. Love is still love.
What I was gonna say is,
I thought you just talked about that earlier, Jane. That's crazy. It sounds like
obsession. Yeah,
I swear it seemed like you repeated the same thing we just talked about earlier. We literally said you don't have to accept anything.
Right.
Is we listen to each other though? I'm getting confused now.
Well,
and how you gonna love somebody you don't love yourself? First of all, unconditional love, first of all, when you accept yourself for who you are, it's acceptance, it's patience, it's being kind, being genuine. All those things are wrapped up in that, right? And you accept yourself through and through, or you would give up and just unalive yourself if you don't accept yourself, or you will be behind bars if you don't accept yourself and accept accountability. When people say they love unconditionally, no matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter where you are in this world, no matter what decisions you make, that still is what it is. The conditional love is what gets people in all sorts of trouble, like divorce court. That is with conditions. It was already a condition set. If you do this, then I'm I'm no longer going to be
Right.
with you.
Love
And then
languages.
they fall out of love because it was never a person that loved you to begin with, because you would have respect for yourself and that will pour into your spouse, that will pour
Right.
into other people. So when you love somebody unconditionally, you're not losing anything from that. I wish
Right.
people would understand that you don't lose in that. That still stays
That's
there.
something you genuinely do. That's what I'm saying. People don't. I'm gonna say this real quick though. Just because people don't know how to do it, that don't mean it don't exist. What the heck? I got echo. What is that? I
But
don't know.
what you're
But this,
saying is you're saying you love without standards.
we can say no,
You're saying
no.
when you say unconditional
It's
love, you're
yeah, I
saying you're
wish I
loving
can
without
express
any
it,
kind of
but I
standard that
really
you
do.
set,
Just and I hear a bunch of y'all
set for
saying,
yourself.
I can't do that. I don't see that. I get it, right? Because and I can feel it though. But it's just
Go
like
ahead.
I'm really like I really put in because I had time to myself though, and I realized the difference is right when I really explain this situation. That's what when I explain that you can express love, right? You can express it no matter what the situation. It don't mean you have to go take a dang on, you know, a grenade or something. I mean, stuff like that. Just be dumb. That don't mean. Oh, dang! I gotta watch my word now. Being silly. You don't have to be foolish on here. You know what I'm saying? If everybody act like love. You gotta be foolish. That's people that don't have no brain. You can have boundaries, but you can
And
still
people
have
don't.
love for people. I still, I be having people that
Right.
disrespect me. They do all type of stuff, right? That don't mean I have to stop loving them because I'm just like some Hormiga said. I'm a more loving person. I learned to be that way, right? Especially when I learn what forgiveness is. Like I said, if none of y'all even know what forgiveness is, that's gonna be one of your hardest things, anyways. So that's why I probably wouldn't understand what love is on that situation. But it's
This
just
is
like
how you.
I don't have to. Let me just finish this up real quick, just real quick. Well, I don't have to know a person, right? I don't have to people that's in India, people that's speak another whole language. I can still express my love, right? They have nothing to do with me. They have nothing to do with me, right? I can still express my love. I love even this, right? We read I think even Sean read the Bible. He told us he even said in there, how could you not love your brother and say you love me? That's that fake stuff. You have to first, like we had this order who do you love? It said self. No, did it say love God, people, things, or in self,
Yeah.
right? And I thought somebody was gonna say God first, right? I thought they were gonna
Right.
say, and I was saying God first. Love, you throwing me off for real. I ain't gonna even lie. That the rights and stuff is her. It's throwing you got. I'm old. I can't even do. But so I know the dude broke it down, which made a lot of sense, right? He broke it down. He said self first. Then he said, I guess he said the people, everyone around outside the world, basically the world, right? The world, then God, right? So it made a lot of sense, right? Because how are you expressing something you don't know about? And that's the problem. A lot of us, because like even Sean said, he said stuff is conditioned within self. Yeah, but and I feel it. But you can't condition yourself. Just like I mentioned earlier, just because everybody else can't do it right, I know for sure I'm doing it right. I have conditioned myself to love unconditionally. But like I said, I think one of the key things is once you learn how to forgive, right, and also learn how to love people without knowing them, then you will know what unconditional love is. And this is the reason why I'm having this topic, because a lot of people do think that you can't love, and I feel like it's fake love otherwise, right? If it ain't unconditional, right? Because you only doing it, I'm talking about the expression. Remember, we talking about the expression of love, the way you express love, not just saying the feeling or the emotion. You can express love, which the action part. You can express love in many different ways. You do many things out of love. You make sacrifices out of love, right? That's one action that we was talking about. Ain't no actions. That's something you do out of love, right? It's many different things you do out of love. But all I'm saying out of that is that once you learn those two things, you don't have to have no attachments to nobody or nothing. You could just still express or give love. Tell somebody I love them. I tell people every day on this app I love them. They don't think I mean it, right? But once I realize, that people think so different. I love God's creations. I believe in God. You know what I'm saying? That's also who helping me love this way. Everybody probably don't even believe in the God. That's why they feel that way. But I was saying, like, this is where mine's kind of come from, because I wouldn't be able to love without him. But the reason it come from that, because it's like I don't have these certain things, and I realized like how does like a lot of these people I could have been them. You know what I'm saying? That's where my empathy come from and all this other stuff. But I think it's kind of hard to explain it when we haven't built ourselves, or we spent most of our time either, you know, having to love somebody with conditions and love our family with conditions, love our girlfriends with conditions, like all that stuff. That's why we feel like we can't do it. But you know, even with the confidence and all that stuff, like, and it goes to with loving yourself, right? A lot of us don't know that. A lot of us got to get outside validations for that. You know what I'm saying? I realized that no, I don't have to. You know, I'm not trying to please everybody, and people gonna say a lot of hurtful things. But if I don't love myself, I'm gonna fall victim to it. You know what I'm saying? That's why people take so many words so deep, because they still need validation from other people. Now, it depends on the type of people you need validation, because everybody gonna need some form of validation. But like I said, I believe, right, unconditional love or genuine, that's the more genuine love that you can ever have, because you're not waiting on something. Just like Hormiga was mentioned earlier, you're not waiting on somebody to do something for you in order to love them. You know, that's what that is. That's all that really is.
I'm so glad that you mentioned that, Kev, because what you're speaking on is just what, like, even if you look in 1 John, it says, "Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world." And look at what we see on TikTok. Look at what we see. Like, we've got so many false prophets. We got so many people trying to spread their words, trying to spread their message, because their understanding is different than our understanding, because they didn't come from the background that we came from. You know, and
actually, I did. I left out of there.
We got a little order going, Facts. It's Lovely, then Sean, then me, because I want to respond to you.
Go ahead, my love. Go ahead, my love. James.
I was going to, actually it was for anybody on the panel, but it was going to be for Kev, right? I think the best thing you can focus on to let you know if you love unconditionally is how you receive that same love you talking about, right? So my example of that would be, let me give two points. One of my examples would be how you receive love. How do you know if someone loves you? And one of the example would be is if you with your wife or whoever it may be, and you tell them, hey, this is what I like. This is how I feel loved. If you do these things, like, you know, I like the house to be clean. I like small gestures. And that person don't do any of those things, you would not believe that person love you. You're going to be like, okay, this person can't love me because they're not giving me or trying to require the things that I ask of them that makes me feel love. So that's how I know that I can't love unconditionally, because it's how I receive love. If I tell my wife, this is what I like, and she's not doing any of those things, and I'm telling her this is what I like, and she's not doing it, that means either she don't love me, or she just she don't know what love is, or she don't give a damn about me. And on the other part is, I use the scripture, right? The 2 verses where I say it's going to always be conditional. Now, if you're going to use a worldly definition of what love is, you got me on that. But if you want to use a biblical definition, I say you got me on that. Like, I ain't saying agape.
No, I'm about to say, if you use a biblical, it's called agape.
Okay. A biblical. So in several scriptures, Jesus said that if you love me, you would keep my commandments. That is doing what I've asked of you. And if you don't, and he said, those who say they love me and not keep my commandments is a lie. So he's saying out of his own mouth that how you say you're going to love me and you're not doing what I ask of you. And that goes back to when I say love, you know if your love is conditional or not, because of how you know you are being loved. If your spouse is not doing the things that you ask in a very simple task, you are not going to feel like they love you. You're going to feel like they don't love you. You're going to feel like they disrespecting you. You're going to feel like they don't care. And you see it every day in failed marriages, in relationships, in friendships.
And I'm glad you said that too. And that I like that you, because that's another thing too, when people like doing commandments because it says, right. So that's what I'm be meaning. Like, we gotta, even the things you use, you keep saying somebody gotta love me or show how. I don't know if they wouldn't know if I'm loving them, or it's not about them. That's a them problem from that. If you know in your heart that you're doing things for your as a selfless act, it's all about you. That's what unconditional. It's not about how you receive your love. The other thing is, you said you was talking about dang, what the freak? I was trying to hurry get back to that other one. But that got popped up. Oh man, it was something I wanted to get to real quick. I should have sidestepped myself, man. I shouldn't have did that. It was something dealing with the scripture, man. Not that.
Yeah, no, it was something with the scripture. It was.
Kev, if it could you?
He getting old.
Yeah.
No, it was something I was about to mention about because it was gonna be a point to saying, because like why it's supposed to be, why it should be. Oh yeah, the commandments, right? I just remembered. Nah,
there you go.
Right. Make it genuine, right? Because the thing is, it's like we doing it because God telling us that's different. I get it. Like I get it at the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
He commanded us to do certain things, do this, do that, because we didn't know, right? This is just like what people do with the love language and all this stuff. This is, I want you to do this, I want you to do that, and all that stuff. That's of course that's condition, right? But I think it's a point in your life where you want to do it because you want to, which makes it genuine. You see what I'm saying? That's what makes it more of an unconditional, because it's not a condition behind it. I want to do it because I want to do it. I want to love God because I want his. It ain't about what let me wait for him to do this. Let me wait for him to do that. Or let me wait for him to answer my prayer and all this other stuff. No, you start loving because you want to. You just start having that feeling. And that's where it make it not being conditional no more. He told you what you should do, right? But when you doing it because you want to do it instead of because he commanded you to do it, that's what makes it, it makes it unconditional, not conditional.
Hold on. Now, I want you to listen real good. Listen to me good now. Hold on. Now, hold on. What you said, Jane? Go ahead.
You got a good thing going. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Facts when he get off here, because he keep going on teacup.
You done lost like 2 people in a row already. They dropped out for you.
Dang, my bad, y'all. Never move where you go, girl. But
and then I want to respond to the agape after you done.
Okay. Well, I wanted to speak on the fact that you said standards, because I believe that you're confusing standards by close proximity. Okay, because being in close proximity to somebody does not have anything to do with love either.
Right.
You love with expectations. You say you don't believe in unconditional, but you believe in love with conditions, because that's loving someone with an expectation. I don't expect for you to respect me, and in respecting me, I see that as love. It's coming from within me. It has nothing, just like when you apologize. You know what I'm saying? Some people be apologizing to people. They be apologizing to themselves. If you don't know how to apologize to yourself, you can't apologize to nobody else, and you can't accept forgiveness either. So that's a lot of people that end up, and it creates angerness, bitter, envious people. And then hate is also just as strong, if not stronger than love. And a lot of people end up going through that. So yeah, standards and love, you don't need to be in close proximity for me to love you. That's crazy.
That wasn't my point. But I want to, let me address agape.
I don't have any standards, and having a standard would mean that they will be in close proximity to me. I understand what you were saying. That's just like allowing anybody else in just because they're doing any harm to you, or just because a situation may occur. No, that's being in close proximity. That's saying that I have to like you to love you, and I don't have to like someone to love them.
Well, it doesn't mean it doesn't have to do it. Doesn't have anything to do with proximity. Because let's say you have a cousin that you fell out with, and you could sit up there and say, "Oh, I still love them." They slept. A cousin that you fell out with, and you could sit up there and say, "Oh, I still love them." They slept with somebody they when you cut them off, and let's say they still want your help, and you're like, "No, I'm not gonna help. I don't want to speak to you ever again. But I still love you though." It's paradoxical. It just doesn't make sense. But let me explain. let me
Hold on, you
explain.
can't say that and then drop off the bridge because you just asked me something, and I know it's not
No, I didn't.
rhetorical.
I just made a statement. I didn't ask you anything. I just made a statement.
Well, I mean,
All right,
that's the whole thing. It's not. It wouldn't be rhetorical
Can
because
I?
you would ask me a question,
Can I?
and it's not rhetorical. It grants me the opportunity to be able to answer it. So if a
Right. I
cousin of
didn't.
mine
I
was
just
to
made a
sleep
statement.
with,
It wasn't meant
if
to.
wait a
It wasn't.
minute, it wasn't rhetorical to me. If my cousin was to
I'm
sleep
trying
with
to get
my
to my
spouse,
point.
understood. If my cousin was
Oh
to
my
sleep with
gosh.
my spouse, I would still love them. Them having sex has nothing to do with love either. Them doing something,
Unconditionally.
wait a minute, unconditionally. Them doing something of earthly fashion by sleeping with someone has nothing to do with me loving them unconditionally. That is their burden to bear, has nothing to do with me. The same as if my spouse cheats on me, has nothing to do with me.
This
That's
junk,
their
you
action.
saying the same thing I'm saying, Jay. That's why I'm trying to explain it. Like, even with Sean, I'm telling him about that. It's not about what that person doing for me. That's why I wrote I don't know if it went in the comments though. That's why I'm saying, like, you still can express it don't matter how a person do you, right? It's not unconditional love has nothing to do with that other person. It don't. It got to do with what you do for other people. That's the difference. I think we making an argument on two different ends. And it's not, and that's based off how your argument is, right? With that, it show that y'all love is conditioned because y'all keep waiting on somebody to do something for y'all in order for y'all to do something for them. It's okay it's okay to admit, right? I'm not saying that y'all have to be like me, right, or anybody else that do actually do it, because it's like we can still love with boundaries. That's what we trying to explain. You don't have to allow things. You can love from afar. You heard of that word, love from afar, right? You can. Go ahead, man.
And I feel what you're saying. Trust me, I do. But I want to get to my point, and I want to talk about agape, because agape comes from the ancient Greek, right? Which means it says it's the highest form of love, charity, and the love of God and for human beings. But in nowhere does it says unconditional. It just says the highest form of love when you reach a certain level of maturity, where you can love anybody from all walks of life. It's not saying you're biased in the way you love, where you help people, you help strangers, but it still doesn't, it has nothing to do with unconditional. That's what I'm saying. Love is just love. When you attach that word unconditional, look, I love the homeless man and give him some money, but if that homeless man act out of line, threaten me or somebody, or, if I feel like I'm in danger, he getting popped. And that's just what it is, because you know why? I love myself more. I love my family more, where I'm going to protect them if I felt like that homeless man was going to cause any kind of harm. So there's always, just like this, it's called cause and effect. But
I like how you said
makes sense if you're, so I appreciate that. So it's you got to understand that there's always going to be cause and effect. And when you see and understand causality in love, there's always going to be an effect.
So let me say this, and that's why I say that's the difference right there, right? So even if you had to pop somebody because you was protecting yourself, the difference is with a person that loves unconditional, even though I took his life, I'm gonna feel bad that I did it. The person that loves conditional, they're gonna do that right there. What you doing is laughing at them, right? You're gonna laugh at a person, or you're gonna praise your what they call that? Don't celebrate your enemy, but everybody don't read the Bible, right? But you're gonna praise that you had to pop somebody because you said so. That's the difference, though, because I will feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the last thing I want to do is take somebody's life. You know what I'm saying? I would rather take somebody to jail if I could. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. It's different. It's so hard to explain it because I can't express how I am. I can't really express it. You would have to literally become and understand what it is. And even love like I think it comes with a lot of self-love, right? It comes with a lot. That's the reason why I be talking about confidence so much over arrogance. I talk about all these things because this is things that I have to. It took me a few years to even learn and understand this stuff. Like I said, I literally, and you saying you sound just like how I was when I kept saying ain't no unconditional love. I literally been saying that for years. But I think later down the line you gonna get what I mean though. Huh?
You need to go back to that understanding.
No,
I
can't go back because I understand I can understand what genuine love. It's just basically genuine love. That's all it is. That's all that really is.
Genuine love and unconditional love.
It's not waiting on somebody or stop loving somebody because somebody stopped loving you. That's the difference. I can still love people. That's what I can do. Just
Well,
because, you know what I'm
and
saying?
that's what everybody's arguing. And now it's not just love that everybody's arguing. They're arguing whether it's unconditional or whether it's agape love or whether it's conditional love. What is love? So everybody's like
Agape love. When you look up the definition for agape
Put it
love,
back up, Jane. What you
there's
had?
nowhere it says unconditional.
But
It doesn't
That's
say
the first thing
unconditional
it say
in agape
on there. I
love.
just looked it up. Like these things, y'all keep saying. I done looked all these things up y'all talking about already. I literally just looked these up before y'all even came in here.
And that's why I was trying to bring that up to you, Kev, because a lot of people don't understand. Like when you look at agape love, if you look at what God see, this is the thing. A lot of humans, they don't even want to be more for God than they are for the humans. Well, if God was going to give this agape love to us, why can't we give it back? We don't even give it back. So we're so tied to the flesh or tied to humans or men or women or all this stuff. But it's just like what I mentioned earlier, like a woman. It's like you can't ask for a man of God and then not be a woman of God. You need that agape love. You need to seek that agape love. You need to seek that so that you have it, so that you can give it.
You can unbig my back, Kev, if you want to. I was just
I
showing.
don't even know if they seen the definition though. So
I'm gonna read it to them. So
yeah.
unconditional love is the type of love that is given freely without any conditions or expectations attached. It's selfless and not based on what others do for you in return. Cares about the happiness of another person and extends love without expecting anything in return. So it's pretty much not looking for anything, no expectations. If you can't love somebody without an expectation, something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I ain't gonna say it's wrong. I just think that I would say that's just a common human being. That's where they talking points coming from, right? Because everybody everybody learns to love conditionally. I can understand that though, but it's like it's gotta get to a point that you have to realize that it is people that's out here that know how to love with no conditions behind it. It's possible, I'm not about to. I can't be closed minded and say because I'm not trying to say nothing against nobody, but I'm just saying I can't just say that because I can't do it. Everybody else, and I'm not gonna say that because I can do it and everybody else can.
Anybody hear this guy?
Yeah, we can hear him.
So what is the difference between unconditional love and agape love?
It's the same thing. I'm trying to get them to understand one thing at a time. They barely don't even know what the other thing is. So,
but that's what I'm saying. When you get up in the morning, right, Kev? When we get up, how are we going to expect to be able to use our legs? That's not something that's given to us. That's an ability that's given to us by God. So regardless of whether we can use our legs, arms, if we can talk, anything, don't we still have to love ourselves unconditionally? So if you can't love in this world unconditionally, that's wild.
That's so true. Because what we were talking about earlier, Jane, is like if you don't give to yourself back everything that you've been robbed of, how are you going to even know what to experience when somebody presents it to you?
What was that site that you went to? What's it called? For unconditional love? I want to read it for myself.
You could just Google unconditional love.
Well,
all these things literally can get Googled.
I look up the etymology though, so I don't know if Mister, you're like, I look up the etymology of words and I can go biblical. I can go.
Yeah, that's important.
Yeah, they barely get regular English. You're going to go to etymology. I'll be telling you.
Yeah.
They ain't not about to get that part. If they don't even get the regular one, they're not about to get the etymology of it.
Yeah, no.
I don't even get the etymology because the regular English is not even.
and that's okay. That's okay. And that's why
it's like baby steps. You got to baby step some people.
Even the Bible says, meet people where they're at.
Yeah, right. That's why I don't do too much. I know y'all love doing that though, the etymology stuff. But I don't even think, like I said, we barely know the regular thing, the regular words already.
Mm-hmm. But
so we reading the regular definition now. That's just plain. Then we gonna talk about the etymology. Well, to break this down, that LO means that and VE means that. That's gonna be too much. That's like overwhelming the brain.
You know what's crazy, Kevin? Is like how many times have we been on lives where people were like, "Well, how old are you? How old are you?" oh, they're 25 and I'm 44, you know, or we're gonna be in these four. It's like, yeah, my age may have transferred, but it doesn't mean that I don't see you for where you are at. You know, we still have to meet people where they're at.
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm getting, and even what you said about not having attachments or whatnot, to me, that just sounds like compassion to me. When you just have compassion for somebody, I mean, that's the more accurate word than saying
Part of love,
unconditional.
forgiveness, all that's part of love.
Exactly.
But whatever. Yeah, we just gonna rock with it. Yeah, cause I like it. Yeah, same thing. I get it though. Cause I was, like I said, I did the same thing, but I had to realize I didn't realize what I was doing all that time until I looked it up. But it's all about giving.
Oddly enough, I used to think like you, and then I wound up converting over to this ideology. Yeah, no, I did. I actually, and it's mainly due to my association with religion. When I stepped away from religion, I started to see more outside of these concepts.
I love all religions though.
Huh?
I love all religions though. That's the difference.
You love all religions?
I love everybody. I love I love everything that's created on this earth, except sin though.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, I don't got no problem with people.
There's nothing that you hate.
I ain't gonna say all religions. I shouldn't have said that though. But I'm gonna say I love the fact that they are looking at something beyond yourself. I think I have less. I don't want to say respect for people that got that. That's like God. They call themselves gods and all this stuff. And yeah, I don't know about that. As long as you looking up to something rather than just self. I'm not gonna say I don't love them. I still love them too. I love everybody, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I don't have no problem with people that's like that. They less, you know, hurting the world a little less, and they actually got some type of control about their life. If you self-righteous, they ain't got no. Some people don't. They just make up their own rules.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that explains it, man.
I'm more spiritual. But yeah, what?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, that makes sense. Then, like, yeah, you should feel the way you feel because that's what they teach. That's what they.
I ain't a Christian.
Nah, they don't teach it. I think a lot of churches, right? I'm gonna name it. I ain't gonna blame it on the whole religion. A lot of churches actually do teach conditional love. It ain't unconditional. They hardly talk about they talk about forgiveness, but I highly doubt that though.
Well, I broke down
what kind of church you went to? You must have went to like a Baptist church or something.
Nah, actually,
Was it more Pentecostal? Was you Pentecostal?
No, I just go to church. I just go to church. I don't know the names of. I just listen to the pastors. Whatever pastor sound shanky, I'm leaving. Like one of them was saying like they was asking for money like crazy. I got up out of there. But the other ones, lately, I've been having some ones that been, you know, even now with the mentality I have now, you know, I can tell if some of them playing games or if some of them is really doing it for love. Speaking of the topic.
Well, and if you break it down, like you look at all the isms, and even if you look at the ites, like you have the Levites, the Israelites, the Hebrewites, all these ites, the Christians, the ions. Like, even if you break down that word, you know, it's really about whether you're a follower or not. It really is. Yeah. It's like a social movement and stuff. So, you know, we've been presented with all this mess, you know, just like what we're presented with the politics that we have here. You know, I go into a lot of like research, even just understanding where like Africa and Americans and African Americans and Asian Americans and, you know, like a lot of people don't even dissolve themselves. They don't even know where they came from. So you know, once you're there, it's like really what it's done is it's dissolved you from who you are And are you divided within your Most High?
Yeah.
Your Most High. That's
I'm gonna say this real quick before I leave because I gotta go. But you gotta be real careful with that unconditional love stuff. And the reason why is because people will take advantage of you. They will latch onto you like a leech, and they will suck you dry. And it's unconditional love. These people that claim to show unconditional love, they're not going out there to the streets every single day, giving up all their resources. No, they're spending most of their time acquiring resources for their families and friends and people that they know that can reciprocate that love. So that's where I spend most of my time, building my family unit and my community amongst the people that I know, that I care about, and they care about me. Now, sometimes I might go out there and help people I don't know, but it's not as much as I'm helping the people that's close in proximity to me that I care about. And I just keep it there.
Yeah, that sounds like that. That sounds like that girl from earlier that was giving that her advice. Nah, it's not like that. But you know, you can be smart. People. I don't think everybody that love unconditionally is not smart. I think we got that. But like I said, we it's a projection. I get it. It's projection. I can feel it though. But like I said, it's just an expression, and you don't have to be a silly willy and have no boundaries and to love someone. All I'm saying is that yes, a lot of us do love unconditional. I mean conditional, right? And I'm gonna stick with this, and I'm standing 10 toes on this one. Real love is unconditional. I'm put it that way. Otherwise, if you just waiting on somebody to love you first, that's the fakest thing you could ever do. Let me do it back now because you doing it and all that stuff. If you that's the fakest stuff you could ever do in life right now. But that's what everybody do nowadays, because people don't know. But you gotta love yourself first to even know. A lot of us don't even know. That's why we even make it to that part about what's love and self. A lot of people think love and self is being arrogant and prideful and all that other stuff. That's not loving yourself. That ain't. Even if you look at it right, it say basically that you are, and just like what with unconditional love and you loving yourself right, you will realize that this person is no good for me, and I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to love them afar. I had my time with them and whatever. But shoot, this person sending me down to a negative path, and I can't do it. That don't mean that you don't love them anymore, but you just can't have them in your life anymore to bring you down. That's all that really is. It's just, and that's where the boundaries. And even if you look at self-love, it say you create boundaries. You're not being accused and all this other stuff though. But the average person got to use it what they do, and if they got hurt, they want to use anger in place. Which is another thing. They want to use anger in person. Well, I got hurt, and I don't want this to go through. I don't want to go through this again because the last person I loved did this to me. Because you had conditional love anyways. You was waiting. You was only doing this back and forth. Well, I love you because you did this for me, and I love that stuff. That's a whole other thing. That's back to actually that in love thing. You know what I'm saying? The people that's in love be the ones that be getting used. Speaking of, but that's a whole other thing. But like I said, the thing is. It's impossible to others, and it's possible for other people, man. So I would say, listen to a healed person, healed people that's actually doing it. It's healed people that's actually doing this. You don't have to be foolish with doing things. You don't have to be foolish. You can just love people from afar. I know we heard that word. We heard that word plenty of times. You don't have to be intimate with every last person you love. You don't have to be friends with every person you love. You don't have to. You don't have to know them. That's crazy. I'm gonna get used or I'm gonna get abused by a person that that's across the seas. Let me know. That's so deep though. But I don't know. People don't know what love is. That's what I'm saying. We don't know that, and that's the whole point of this topic today, man. So I'm asking everybody what is love, and it sounds like it's a back and forth. It sounds like that 50-50 stuff that we be talking about online and stuff. What about 50-50 dating and all that stuff? I'm going to do something when you do something, and I do this half, and that's petty and childish. Until you mature and stuff and realize what love really is, and when you want to do things because you feel like doing, or you want to, and I even feel like doing, you doing it because you making a sacrifice, because you care about somebody or you concerned. That's a whole, that's real love. Real love will be doing something and not looking for nothing in return. That's what real love is.
Okay, since you're saying that it's unconditional, do you love your mom unconditional?
I love everybody.
So you love everybody like you love your mom.
Yeah, and I've been saying this for years.
And the
when
same.
I learned what it was, yeah.
No,
Love everybody.
I mean, he's not talking about romanticized. Loving someone in a romantic sense is not the same as loving your mama, because you're talking about in love now. You're talking about a lust. You're talking about physically being attracted to somebody. That is called romanticized. He is not meaning the same thing. He's talking about unconditional love. Yes, he loves
I
his
wasn't talking about relationships. Like, where did you get that from? I didn't say
You
nothing
was
about no
about to say something that
romance.
was off the wall. You was just getting ready to say something that was off the wall.
No, you're jumping to conclusions now.
What was you about to compare it to then?
You're assuming.
What was you about to compare it to then?
Just anybody, a bum off the street. That's what I was going to compare it to. I was going to say, okay, so you love the bum on the street just as much as your mother.
Yes.
You should. I hope somebody's recording this. You serious? Are you serious?
That's what I'm saying. You find it funny. The reason why you find it funny because you can't do it. That's why it's so funny. I'm actually feeling. I actually feel bad that this is a. I actually feel bad that this is a joke to you because you really don't understand what love is. I feel bad.
You don't, brother. You lost in that religion. You don't know. You don't understand how the world is.
And that's why I didn't want to mention it. But if that's what it takes to make you feel better about your situation, yeah, cool. But I'm just saying. All I'm saying is that that's sad. That it's funny that you can't. That you have to know somebody. Somebody got to have a house for you to love them. Somebody got to do something for you to love them. That's sad.
That sounds.
What's wild to me, Mr. Facts, is that you believe that you would never be in a situation to be outside because we can be in anybody's shoes. So are you not deserving of love because you might be outside?
Sorry.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying look, it might be equal in nature, but it's different in degree, which doesn't makes it the same.
You're asking when he do the same thing for his mama. You're talking about the action of doing the same for his mother and somebody else.
It is equal by degree is absurd to me. I mean, but you have the right to think that way. That's all I'm saying. You have the right to have your perspective.
Everybody don't think the same way. I don't come with.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't come with what you will learn about me in general. I don't sit here and come with like some ill type things behind me or some type of malicious stuff just in order to get by. Like literally, I do have and I'm not gonna keep on explaining though, but I just, I have a natural care for every last person on earth. I really don't believe, myself, I don't think nobody deserved to be unalive. I wish everybody could become a better world. All this stuff. I wouldn't be on this app if it wasn't for love. If I didn't really care what was going on outside this area. A person that don't have love, they go, well, it's me and mine. It's only that. That's how majority of these people talk anyways. I'm not one of them, me and my people. You know what I'm saying? I actually care about other people other than myself. They don't have to do anything for me.
But my brother, that's not what I'm arguing. You can still do all of that and just say you love, but to say unconditional, it just changes it completely.
If that's the one, I said genuine to make you feel better. It's genuine. Unconditional love is genuine love. That's just what it is.
I just really want you to conceptualize what I'm saying. It's equal in nature, but it's different by degree, which totally changes what love is because there's so many branches that's attached to love.
You gotta say to you though. Remember to say that, right?
I would say that to me. So, but yeah, man, it's great talking to you, man. I do. At the same time, I get where you're coming from because I was there once upon a time when it came to being in that religion.
You couldn't have been there because you wouldn't have never left. You couldn't be there. It's actually no return once you really found out what self love is and loving people genuinely. No genuine love be back ungenuine. It don't happen like that.
But as I continue to move along my path and enlighten myself to how the world actually works, how the universe actually operates, and who God really is, this whole concept of God. Yeah, man, I left that understanding alone back in like ages ago. Ages ago. Let's put it like that.
Yeah. Cool. Go ahead, Kelsey.
Can I say something to Mr. Facts before he dips?
Go ahead.
And hello.
I don't think the more I think about it, I don't think he ever changed his talking point from when he first came in to now. Well, and now I'm thinking about it, he never changed it though. But go ahead.
Well, this is my whole thing. Okay, so it seems to be that unconditional, the word, is what's triggering him at the moment. Because the second it gets changed to genuine, or if anyone just says it as love only, then it's okay what's being said. He'll agree with it. He can align with it. He can find some kind of common area there. So what it's showing me is that unconditional is a trigger word for him. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Fax. It's giving me that you gave unconditional love to someone and they took advantage of you. Am I correct or incorrect?
No. Yeah, you're incorrect. Yeah.
Okay, because my point of
I'm
bringing
just
it
a
up
stickler
is
for, because I've been like really deep into, studying linguistics and words and the etymology of words and, where they derive.
because in
And like this whole,
reality,
I'm well learned about religion, all religions, specifically Christianity. So yeah, it kind of triggers me when I hear people talk about love, especially that's religious, because I see how many people that are religious that they're taken advantage of, and that just hurts me. It hurts me to my soul because they don't realize it's a way of them being taken over and controlled subconsciously, and their limbic system is being hijacked. And the limbic system deals with your thoughts and emotions, etc.
okay, so I guess I see where you're coming from, but being taken advantage of would be a personal thing. Everybody's level of what they can take is different. So maybe for you, unconditional love would feel like you're being taken advantage of, but like per se Kev, how he says like, well, I love everybody with no conditions. Maybe he has a very high tolerance of what he will take to still give that love and be unconditional. So I think you might just have a more strict condition on your love. I don't think it's fair to say that unconditional isn't real, because it is 1,000,000% unconditional love is a real thing.
I watch what I, because like I said, I used to say what he said like back in the day. I used to say I love everybody, because I love Jesus and I'm trying to walk after Christ and all of that.
But did you actually love everyone?
Well, let me finish my thought. But when I came to the realization that was absurd, and then I started really looking at the world that's before me, and for me to sit there and say I love everybody, that means the people like the KKK and all of these different things that happen to Black people as a whole, they use that to keep us under control and under subjection through religion, right? And so once I started connecting the dots and seeing how religion was indoctrinating us as a whole to keep us passive, then that's when I started to realize, this was all like psychological warfare, which is a psyop that was enforced. And it's a military tactic that they use through imperialism to keep us docile. So again, when you start researching history, then you'll start to get what I'm saying and understand why I say the things that I say. And we have to watch what we say and how we say it, because these people create these words, create these concepts to keep us divided, to keep us try to be all inclusive, and we shouldn't be. Like, we should be loving on each other more than loving on everybody else. I'm not gonna love on everybody else the same. That's just not being realistic. But if you love on the ones that love you, that's a part of your community, especially when it comes to your ethnicity and race. That's important, because especially for Black people. But we've been psychologically.
Then you say love is love.
Okay, can I just come in?
Hold on real quick. I just asked him one question real quick. Hold on real quick. No, I'll just ask him. Then you say love is love, right?
Yeah, love is just love.
So why you keep saying that I'm not gonna love all? I don't think that's our argument. Nobody's saying love anybody the same. We just saying love.
But when you was trying to explain unconditional love earlier, you kept saying love everybody the same. You love the homeless man just as much as you love your mother, and it just doesn't make sense to me.
I have love. Yes, I love everyone. Right, I express love.
But you can care for another person and have like concern and empathy for another person. But to sit up there and say you love them just as much as you love your own mother and they're a stranger, that just sounds weird to me. That's what I asked you earlier. And you said yeah. So that's what I didn't agree with, and I'm like, you know what? That's how they've been getting us and keeping us divided, because if we feel like we can love other people the same way the same way we love our own, then that's what keeps us divided. That's what keeps us not building up our communities, because we
Mr.
think
Facts,
everybody loves us the same the way we love
Mr.
ourselves,
Facts,
which they don't.
Mr. Facts, I got a question. So if you're in a car accident, right? Because this is something that happened in my personal life, but I'm gonna ask you this question. If you're in a car accident, right, and it flips over, your truck or your car flips over, random strangers might need to come and assist before a paramedic or a firefighter come. You want people to not love unconditionally and come and help you out of that. You just want to unalive in that car accident, right?
That has nothing to do with unconditional love. It has to do with duty and compassion.
It's not, no.
That's true.
The
Passion
duty
first. I
of
don't have to
another
love
human is
somebody
not to take care of
unconditionally
another
to do
human
my
that's a
job.
stranger. A duty of another human that's just someone out here. We're not talking about the person that's performing the job. We're not talking about the paramedic or the firefighter. If you see a car, or if you're in a car that's flipped against a tree, are you not going to stop and say, because I have unconditional love for humans, I want to see them out of this accident? The firefighter and paramedics are not just going to pop up just because you flip
No,
over.
I'm
Hold on,
gonna say,
Mr.
because I
Facts.
have compassion for another human being, I'm gonna help out. It's compassion. It's not unconditional love. That's the wrong word. It's just it's.
I think you just don't like the word unconditional.
I know.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Let me ask
It's
you a
called
question,
compassion,
James.
ladies.
Yeah,
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Look up the word compassion.
like,
Now,
care,
if you find unconditional love under the word compassion, then I will say, you know what, unconditional love exists.
Well,
Let's look up
can
the
I ask
word.
you one more question,
Look up
Mr.
the
Facts?
definition
I think
for the
Sean wanted to
word
go real
compassion.
quick.
Let me
Oh,
ask
I'm
this
sorry,
question.
Sean. My
Because
bad.
if it's real, if
Mr. Fact, hold on.
unconditional love is really a thing, it should be under the word compassion.
Let me ask. I know where Mr. Fact's going to come from, so I'm not even going to ask him. I'm going to ask Jane or either Kelsey, one of you guys. Do you love everyone the same?
No.
Oh,
No.
Okay. So is love or is different levels of love according to you guys?
Love is love.
So if love is love, then how do you
there's
not love
certain
everyone the
types
You
same?
can
you have,
express it and feel it at different amounts, I would say. I
right?
think it's the same thing that I was talking to my cousin, right? He said you can be happy about everything, but you can be like super happy or big. You can, and I understand what he meant by that when he said that though. So it is different levels, but it's still happy. The key word will be in there is happy.
So how do
Like
you know the difference from, like Mr. Fax is saying, care and love? How do you know the difference?
that's all part of love. That's still part of love. Compassion. I just named the seven principles. All that are forms of love, even sacrifice and all that stuff.
Okay, so this is where words is confusing as hell to me, and I think whoever made the English language is dumb as hell. Okay, if care and love is the same thing, why do we keep having all these different names of words that mean the damn same thing? That's just confusing as hell. If care and love is the same, like I care
It's
about.
not.
It's not. I don't believe it's the same. This is how I look at it.
Not the same. It's called a composition fallacy. Them making this argument, and I can explain it. I can explain it.
This is how I believe that it's love and care is two different things in my eyes, right? And according to the definition, if I'm low on money, right, and I have an option. I'm gonna feed my kids, right? It's a kids down the street, a house down the street. They struggling. They don't have any food, right? And I'm down to my last dollar. Am I going to now? Do I care about those kids down the street? Yes, I do. But the love I have for my kids and my family, I'm going to make sure we straight, and I could care. And I don't really I'm not going to go out of my way to make sure other people are straight. Do I care about those people? Yes. But the love that I have for my family will only require me to do for my household first. Now, if I love everyone the same, I will find ways to spread that amongst everyone else. But it's impossible. So I don't believe that care and love is the same. If that's the case, we only need one word.
Or how about not thinking about money and resources? How about praying for them? Because you know that they don't have the ability to eat. So getting on your knees and praying for somebody is a form of unconditional love. You didn't have to.
Hold on. But
you ain't got to share your green peas with somebody. You don't have to share your dollar with somebody to be able to say that you love them. But if you know that they're struggling down the street, like many people get on this app and say, I'm going to pray for you and don't be doing shit, pray for them. Call
So
somebody and see if they got some resources to a food bank.
okay. So now I'm going to use you guys' logic. If you care about someone, what comes with you caring about someone? That could be prayer, right? If I'm just using you guys'
Selflessness.
logic, huh?
Oh Lord, he
This
freezing.
man always
You
freezing.
talking?
God damn.
Oh, I thought it was my phone. I was like,
I said he
wait.
might as well change his name to Mr. Freeze at this point.
TikTok.
The way everybody's speaking about it right now because
Piss me
love
off,
is.
bro.
Oh, that pisses you off. That's a big boy
Oh,
word.
my bad.
That's a big boy word. I think you guys are conflating how people express love with love itself.
Wait, before you go though,
Okay, so you already know I'm about to listen.
I
Let
was
me
just
be
about to
quiet with my
say, this
phone.
is look, and I know he ain't gonna care either way, but this is who I was debating with, right? It was Lala because I was literally with you, and she can even I forgot the word, but she can say that I was saying exactly what Mr. Fax was saying, was like, ain't no such thing as unconditional love, all that stuff, literally the same thing. But like I said, and I was telling you to look, but I guess you don't even care about the definition until I went and looked at the definition for myself. And I realized that's what I've been doing this whole entire time without a religion behind it or nothing. It's the crazy part. But I realized that I can express my love. I don't know why I don't guess everybody purposely missing the point because everybody just want to win tonight, I guess. But it's a difference between expressing it, receiving it, and because you got many forms of expressing and giving things, right? Just like they got like intimacy, right? Intimacy and smecks is two different things, right? But also smecks is part of intimacy, right? It's a form of or action before a part of it, right? So it's just like love have many different things you can do to express and show it. You do different things, right? For that's out of love. But yeah, when I looked at when I had the little debate with Lala, I literally was saying for maybe a year, right, that ain't no such thing because I used to be saying the exact same thing, no such thing as unconditional hate, unconditional lust, all this stuff. I done said all this stuff, right? So like I said, when the whole point of it, just look at the definition and keep reading it. I mean, you don't even got to take it. It's just basically just saying to express it. Just express it and have no limits to your love. That's all it is. You don't have to have limits, but if you have limits, it's okay to say that y'all got conditional love. That don't mean everybody else can't do it. That's all. Whatever. But go ahead, Lana.
Before Lala go, I'm so sorry, Lala. Mr. Fax, I just gave you an unconditional finger heart, just to let you know.
Right, he ain't had to do nothing for you for that either, right?
Okay, I'm sorry.
See, good way of displaying the unconditional love. I still love you even though we disagree.
I think what's being confused I heard somebody conflate my Jesus with some stuff, so you already know I was down there wriggling in my chair. But I just think it's one of those things that has to be well understood. It has nothing to do with being indoctrinated. It has nothing to do with it doesn't really have much to, in my opinion, if you don't have a religion, you can still have unconditional love. It is, I'm sure it's much more difficult to do that if you're not if you don't have a relationship with God yourself. It's probably much more difficult to show that because you're looking for ways to quantify your love. I showed love by giving $4. I showed love. How many pieces of chicken did he give me? I gave them this many. This means that I love them. Like, you're looking for ways to quantify it, and so it's going to be difficult for you. Unconditional excuse me. Unconditional love is just loving people for also being people, and the reason why it's okay. We're also both here. I have love for you because we're both here. We're both struggling. We're both humans on earth here trying to do this thing, right? I don't want to see anything bad happen to you. That's love. And that's okay. But the love that you have between your family is a different love. The love you have with your spouse is a different love. If it's not different, then you treat your wife the same way you treat your best friend. They're different. It comes in different forms, but this love is one form that just applies because we're all on the same level. That's it.
Mm,
What the heck?
hey, hey, man, it's something about these.
Also, Sean, like you don't have to do it. It's just saying that nobody can
That's
do
why I
it.
was telling them you don't have to know about it or do it, but just know other people doing it.
No, okay, no. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just more on. I guess I feel like words and definition cause a lot of division amongst us for the most part. Just my beliefs on that, because it instead of having the definition of a word and it just be simple, they could take like the word of being a narcissist, right? And they will equate good qualities in that definition, which is supposed to be something bad. So being a narcissist is not all. I hope I'm saying the word right. My S's and goddamn spit getting caught up. But being that is not totally bad. Those are some good qualities in being a narcissist, right? So to me, why add good qualities in something that's supposed to be bad, and then it leaves the definition in words to be very subjective based upon a person or how they view things. Like I may view, okay, I could sit on this panel, you see it all day on these lives when people talking about men and women in relationships. If a man were to say that my wife, she cooks for me, she cleans, she wash my clothes, she this and that, and I'll be like, okay, that's love. Then somebody else will look at him like, oh, that's a slave. She ain't got no freedom. She this and that. So at this point, like, is love really love, or is it based upon how people look at it, and it's all about their perspective and how they view it?
So that's what I was actually getting to when I said we look for ways to quantify it. That's what I was referring to. So it's like, okay, I need to see tangible evidence, essentially, of this love that people are talking about. I need to see that I gave them 16 cookies instead of 6 because I have the 6. You can have the 16 because I love you. Like, we're looking for ways to quantify it when some things are not quantifiable. And love is one of those things. Lots of things are fall into that category, but love is one of those things that cannot be quantified.
I asked Kev this question earlier. And my boy, he ducked it. So I'm gonna ask you.
I didn't. Okay. I said different ways. I couldn't explain it.
No. I'm gonna say this one. This one I'm talking about. K, Lala, right? My bad, Lala. Okay, you know how to love someone, right? I'm pretty sure you know how to love someone. So my question would be, how do you know that your spouse loves you? And is there a difference from someone loving you the way they think you should be loved compared to the way that you think you should be loved? Is there a difference in that?
So I know my partner loves me. I feel his love through like the things that he does for me. Like, he helps me. He sees I'm tired. He does stuff for me, right? Like, or the way he cares, the way he takes care of me. I see his love through the way that he speaks to me. And so that's my evidence for him loving me. There is a difference, not in whether this person's love is genuine, but it's a difference in understanding. Like, if I feel like I need to hear, like, if I feel like I need a bunch of hugs all day in order to feel like you love me, but you feel like you love me by telling me you love me all the time, it doesn't mean that your love's not genuine. That's something within myself that I have to work out and understand that, like, hey, this might be his way of expressing that to me. So yeah, it's different sometimes the way we receive it to the way we give it. But, it's just, I just feel like the genuineness of someone's love cannot be quantified because that's something that happens inside of them.
See, I got to answer then one I just thought about. I guess a simple way. How can I tell? They will, when I see a person make a sacrifice for me, something that they usually don't do, and they do it because of me, just selflessness. I'm gonna just say overall selflessness. Anything I see selfless that benefits me and not them, I say that's love. If you're saying for my partner to love me, vice versa, because I was telling you what I would do for them, but it would be the same exact thing.
So earlier y'all said that there's a different type of love, like it's love expressions of it, right? So this is how, I guess, in my own little world, my own opinion about this.
Shine the world.
when like and this happened in my marriage, right? At one point, and we finally had to start doing things different. I was loving my wife how I think she should be loved compared to how she says she wants to be loved and how she receives love, how she knows that she is being loved. And we struggle with that because I didn't have the capacity at that time to love her the way that she wanted to be loved because I thought it was fairy tale and it was stupid. And the way I wanted to be loved with, I wanted her to love me a way that wasn't, and she didn't love me the right way because she thought she could love me the way that she think I should be loved. She think I didn't know what love was, so the way I was asking her to love me, she thought was very toxic and wrong. So she couldn't honor that until we went to counseling. We went to therapy and everything. We realized that when you love someone, you want to do things to make them happy. So if my wife say, hey, I like this or I like that, and if it's within your reasons and it don't cost you anything, it don't cost you to lose yourself and who you are. If I tell my wife like, hey, when I come home in my house, like, because I'm not one of the people who I just believe that a woman should cook and clean and all. No, I do my daughter's hair. I cook. Well, I can't cook. I microwave some shit, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. When I clean up, I wash the baseboards. I wash the goddamn baseboards. I clean the walls and everything, right? And my wife knows that if my house is not clean, if our house is not clean, I feel like my life is not in order. And when I get home from work, the last thing I want to do is to come home and having to clean instead of relax. So, and because I clean also. So what my wife do is it's the small things. She learned that, and I learned that what she likes and how she feels loved, I have to do those things in order for her to feel loved from me. Do she love herself? Yes. But how does she know I love her? If she asks me to do certain things and it's within my reason, I should be able to do those things for her. If now here's the other part of it, Lala, my bad. If you tell your husband or your significant other that, hey, this is how you need to create a safe space for me in order for me to feel loved and me to be open up to you, and that person constantly do the opposite, you would not. I'm not gonna say you would not. I don't believe that someone would honestly feel like someone loved them. Like when I see people get on this app every single day, and I asked this woman one time, I say, if I got on this app every single day, and all I did was talk bad about women, and then you found out I was married, what would you think? You'd be like, oh, I think you hate your wife. So it's the same way. If someone is like, you go to a job, do you do your job based upon how you think the job should be done, or do you do your job based upon the policies and the procedure that your boss giving you? Right. You're going to do it based upon the procedures and the policies that the job have given to you. And therefore, a job could grade you based upon the policies that they put in front of you, and you are performing those duties. I believe it's the same way when it comes to relationship. If someone tell you this is what they love and this is how they feel love and it's within your reason, if you don't do those things, that's not a form of love to me. I don't believe someone can feel love.
I guess I see it like this, and I'm not saying you shouldn't try, because I think we should all try to exercise all versions of showing love. I don't feel like you should just stick yourself in a box and like, this is the only way I can show love. This is the only way I can receive love. That's it. It's nothing else, right?
Right.
I do think we should all try. So if someone says like, oh, I just need to hear you tell me that I'm pretty more. I need to hear you say like you love me. I need to hear that more. I think you should put in effort to do those things. But also, you're dealing with a person, not a computer. You don't put in keys and be like, okay, I need compliments. And so now for the next week, he's going to give you compliments because you told him to. This is a human being who's probably built up a habit or an idea around, you know, giving compliments. Maybe giving a bunch of compliments make him feel like, you know, he's being disingenuous. And so that's uncomfortable for him. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it takes them time to wrap their head around it. And so I think if you're intentionally not giving it to them, then yes, you're absolutely right. Then I don't feel like you care that much about that person, or you could care about them. You just care about you more, right? You want to be comfortable, or it could just be that there's an adjustment that has to be made because we're dealing with a human. That's just my opinion though.
Look, I also believe, because that sounds like that love language stuff. But yeah, those were the alternate. Because I don't think even like, okay, we could talk about the recepting part too, man. Just being entitled to the way you want to be loved, which I know gonna burn a lot of people with this one though. I think I believe that is like some internal things, because love itself should be, just like we said, there's many ways to love, right? Many ways to do it, right? But if a person only know how to be accepting or really notice love of one or two ways, that I wouldn't say that's your problem. You should do it because you love them, right? But not somebody said, he said, but you should also, the person that love you should be also be, I would say, accepted or grateful for the love that you give them, even if it ain't the one that you like. I mean, the specific one you like. You know what I'm saying? Even if, like, look, say if mine was, I love physical touch or something like that, and my girl was to give me some words of affirmation instead, I'm a still love it, because me myself, I practice, and I know everybody ain't the same, and I have to realize that. Me myself, I practice all 5 of them, right? I practice that these are so many different forms, and it's more than that, right? It's so many different forms of being receptive to them things, to them. I was like, you know what? That's cool, because I see it. It's just so much more. Like, I even see if somebody buy me a gift, I look at it as the same amount. Man, that's not how things work. I had talked to this one chick. Yeah, I know how to work. It's like more of a it's a science behind it though. But I also say that I think the problem with people nowadays is that they use that because it's supposed to be a base, right? It's supposed to be a base that this is what I do, but you're supposed to also learn how to give yourself those first. And you also should know how to be like, ask yourself why I only can love this certain way. Because I think the ultimate goal is to be able to be acceptant or be receptive to all 5 plus more, right? 5 plus more. I think it's because there's so many different ways. I think it's way more than just 5. Because I noticed that my friend, look, one of my friends, I noticed his love language is probably like, and he don't notice it, right? And I love when people don't know, right? It's because they don't start being entitled to it, but they don't realize that the way they express it, because his is like more of gift buying. He got to buy people gifts and all that stuff. And I noticed that, like, dang, do you know how to, but of course it had to come from, because that's the only way he seen love when he was younger. That's the only or a lot of them things be what you lack when you was younger too, so. And I also believe love can grow, right? So when you mature and stuff, it kind of changed, right? So just like me, right? I might have had a lust towards, fat booties and all that stuff. And when a girl do this and that for me, that's love or whatever. And I realized, it's more, now it's like more of a conversation. It's the way we being patient and all this other stuff. So I look at love in so many different forms than that. I don't have to be like, dang, I need the physical touch, since that's supposed to be men's favorite one nowadays or whatever. So I don't do the fit, I ain't worried about the physical, but and I also, because like
it's in my top 2, and I'm a girl, so
I think most women, they usually love words of affirmation from everybody I usually talk to. Words of affirmation and maybe
I don't know if he means like solely it's like what you lack as a child. Okay, I think he's just saying like the way you were raised has an effect on how
it most definitely do. I even looked it up. I looked all this stuff up.
On how you receive love from other people.
But
usually it comes from your childhood.
Are you hearing that even with Kev's definition of it, it can explain it as being subjective, and then he also said that it could be something that you could lack, or if because y'all use the word only, like, and I believe that everybody love language is not the same, and y'all also said there's different forms of love and how you express those loves, right? So I don't care if my wife have, let me just go personally, I don't care if your spouse have 10 ways they want to be loved, or they have 1 way that they receive love. I believe, and it goes with work again, and I know a lot of people don't like when it comes to men and women, they love to separate work and from relationships.
That's true.
This is how you could tell the difference if something is genuine with me. No woman outside of my household, whether I have a woman boss or not, is going to get to ultimate love and respect that my wife gets. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to bow down to a woman at work because she's my boss and then go home and treat my wife a certain way. However I act with that boss, and I could be quiet and listen to her even when I disagree, I'm going to have that same compassion and empathy when I come home and have the conversation with my wife. I'm not going to cut her off because I don't cut my boss off. Same way with work. If I go to a job and this job is setting standards and policies that I have to follow, I'm going to follow those things. Now I'm not going to go to that job and do the job the way I want it to be done. I'm gonna get my ass fired in a heartbeat, and I'm not gonna get any raises. I'm not gonna be looked at as a good employee. What everyone do is you go to those jobs, you subscribe to the things and the needs and conditions that job want you to do. Whether you like it or not, you do it. So when it comes to your relationship, whether you like it or not, you should do it. You can't put stipulations on how you can work and then how you can handle a relationship, because it shows that your morals and principles could be, this is a caveat. How I've seen certain people in relationships, and when I see women, you could be you don't like that submissive shit. But if a man has certain type of money and stature, you're gonna be submissive as hell. So that means your morals and principles change, and you could be bought with a price tag. So I don't believe that if my wife would say her love language is words of affirmation, which I'm good at that because I tell myself every goddamn day, you a bad motherfucker when I look in the mirror. And her second one was gifts and shit, right? And that goes with me easy because I'm a natural giver. I love giving to people. Some people say that's tricking, but to me, I'm a natural giver. So if you're a woman who like a man to buy you things and he don't like to buy things, don't get you that type of man. Get you a man that's a man who love to give. And some men love language is to give. They don't make him a trick. They don't mean that he don't know nothing about women. He don't know how to make a woman happy. That's his gift. And on the other hand, if your spouse is telling you something and it's not changing who you are as a person and you can't do it, I don't care my wife now saying, and I get what Lala was saying as far as the extra shit, as far as like, I gotta tell you I love you all day long. Like, no, that means you need you experience something which causes you to want to be loved in a certain way that's kind of like damn near unreasonable at this point. But when it comes to, hey, I like roses. I like spontaneous things. I like to take road trips here and there. If that's why be with someone if you can't fulfill the things that they love and what makes them happy? If they could do these things on their own and then they get with you and you can't do those things, what's the point of being in a relationship? If you can fulfill yourself better than your partner, I think that's crazy.
The only thing, I believe relationship, it is work, right? But when it comes to, that's the only thing I be always having disagreements with. I think it is. It's so hard, man. That's the reason why. And I'm glad what Kelsey said, because I done mentioned that before even with the love language thing. That's conditional type situation or whatever. But I wish it was it's just so hard for me to explain what I've put in time doing for real. Like, because I realize all these things and why people think the way they think and move the way they move for the most part. Because it's like, I don't think you should, when it comes to love, that's something that you shouldn't have to put, you shouldn't have to it shouldn't be a job with that part, right? Especially with the so let me say, I'm trying to put this though. Basically, it shouldn't be like I got to do this and I got to do that. It shouldn't be a tough thing you should have to do. When it comes to love with somebody, because I think it got to be a both end thing. It got to be both sides of a receptive part, because it got to do with the receptance and the giver on both ends, right? But if the receptant is only worrying about getting certain, especially when it comes to love a certain way for them to recognize it, or for them to be more aware of it, or more appreciative of it, that's a problem. And I don't know why people can't see that. Like I think that's one of the things I talked about for the past year or so right here, because I have learned to love myself and give myself all those things. And I learned what appreciation, gratitude. I don't think nothing outbeats that. When it comes to peace, happiness, and all that stuff, you got to know what gratitude is. You got to know what appreciation is, because you realize that people outside of self don't have to give you these things. They just don't. It's not their job. Literally, I look at this. This is how I know that the language thing, whatever, we go back to that, right? That why I know people can change it is because if you grew up a certain way, right? Say if somebody don't never give you your love language that you want, or whatever, you don't get that love that you want, right? Eventually, you're gonna either adapt to it or you're gonna stay alone for the rest of your life, because nobody's entitled to give you what you want. It's what really you want, because it ain't no need thing. Because eventually, eventually you're gonna have to find something, a reason why. You got to ask yourself this question, because everything I do, I ask questions. Ask other people questions. I ask myself questions, right? Why am I hanging with these type of people? What I'm getting out of this? Let's get to the why do I only love this certain way? So I will try my best. And the difference is I don't sit in what somebody tell me. Every like people used to be like, oh, you're this or you're that, and I would try to prove them wrong, right? If my love language to tell me that all I can do is focus on physical touch, or if I can all I need is words of affirmation, I'm gonna ask myself why. That's the difference. I'm gonna ask myself why, and I'm gonna focus on like, dang, why is I'm like this? Why can't I see it other different ways? Why can't I? Well, I know I can understand it now because like I said, I love love. I'm put it that way, and all the different many forms that come behind it. I really just love. I love it. Like even when people at my job, and it's so hard. It's so hard to explain because I'm really coming from a place that put in. Speaking of work, right? I put in that work to be able to recognize that some people are just very hurt and they express it. They might even express it through like have to cuss you out type situation. But you could tell that they doing it out of hurt and they have a care for you. And you know what I'm saying? So but some people like, that's one of the reasons why even with the words, right? Some people might cuss you out. You might think it might not mean love, right? Because you so focused on the words that you like, dang, no, I think you called me this or whatever. But they only said it because they was, they felt they was looking out for you. I don't know. It's like when you yell at a kid, right? Because I even believe, like, even with the affirmation, all that stuff, that's for more. I think it's for children. I ain't gonna even lie. I'm to be real though, because I think like I used before, right? When a kid was younger and stuff, like they always needed to be told it was beautiful. They always need to be told that that you the best. All these things, even the things that you said that you be doing in the mirror, right? You have to do these to the kids, right? You have to be like, oh, congratulate them, like, oh, I like that dress. Oh, daddy, I like that you getting that dress and stuff. All these things, you have to give these to children, right? Then, for real, that's real talk. This real talk, and that's something I noticed. And I know, like I said, I know this stuff. It get people all the time, right? But it's something I have to realize. So the thing is, it's like eventually, just like birds, right? Eventually, you have to learn these things on your own. Like when you start giving yourself on your own, you don't require this from everybody else. Like you really have to be like, all right, just like you said, you tell yourself I'm a bad mother because you don't have to wait till somebody else tell you you're a bad mother. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to. Hold
on. This for any mother in here, or even father, and I'm gonna speak on your job situation because I don't think you contradicted yourself, but we're gonna see. Okay, it happened the other day, and I'm pretty sure if you're a mother or father, you could get this. It's not that. Let's say that it's your job to take care of your kids, right? To buy them things and provide for them and everything, right? You don't need a pat on the back as people say you don't. I disagree. And the other day, my daughter went to my wife and wrote her a letter and said, I just thank you for being so strong. Thank you for just instilling good things. This is my 14-year-old daughter, instilling good things in us and being positive and just being a good mother. And we love you, such and such. My wife bust out crying, right? Now, that's her job. She know that she's a good mother, but when you hear that come from other people, it does something for you. Now, and speak to your point about your job, Kev. Are you froze, man? Because I don't know, your shit be tripping.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Now, when you went to your job, according to your logic, when you went to your job and they said, hey, this is what I need you to fulfill these roles, or you the man for this job. You didn't sit up there and tell them people, well, what make you think your needs got to be met? Like, what make you entitled to think that I'm going to do this job? No, you sat there quietly and they asked you, could you do these jobs? You said yes, and they hired you for it. And you go to work every single day and do things that other people tell you to do. If not, you would be fired. So if someone could have that same capacity for work and have that same capacity for other individuals outside of their relationship, and you also said that you like, well, why should you have to try hard? It's not hard. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not even hard to do. If my wife asked me to do something, it's not hard. Because I said, my main thing I said was, if it don't change who you are, it don't make you feel less than, it don't break your pockets. And I say, if it's within reason, it comes natural. Because how I love myself, and if I want to see my wife happy, why would I do things to make her? Why would I do things that she don't like? Like if my wife don't like seafood, why would I take her to a seafood place? That's dumb.
We talking about love.
Huh?
We talking
I
about
do
love
want to
though.
say,
Like that
I do
shouldn't be
want to say
compared.
this. I know Kelly has a question. Kelsey,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
No, it's okay.
I just wanted to say one thing really fast,
Yeah, go
as
ahead
fast as I can. I was just gonna say, no, I can't talk any faster. I can't be Alter, but I can say. I was just saying, I think what is important to know is that when you say, I need to hear words of affirmation from somebody else, you are not saying that you think little of yourself. You are asking them what they think of you. And that's I think that might be a difference in what we're even presenting. Because I don't need like my partner not thinking I'm pretty might have an effect on how I see myself, but it also might not, because I can see myself as gorgeous and think something's wrong with my partner's eyesight, right? So it's about, what do you think? Do you see me? Do you think I'm pretty? Are you happy to be with me? Why we wake up at like midnight and look over, did you marry me as like a friend or as a wife? I just want to know, you know what I mean? So that's like the kind of that's all I'm just saying. It comes from how you're looking at confirmation about how they feel about you. But go ahead, Kelsey. Sorry.
Oh, you don't have to be sorry. So my first question, Kev, in the 7 things of love, is understanding one of them?
Yes.
Okay. So what
Patience.
my point of asking that is, we're all talking about love languages, we're all talking this and that, and you should never have to express your love language, because if your significant other genuinely loves you, they'll take the time and effort to understand you. So my point of saying this is I'll bring a little personal into it. When my husband and I first got together, he would always buy me things. And I personally could care less about material things. I don't think that shows love. I don't equate that to love. So for me, I was just like, oh, thanks, and really wasn't super appreciative because I didn't want anything. But once I started to understand my husband and I understood that that's how he was shown love as a child, that his mom would get mad, and when she felt bad, she would take them to go buy a new video game, or she would take them to go get a new pair of shoes, or XYZ. So once I understood my husband, then I understood that was his way of showing me he loved me. And instead of being in my feelings, oh, why isn't he hugging and kissing me every second? Why isn't he telling me how beautiful I am? I then had to understand him, and that comes with me loving him. So I think we're internalizing love way too much in what we want instead of loving our partner and accepting how they love us. So I
like that.
I used to really, really get hung up on love language myself. I used to think if people didn't show me the love language that I wanted, they didn't care. They don't respect me. They're not hearing me. And like Lala said, we're all human, and it takes time. I mean, we're going on 4 years of marriage, and he definitely hugs and kisses me more, and he tells me how beautiful I look.
Did you have to tell him that though?
I mean, I did express to him that I don't prefer gifts as a form of love, but obviously if that's how he wants to show his love, I will appreciate everything he brings and gives me and does for me. But when he realized that I was giving him more affection, I was hugging him, I was telling him how handsome he was, he understood my love language and was able to then in turn give me what I needed. So I know he likes that gifts are love for him. So as much as he tells me, don't buy me nothing, I don't need anything, I don't want you to get me anything, per se, yesterday was his birthday. Don't give me a gift. I don't need anything. I don't want anything. I have everything I need. I still went and got him the cologne that he went and looked at 47 times every time we went to the store. So it's understanding the person that you're loving, whether it's a partner, friend, family. I think that we get too caught up in what we want, and that's not love. Love is selfless. Love is loving someone more than ourselves. Love is putting our wants and needs to the side for said person. So I think that, I think that everyone's getting hung up on that.
It though, Kelsey. I think that's why I originally started looking into it, was to understand my partner's love language. I didn't really look so much into mine. I was just like, oh, like how I wonder if I can try and figure out how I can make him feel like I'm the most present, or I can make him feel like I love him the most. And I just kind of got him to take the test. That was for me, though. I'm not saying everybody has to do that. I was just saying that's what I did. Sorry.
Yeah, let me say this though, because as I said, even with that, man, we gotta question these things as why. Because I keep hearing this. Well, this the way I understand love. I just keep, that's how she understands. Like that. It's like people don't really want to dig into why. Nobody's born this way. Nobody. Because the thing is, we might as well say people are born feminine and masculine, but it's obvious that we condition people to do that, right? So it have to be. You know what I'm saying? It got to be a childhood thing. I don't know why we acting like that. This is our parent personality. No, all these things come from habits, literally. So I was always the type that always, like I say, I have to ask why. Why is it this way? Just like people that the horoscopes, right? People like they I'm gonna say this too. What I learned about the love language thing, right?
Lord, he done froze right in the middle of the sentence.
I was just gonna say it. There he goes again.
Hey, whether he know it or not. It doesn't. It's all the same.
I think the prototype should share. We should probably let him in really quick. Oh, he's back. Oh, sorry, Jane. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. The last thing you said, Kev, was the love language thing. I'm just letting you know. So you won't
man, I was about to slap my phone, but I was like,
I'm just helping you
it always
out.
get me at the right time. That junk is I swear, it's irritating.
You said the love language thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because the love language, right? Because I was about to mention the reason why I don't have to look up the book you talking about, okay? Because I've been literally talking about this for years though. I always, like, that's why I said, as long as I understand the roots, I get the reasons behind it. And even I looked up a few things because the book just came out some years ago. They came out with 5 love languages or something like that. But it came, I don't know how many years ago, but it was recent. It wasn't that long. But like I say, I think we use things like that. Just like, I was about to compare it to the signs, right? Signs, like people that believe in signs. These are things that once you study them, right, and get why it's like that, that's when you use self-work. So I believe it's a starting point, right? Okay, dang, I found out. Just like I mentioned, I found out that, I love giving. So now I have to question it. Why do I like that? Dang, I realized, okay, this is the only way I seen love when I was a child, right? Or this is what I got interested in. It was an interest. I like the way it make me feel. So that it's just like smoking, right? Some people got turned off from it. It was a pain from it. Or people, just like some people may dodge words of affirmation, right? Or certain things, like all these love languages, they might dodge it because they got tricked, right? They hear it and that's why I always tell people to pay attention to actions over words. I wouldn't, that's the main thing. I probably wouldn't do that. He said clear it up. Oh what the freak?
I will.
I believe.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
No, I ain't done. No, I believe those are bases, right? I'm not saying it's fake. None of it, because I had this long debate with freaking this girl that was in main thing wrong. I do believe it's real, right? I believe everybody do have, just like I told you, my friend, that his love language is, and he don't know it, right? It's gift giving, right? He don't know, but I realized it came from somewhere. So I believe it's a base. And now that you know these love languages, now that we can look them up, right? We got Google now, we got all these things. Then from there, you have to understand. That's when you come with understanding yourself, because everybody say that I understand self and all that stuff. So that's even with me, right? I had to like, dang, why can't I? Why do I put up with, just like I gave up? I've been the celibate, right? But I'm like, dang, I realized what I put up with when I was doing it. I've been letting women slide because they look good and all that stuff. So that was something with understanding self, right? With that, I just throw that in there though. In general, like something I had to work on. So I believe once you learn your love language, you don't sit there and saturate it and say, this is just me. No, you work on it and say, all right, how can I love other ways? How can I? Because nobody don't want to know one track thing. And then another thing I wanted to say too is also, is like, I asked this chick that, I said, do you want to tell somebody how to love you, or would you want somebody to love you just to love you because they want to? You know, because like telling somebody how to love you, that's not even real. That's some fake stuff. You know what I'm saying? I love this way. I need you to do that. And 9 times out of 10, you have to find another human being that's like that. But if you have to tell somebody at the beginning what your stuff is, you don't want to do that anyway. It's like trying to change another person. That's another thing right there. But it was something else I want to say, but I forgot though. But it was something else.
So I partially agree with what you're saying up
I
to
have
a
a
certain
question, Lala, real quick, because I know
excuse me, Jen. I
y'all
keep
gonna dig
forgetting.
into it. It's okay. I just got because I don't do the love languages either, right?
Well, I love you with all the languages, Jen. So
Oh,
go ahead.
thank you,
You're
Lala.
welcome.
I don't even know all the languages, child. I glanced
Period.
over and read,
I kept
and
jealous. Sorry.
yeah, I glanced. I didn't study. But that was a question that I had that's kind of geared towards what Kev said. Do you believe that most people abuse this factor of love languages for the
Yeah,
majority?
manipulation on both ends. I say from a point it becomes manipulation on both, because you can get manipulated by it because somebody can give you what you want, right, and just show it because they realize it because you told them, or people use it to change. Even if they don't want to admit it, they use it. That's why they tell people at the beginning. They use it to see if they can get somebody to mold them into what they want. So I realize that's why you never want to really mention it. You know, I will recommend, right? I just wouldn't. But yeah, I realize the manipulation on either end. That's what I noticed. Because persuasion is not for self, right? Persuasion is to help somebody become better. Manipulation is more of to help benefit self. So it's most definitely manipulation on both ends.
Well, and I was just going to piggyback off of what you said earlier, Kev. I wholeheartedly believe that people's love languages are what they lacked as a child, and maybe I'm internalizing it because personally that's what it is. I didn't get physical hugs from my father. I didn't words of affirmation from my father, and that's all I yearned for. I did everything and anything to make him proud, to get that form of attention from him, and he just wasn't capable of giving it. My father was just not healed enough to give that type of love. And now as an adult, I understand that. As a kid, I resented him for it. You know, why don't you love me? Why don't you hug me? Why don't you tell me you're proud of me? And I resented him for a long, long, long time for that. But as I matured and I learned to understand my father and understand what he went through as a child and the life that he endured and why he couldn't give me that type of affection or love, I then could see ways he did show his love to me. And I think that's where people lack, is like you said, once you figure out your love language, you need to ask yourself why. Why do I need those things? Why do I feel like people don't love me if they don't do said things? So once I internalized and understood, oh, okay, I lack that from my own father and it's an internal thing, then I could let go of that with my husband. I could let go of, oh, okay, he loves me, but not in that aspect, or he can't give that either. So I think the self-work that people lack and why they use the love languages.
Go ahead, Kay, before somebody go.
Guys, I promise I'm going to say this and I'm going to drop because I work with couples. So this is what the purpose of why the love languages came up. Gary Chapman was a Baptist preacher at his church who was in charge of his adult couples ministry. So what he did was, as the counselor and psychologist that he was, he made a research and assessment to try to understand what couples were really fighting about and what really was the issue. So with all the research that he did, and this happened 30 years ago. Okay, so what he ended up doing was, with all the research and the data that he received from the couples from over these years of counseling them, he noticed that there were, at first it was 7, then it went down to 5 about how couples speak each other's language. That's the wording that he came up with to be able to understand what a partner needs in their marriage, adults in marriage. So I want to make that very clear. What you guys are talking about when it comes to like pain and trauma, that's another theory. And that's from the 1950s called the attachment theory. And that comes from the nature of an emotional attachment that you have with humans, and it starts with children when we're children with our parents. So based on the nature of that attachment, and that's how, if you're fostered or cared for, or if you're not, that does influence the nature of how you attach in your romantic relationships. Love languages is not based on trauma. Love languages are not based on pain. Love languages are not based on lack. That's a whole different scope of things. In the 1950s, Ainsworth and Bowlby made this up as researchers because they found out when they was looking at infants that infants get their needs met based on their parents, and that's how they learn to develop an attachment strategy. That's what it was called. And that is some of the things that contributed to who they were as they grew older, and it impacted the way they were in relationships. So does attachment style explain every little thing about your relationships? Of course not, but it does explain a great deal of why your relationships have succeeded or failed. That is not what the love languages are for. We have to stop saying that if you have words of affirmation, it's because you weren't talked to enough as a child, or if you like gift giving because somebody ain't show up to your party with a gift. That's not what that was for. The love languages was for adult couples who were married in his church, and him being the psychologist that he was, he made that up so that people could really know how to get into how to communicate love to their partner, because that's what the missing component, what he was doing. So if you want to talk about why people are the way they are in relationships, let's talk about attachment theory, but that is not love languages. That is not true. We have to stop saying that. So if we're going to talk about different why people do things that they do, look up attachment theory, but you have to really study it. Don't just say stuff and then be like, well, I ain't reading it, I study people. No, study the origin of the context, because that matters. Because if you form an opinion about a whole research and assessment off something that's not there, then of course your perspective about what that is going to be tainted. Just because a person needs words of affirmation doesn't mean that that they have lack. Matter of fact, they might have secure attachment. They might be an anxious attachment. They might have anxious resistant or avoidant, or they might be disorganized, and they might like gifts. But that doesn't mean that the love languages are bad. It's not even about pain or trauma. That's not what that's for. So we have to stop saying those things, because that's not even that's not even the origin of why. So all that talk about, oh, well, if you like love language, that's for children. Love languages weren't even for children. It was for adult married couples who had children, and some of them didn't, some of them couldn't. So you got to look up the whole thing and not just take bits and pieces because of what you think somebody said about it. I've been doing this for years. Okay. And in counseling sessions, it does help when sometimes when I give homework that I tell couples, take this assessment. And when they do and they learn, it does help a lot, because a lot of couples do not know how to communicate that they love their partner, or sometimes they resent the fact that their partner has needs, and then they do what you just did. Well, it got to be trauma. No one got to be trauma, because what you just, that right there, that's actually very unloving and callous, and that's going to turn somebody off from wanting to be around you. Like, we have to understand that. So it's really good for couples to take assessment, to take intake, which we are actually required to do, because that's how you get to the niche of what's really going on in the marital relationship. So there's nothing wrong with the love languages. And please stop thinking that because they know what their primary love language, that they're doing it out of some type of lack. No, if you really want to get into that, look up attachment theory and then we can have a conversation. But that right there, I said no. It's not based on being immature. You know what's immature? Knowing what your partner need, and you be like, well, I don't think you need to do it like that, so I'm not gonna give it to you. That sucks. Nobody wants to be with you if you have that type of attitude. Is it that they know their love language, or maybe you don't have the capacity to know to give that love? Did you think about that? People don't think about that. Sometimes they make their partner's issues like, oh, well, because you want it this way, you must have a problem. No, baby, it might just be you. But you have to be mature to be able to hear that. And unfortunately, that's what Gary Chapman did. And that's why he made the love language. You want to know why? Because they were saying stuff like that. Because they think that it's because of this lack in your life and you must don't like yourself. Like, no, like we got to stop saying that, because if you're going to say that about people with words of affirmation, what about the other 4 languages? What about the ones that like physical touch? What, were they touched as a child? Maybe that's why they need a hug. No, that's not how that works. That is so asinine and ignorant. Like, that's not even how that works. So we got to stop saying that.
Yeah, everybody think a little bit different though, but I feel you on that.
I mean,
I like that you said
I'm not going by something that I said.
You said the origin, right? You saying the origin of the book, but I
the
think
person who made it that you're criticizing, that's the difference. It's not like
that's cool. They made it up, but they not Einstein. They just came up with this stuff.
But he's a scientist. That's why he was able to get the data, because he's
that's cool. But did he say the root of it? That's what we arguing right now. We're not talking about who made the book.
But
I don't think the criticizing is for the person that created it. I think the criticizing is for how it's being exercised out here. I mean,
how it's being exercised doesn't negate what it was in the beginning. We got to stop thinking because
but that's the whole thing.
Wait, hold on, wait a minute, sister.
I didn't. But wait a minute, though.
No, but you cut me off while I was speaking, so that's the thing.
I understand, but
no. But can I get my thought out, because you just cut me off while I was speaking?
I'm trying to understand something.
You could understand if you don't cut me off.
Okay, Kay, because we don't have to be disrespectful either.
I mean, you were first. It's fine. You cut me off.
That's not disrespect, Kay. We're trying to have a conversation, and I think we've all been doing that up here.
All you had to do was just wait, and I don't mind giving people the time, but you cut me off. Okay.
Really, I cut off Kev, but okay.
Yeah, and you cut me off while I was speaking, while he was addressing me. So you talk about disrespect. It's you.
It's a conversation, honey.
No, it wasn't a conversation.
You got the floor. You came up here hot about the love language.
Ma'am, it's fine. We can disagree, but to disrespect and be like put in front and talk about disrespect is weird. You're the one that did it.
Hey, you have the floor.
Okay, well, can you please go on mute so I can finish my point, please?
I don't have to mute. Just talk.
No. So while everybody get on mute while I was on stage, you get to be off mute. But you got to be on. But you're
hot right now. You don't even know why you're mad. You're just hot right now.
Man, I'm not mad. I just know what I'm saying. Like, bro, I'm just asking. Like.
No, not the music. I don't want my stuff getting flagged. I want to be able to have this stuff.
Okay. Can I just say?
It's fine. I'm gonna just go ahead and go. Thank y'all for having me. This is cool.
I thought you was gonna finish your point.
No, it's cool. Listen, I'm not gonna do this. It's cool, but thank you. Y'all have a good night.
It's just a conversation. It's just a conversation. We're gonna disagree sometimes. That's all it is.
Well, no, I agree with what she said about the I do. Well, you know how I feel about the love language.
I never said that. It was not. That's what I'm saying. All this stuff I really just said. I said the exact same thing she said. That's the crazy part. I said it. I never said it was. I never said it was bad or nothing. I'm just saying it's a root.
I think what I'm trying to, I wouldn't explain nothing because I was just sitting here staring with my eyes open. But I was saying, what I'm thinking is when you say it like, how do I explain it? Like Kelsey had said, like her daddy didn't tell her that, didn't talk much to her, didn't say what she wanted to hear or what she needed to hear as a child. And so as an adult, she wanted to hear more things, right? More love in words. And like, for me, what I think it sounds like is you're saying that it's like, for me, it's the same thing as if like, okay, my children are raised to say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Right? That's because that's how they were raised in my house. That's how we address adults. That's how you'll continue to address adults probably until you become an adult. Right? And you probably still do it then because I still do it. So I think it equates to the same thing. I don't necessarily think someone was not teaching you a way. I believe they were showing love away. So it's not something that's being taken from you. But yes, so I'm saying, yes, I agree with you that it's rooted in childhood, but not in a negative way to the point where like I'm an adult now and I show love through gifts and now I need therapy because I need to figure out why I show love through gifts. Because there's nothing wrong with that. Like it's okay that you show love through gifts.
Let me say this real quick, man, because like I said, a lot of these things I done looked up, just like all of us said we looked up things, I done looked it up too, right? I know this is going to be a heavy topic because everybody got their own things with this love language thing, right? So I look up what's the causes, right? That's all I've been talking about the whole entire day. I'm not talking about who made it and all that. All I'm saying, look, I looked up cause of love languages. According to Dr. Liv, a person's love language can change due to age, life, events, trauma, or they learn more about themselves, right? And I mentioned that before, that it can change. I said as you mature and grow, because I'm living this stuff. Like it's getting very hard today for me to talk because I'm literally talking. I'm saying these things for a reason. I understand that I understand all of us are at different levels, but I'm not speaking on these things for no reason. It's always a reason for everything, every last thing, no matter what we look up, no matter what the situation is, it's a reason. We got to remember that it's always a reason. It don't just pop out of nowhere. It's always a reason, right? It's a reason why people might be masculine. It might be a reason why everybody grow up different ways. So it's going to create things out of different people. They're going to become different things.
Their environment can cause the way that they shape or see the world and the way that they do things. Yes, I agree.
Yes, and that's all kind of what me, I think it was me, Jane, and Kelsey. That's the point. I wouldn't say arguing, but that's the point we making. Is just the root. We're not talking about that because, like I said, I never said this stuff was. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm not saying it's real. I didn't even say there's no science to it, right? I do believe it, right? All I'm saying is that these love languages, and I really don't care how many people would keep hurting off this situation because I gotta be direct. I'm not about to play with my own life. I'm not gonna play with everybody else's life. I'm gonna be direct with it. Is that if you are only caught in these certain things, you have to question yourself no matter what the situation is. Nobody's stuck being one way. To say that you just got one love language, that means you can't change. And I believe in change. Everybody can change. I'm not about to tell somebody that you are this way or box yourself in just to tell them that, well, this is just you. I don't believe in this just you. If you say this is just you, you're just limiting yourself.
Is that what you feel like?
Beyond,
Is that what you feel like we said?
That's what happens. I'm not saying that's what nobody's saying. I'm just saying that's what happens when we tell ourselves, I can only be this way. I can only love this way. I only see this way. That means you can't be better. Right? That's just what it is. Because people, you can change character, you can change personality, you can change all that. We only think the way
you start to see stuff differently. And you're like, well, I don't really need that. This is what I would like instead, or I feel like more comfortable with this. That happens for sure. So there's nothing wrong with that.
And that's the whole point. Like these things come from, like I said, I'm gonna say it 100 times. I never said none of this stuff is fake. It's not real. But I said what I said for a reason.
Either. I think that's why she got up in arms. I think it's not bad either. They're not bad things. Like they're good things because it helps put words. That's how we understand things. We put words to it. I do agree with Jane though that some people do manipulate it, especially when you don't even understand what you're saying, right? And you manipulate it, and you're like, "Well, my love language is gifts, so buy me a Rolls Royce." Like now we have a problem. In this conversation, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I definitely agree with that.
What I was trying to say earlier was we was not introduced to the term, to the real definition, to the creator of love languages based on all of us reading the book and things of that nature or going to the church or knowing this person. We were introduced on social media where people popping up saying, I know what my love language is. My love language is this. And I know what and they're talking about this on first dates. How it was supposed to be introduced is to married couples, but married people aren't talking about this. There are people that are, well, y'all are, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's people saying, I'm going to tell somebody my first date. I'm going to tell the first date my love language. Why?
I feel like you're not giving it a chance to be an authentic connection at that point. Like you're kind of just, I don't know. That's a little odd in my opinion. I feel like it comes across, it's for like I said, the same way she said it was made for us to understand other people, not for us to make other people understand us. And that's where a lot of people kind of went wrong because they took it and they go, you know what? Exactly. This is a thing. So,
I think
buy new stuff,
I think in this conversation, I think I never said, I don't know if anybody else said it. I never said only. I never said I had more than one or multiple, or I never said any of those things. So I think the stuff that we're hearing, I guess you guys respond to, is things that no one actually said. And then on the other part, even if you look at, when we talk about if somebody is only, let's go with the only thing. If the only love language is this, let's go with that. Even if you read the definition of what a love language is, it is someone else's perspective of what love language is. If you also read the seven, what you say, the seven, what is it called, Kel?
The 7 principles of love.
Okay. The 7 principles of love language. That's also someone else's perspective of what love language is also. And then we hold other people to those standards of love language, and we may also adapt some of those things. So the person who had the definition, the person who made the 7 things of love language, and a individual person coming to you and saying, hey, this is my love language. It's no difference. That's all I'm saying. There's no difference in it. It's still coming from someone else. And it's up to you if you want to uphold those things. If you want to uphold the definition of what that may mean, you should be able to uphold what your spouse is saying as far as what their love language is.
Yeah, this is all theoretical, is what you're saying. It is. These are philosophies and theories.
Exactly.
Somebody sat for a while and thought about this and was like, this is how I think it would make sense in some people's brains. That's all this is. It's not concrete.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah.
I agree.
So I think part of the reason this love language thing leaves like a bad taste in people's mouth is because it's being used very incorrectly. Like Lala said, people are using it to get what they want. People are wanting certain things done for them, or they want to tell people to do these things for them, and that's why people get such a icky taste when that gets talked about. And I understand why Kay was kind of getting a little upset, because she obviously has respect for this scientist that wrote the book, and she, obviously has read the book. But for someone like myself, I've never read that book. I don't know anything about said man. All I know is what people say about their love language, or I had to leave so-and-so because he didn't cater to my love languages. I think people also use it as an excuse to leave marriages, to leave relationships. So that's why I think that love language it is just, it leaves an ill taste, and it causes issues because it is being used for ill intent, probably more than good intent, from what I see.
I will say she got upset mainly because, I will say why she got upset. I mean, other than for being just upset at the interaction she's obviously having right now. She was upset. What she was trying to communicate was that how people feel about the love languages and what they actually are different.
Yeah.
And so she's really, really, and I'm the same way with stuff. Kevin knows I'm the same way with stuff. Like, if this, I know people do what they want with it, but this is what it is, regardless of how anybody feels about it. And she can be, and I feel like she just was trying to bring that point home, that she felt like people were saying that it was something that it wasn't. And so she was trying to make that clear. And obviously it just kind of got a little bit derailed there at the end. Let
me say this, because that's why I said, I think we just not listening to one another. That's what happened at the moment. Because like I said 100 times, I never said what she said wasn't correct. I know she probably did read the book, studied, whatever. That was never my. I think the part was when I said about the about children, right? Children look for words of affirmation, and I gave good examples. The point of me using that as that, right, was to tell people that as you learn to, it do have a lot to do with mature. I'm not gonna even lie though, like mature and knowing self, right? Once you start realizing that these are the ways that you accept love or notice love, that because I don't know, I was that person, I didn't have to read a book and all this stuff to know that I can change. That's my whole point. We can change. Whatever. But people that get it, they gonna get it. It is what it is. I don't need no book to tell me about.
I don't think you like that one, Kev. Huh? I don't think you like that one. I don't think you like words of affirmation. I don't think
that
you
one.
Like
yeah, I hear a lot of women say that one too. The physical touch. If dudes saying that, because that's their favorite one, but that's not the only way you love. You just lust. So I mean, in words of affirmation, what I learned with that one, it'd be more of
you have a bias against that one. And I think what was happening when you say it's childish, you're saying that the people who need words of affirmation are childish, and that might not necessarily be the truth at all. Actually,
No.
that is how it came across, even if it's not what you meant. That's what came
We
across.
could say that though, but I think the people that get it, they get it. Because all I was saying is basically that's what we usually, all them things we usually try to get as a child. Like I said, like we needed people to tell us that you look good, and that's what's funny. That like what I'm saying, even with Shine, you was earlier. That's what I'm gonna get why you not get with him, because like he even tell himself. Like I said, you should get yourself these things. That's my whole point, right? You shouldn't have to require another human being to give you that, because they don't have to give you none of these things. That don't mean
I'm rocking with you, right? Hold on, I'm rocking with you. I agree with you 100% on that part. The part that we have a different agreement on is I know what I feel about myself. Can't no one make me feel any lesser or even greater than what I feel about myself. Not my wife, not anyone. But to hear it come from someone else that I love, that I hold dear to my heart, and the reason why I'm doing all of these things, busting my ass, going to work, showing that they appreciate me, it makes me feel good. Not saying I don't feel good already, it just makes me feel good at the same time. And then on the flip side of it, I'm surprised to hear women say this, because I don't know if it's true, but I've heard this several times, that even doing sex, women don't get a chance to experience orgasm at the rate that men experience theirs, right? So that goes to show you that a lot of women are not, and we're talking about love languages and love, making love. Right? To me, those motherfuckers go hand in hand. Why would you sit back and not get your needs met, all because you don't want to communicate? Hey, baby, if you go over here this way and hit this spot, then I'll be able to get what I need. Why would you sit there and suffer in silence because a man is not pleasing you or your woman is not pleasing you, all because you want them to figure it out? It's only going to be so much time that you're going to try to get someone to figure it out before you step out and cheat. And you see it all the time. Women typically, and from what I've seen, they don't even be coming half the time, and they be protecting our ego.
Yeah, I was actually about to say that to you. Sometimes it's just not wanting to make you feel bad, right?
That don't help no one. That don't help the man, because when he go to the next woman, he go all the fake smiling and the moans and stuff you was making. He thinking he doing something. So when he go to the next woman, he gonna try that same move, and it won't even work. You lied.
Let me just say this real quick though, because I think my whole point of speaking on this is about genuine, right? It's just about genuineness. I think you even said that. You said, I think Brie, you said I had something to get. No, I don't have nothing. It's just I'm trying to teach people what genuine love is. I'm not saying that you don't have to give these to your partner. I'm not saying none of that. It's just about understanding. Now, it's one thing, because I learned this. It was a main thing, and one person didn't even, and they understood what I was meaning about that love language thing. They said they never mentioned it to one another, right? They were married, two married people, right? But they learned and grew to understand each other. And she still didn't even know, but she found out like a little later down the line about the love language. But she said she just don't subscribe to it. But not to say it's not real, right? But I feel like that is the most genuine thing, when you don't have to come at the beginning. That's just me, right? It's okay that a lot of people love conditionally. That it's okay, or they love whatever. It's cool. It's cool that they have this language. It is cool. I'm not saying if that's what make y'all boat float, it is what it is. Where I'm coming from, I don't care about the studies. I don't care about none of that stuff. All I'm saying is what genuine is. Just like the difference between being kind and nice. Kind is something that you do because you're not waiting on somebody. You're just a natural kind person. Nice is like, all right, right now, I would usually get mad at this situation, but I'm gonna be nice. That's most people do. They horrible in the inside, but they want to be nice. Kind is a natural, genuine thing that's within you, that you just do it and use it. That get kind of, I was about to say, I gotta say her name, but it get altered in a way, right? It get altered when somebody do something, but you just still decide to be nice. You might get mad, right? But a natural, it's like I said, I'm talking about genuineness. I'm not saying none of this stuff is fake. I'm not saying any of that stuff, but I'm just saying that this back to that unconditional love thing that I was talking about earlier. Just because And I understand a lot of us don't know how to do it though. But me myself, I guess I gotta just talk for myself for the most part because I actually know what loving myself is. I actually know what and it took me years to myself, right? And I know it hurt a lot of people, but it's just like I realized that I can do all these things and give everybody these things without no requirements. I don't have to wait on somebody to love me a certain way for me to love them. I don't have to wait on, that's me, right? Some people do. They go through things. They went through things in their life and stuff. I can understand that. But you can't discredit a person that actually know how to love genuine because we want to remix something that because your love comes conditional. Most people love comes conditional and want to tell somebody else that they can't love condition. In general, see, man, I'm just speaking for everybody getting stopped by what I'm just trying to get people to understand the difference between those two. That's all it is. I don't have to, like I said, I don't have to read a book for that. I don't. But I'm just telling you what it, because like I said, I believe in change. I don't believe in boxing things in or one way thinking. I don't. Because if we tell them, that's like us telling us, like, we might as well stop talking to these 304s and telling them, stop, you can do that. No, we believe they can change, right? That's why we're speaking on these platforms. We believe in change, so people is not stuck. So the fact that we can say that people are not stuck and then say people it's got to stick to their love languages or whatever. No, tell people, and that's what I'm gonna do. If nobody else gonna do it, I'm gonna tell people that why can you only love these ways and start understanding yourself and build it and saying what and start learning how to love other ways except for just them few ways, because it's always a reason. It's a reason why you touchy. It's a reason why, just like when people be saying, I got a high sex drive and all that. It's something that happened in your life, like the reason why you're like that. And I also understand that, yes, it is a science today, because some people, they say the libido and their hormones get higher. Some people's stuff is higher, but also when you got introduced to it and the things that happen in your life, that also helps, just like traumas and stuff, that helps influence your love language and all that stuff. That stuff, like, that's one thing, no matter what somebody say, I'm not going to change that.
Well, that was rude.
Very rude. Why don't you go alter until he comes back?
Somebody probably alter. Can I go?
William, did you come up before Brittany?
Oh, there you go.
Before Brittany? Yeah, I did.
Okay.
There you go. I let him finish and I'll go.
Okay.
Go off, Kev. Go off, Kev.
I hate this app. I swear I hate this app, man. But like I said, that's all I'm getting to. Like, I have nothing against nobody. I respect everybody. Like, I even me, right? I'm not even telling people that I wouldn't, because if I know my girl live a certain way, I'm gonna do it, right? Because I want to, right? And just to show her, just like I'm gonna watch that certain movie, right? I think that's what love is, right? It is sacrifice, right? When you find out that your girl love a lovey-dovey movie and you like action figure movies or something like that, she watch one with you, that's love. But both doing the same exact thing, that's not love. Y'all both interested anyways in it. That's love. You know what I'm saying? So it's more of a sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that because my girl is a certain love language that I think less of her. It's just I know it's a root or it's a reason behind it, and she haven't learned. I'm not trying to, but she just haven't condition herself more to be accepted of just gratitude itself, right? I do believe gratitude is the ultimate cure, or the ultimate that's how you start getting peace and all the other stuff, gratitude and appreciation though. But that's a whole other thing. But like I said, I'm just only coming from the genuine thing. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that. Like I said, I'm not saying these studies is not real. I'm not saying none of that stuff. I just believe in roots. I always believe in roots to everything. Like, if a person act a certain way, it's a roots behind it. But from that root, you have to do something with it, not just live it and be it. You know what I'm saying? I'm never gonna tell nobody to be stuck. That's my whole point. So I'm done. So I think it's T Williams, Arthur, and then Brittany, and I'm stretching on this boy. Go ahead. Whatever y'all wanted to talk on, we're gonna rock with that.
I'm gonna go with the mods one up actually.
I was just going in order of who came up, except Prototype was up here before.
Was it T Williams?
She came after.
She came after. Okay, Arthur, T Williams, then Brittany.
No, you
Yeah,
keep
be
skipping
patient with me, y'all,
calls.
because I just, it was
Hold on,
Damn,
face
skipping
stuff.
Kev,
calls.
you ain't fucking
You
with me
keep
tonight,
skipping
Kev.
Oh
God
calls.
my bad.
damn.
Oh my God, she been on here for the longest. So
Well,
remember,
God
my bad.
damn.
It's prototype first. Dang, I straight forgot he was up there. It's
No,
prototype.
Alter, Prototype, Williams, Brittany.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
order.
Let's do that.
Jesus
My bad,
Christ.
y'all, man. This is a
Everybody
deep
on
one.
mute.
I'm gonna keep talking about this until the day people understand me, man.
I'm talking
I'm
about it
gonna
to
make
the
people
day
mad, but I'm gonna keep talking
okay.
about it.
I'm gonna keep
Nah,
talking
I
to
fuck with
the
what you saying, okay? I fuck
period.
with it. How y'all were answering it though? Like you were like
I'll answer for you. Okay.
answer.
Wait. I'm sorry. Do you want to go first, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna be real short though.
Okay, go ahead.
What is love? I feel like love is an illusion, man. Love ain't the definition of love ain't real. You
How
know
much
what
you
I'm
drop
saying?
people, Kev? Nice one.
What you said? But I feel like love is it's a conditional act of service. You know what I'm saying? Based on needs, wants, and timing. Love have to be prompted. You know what I'm saying? Like love don't have a leg on its own. So I feel like it have to be prompted. Therefore, in my mind, it's an illusion. You know what I'm saying? You can have admiration for somebody, but not just necessarily love, if that makes sense. But how, like, do you want me to go through the premise, or how y'all were doing it?
Well, you answered what is love, so I don't know if everybody's past that, but I want to answer before everybody goes down. I want to answer Kev's monologue.
Period, friend. Go ahead, answer.
Kev's lecture. Y'all in trouble. No, I was playing. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh man, I got no sense after 10 o'clock. Okay, so after hearing all of this, so first let's do like what he did. I'm gonna answer what love is. Well, we know that love is selfless, sacrificial, and it comes from God. Period. Right? All right. Amen. So from what I got from the whipping we just got from this, love languages, right? I think some of us can understand why the love languages were created. Did you know how to express your love before that? I'm pretty sure people did. I think someone made that for the purpose of helping other people express it without, with actual words. But to the point that's being said, I think when we think about love languages, sometimes, which is with many things, right? We feel like we have to lean on these things to be the end all be all situation of what love is, or how to treat me, how to be with me. And if you don't, then you don't love me. I think that sometimes can really jack us up. I'm not gonna lie to you. Because I know for when I looked at these before, I was like, okay, these are not, it's not really a big deal for me. Quality time, right? Quality time was a thing for me. And as I think about it, I'm like, I think quality time was a thing. It wasn't because of a trauma base or anything like that, but I know when I was younger, quality time was a big deal for our family. We spent time together. Family time was very important. But when you think about it as a relationship base, you want quality time with that person as well. But as I grew, I'm like, okay, I know. And then my person, I'm like, okay, well, I know my husband is acts of service. Like that was like a thing that we looked at, and it's more so because when he was younger, his mom showed his brothers and them, what it was like to live on the street. He showed went to where poor people were at under the bridge and showed this is how you could live, so be grateful where you are, and things like that, and to push for the things that you want in life, basically. So but for him, he took it as I want to help those people who are less fortunate. Acts of service has always been a big thing for him. He likes to help people. But then the thing is, did he just become a person who was acts of service based? No, that's something he already did, just didn't know the words to put behind it. Right. So that's why he, so okay, that is kind of why I do what I do, and that's kind of something that's important to me. So can you use these things to navigate your relationship and how to respond bond and how to share likeness and how to show expression of love. Absolutely. If it was not to be done in the day or in the week, do that person love you less? I don't think so, because that's where it goes to, like, to your point, as far as, if these things don't happen, do you truly love somebody genuinely? If none of these things were to happen in the way you want, how you expect it to be, because then as you're looking at it in a conditional way, then is that genuine love? Is it genuine love if you're not loving each other beyond these factors? But I think if you do genuinely love a person, some things that they speak about that is important to them, you'll do it. You'll supply it. But genuine love is loving beyond measures. That's just what I think, period. So that's what I'm going to end on that part. Thanks, guys.
You ready for me? So I was hearing you, but the love language thing, I look at it like this. You know how they ask a kid, like a student, they say, what's your best way of learning? Right? And it's kind of like, basically, I see that with love languages. Like, why interact with somebody one way when they can use it better or appreciate the other? You see what I'm saying? Like, why go through a whole process? Why date somebody for 5 years and figure out what they like and what they love when you can just ask them? It's just that simple. Like, so to me, love languages are very, like, valuable in a relationship. Yes, you can do things out of the other, like outside of what their love language is. But the thing is that some people definitely appreciate it more. Some people will ignore certain types of love that you present. Some people are just
And
like,
that's the problem. Thank you for saying that.
yeah, like they may just want words of affirmations, and you probably just keep dropping off roses. And they're like, in the back of their mind, they're thinking, who cares about these roses? But to me, it's like, it's simple. You have to learn a process. Stop ignoring their love language. You said selfish?
Yeah.
I think it
But go ahead.
can
I'm
be
rocking on that. It
selfish.
just burned me every time I hear that. But go ahead.
Yeah, it can be selfish, definitely. But ungrateful people gonna be ungrateful people. But
Facts.
you date somebody, they'll spend thousands of dollars on you, tens of thousands, 50,000, like that, and that's all they really wanted was like for you to make the bed or run a bath water. So you have to pay attention to that, because one person will feel like they are being ignored, like they telling you what they like. It's just best to take note of it and try to cater to what they like, and vice versa. There's no reason to go through all of the years of studying and figuring out when y'all can have this conversation. And I'll land there.
Who was it? Brittany, Nate, and wife?
T. Williams, you started percolating the oven, and I'm gonna speak directly to my brother Kev. I get what you're saying. You're not saying anything wrong. You're just like, throw it out. Love is love, accept which was given to you, take it or leave it. But the reason why the book was written, because I actually read the book, he said that people were having hard times in their marriage because the way people express love, like you said, how they grow up, what they came up with, their life experiences, just like T. Williams was saying. Like, there's certain things that I know my husband likes, and there's certain things that he doesn't like. I'm not going to waste my time and my energy, because love and marriage is about service, right? If you're serving and they're serving, it's a great two-way street of service and love and all of the things, right? But if I'm serving my husband in a way that he does not care to be served, I am wasting my time. And to T. Williams' point, it's better to learn early on what this person likes. I'll give you a perfect example. What if the woman loves flowers or she loves gifts, and that's not what you want to do, right? I get that there's different things, but it's just something that doesn't move you. It's something that you don't want to do. It's best to know in the beginning, hey, baby girl, we're not compatible because that's not something I'm into. And so you can either move on. But if you're with this person for 5 years and they kept saying, I love flowers, I love flowers, I love gifts, and you're not willing to do that, just because you're saying, well, you should take whatever I give, that's why the book was written. The book was written to decipher that, because some people, depending on there's 5, but then there's more. They expounded on the book. There's theories that there are more love languages than the book presents, but he just broke it down in a very simple context of, you may like this. Like when women get married. Okay, so when women are single, some of them like gifts, right? Then when she gets married, her love language could change to acts of service, right? Cleaning the dishes, taking care of the kids, whatever, because her plate, and just like you said, times have changed. That's why you have to continuously get to know somebody. There's no such thing as, I know this person to the T, we could get married and they're not going to change. No. People evolve when you, just like you said, life, time, everything. You're going to forever be learning your partner. So there's no point in waiting 5-10 years to learn them. Like T. Williams said, is do it as soon as possible, so that there are just things that you don't even have to butt heads about. There are certain things that just flow. So if I know my husband does not care about gifts, I'm not going to waste my time and my energy trying to buy gifts, when some people, because that's how they were raised to show love through gifts, they're going to go ahead and that might be their what is it called? Their default. And sometimes people do things because it makes them feel good. So love language isn't just about the other person. It's also about how you express your love as well, right? So if you're the type of man, maybe you don't have a whole lot of time, but you got money, so you'll give gifts. Or maybe you don't have a lot of money, or money doesn't move you like that, and you rather spend time with a woman. So that's what the love language book was about. It was just about understanding how you love and how you like to receive love, so that it's easier for you in a marriage. It's easier for you in a relationship, and you set the precedent as early as possible to say, hey, these are the things I'm into. And can you expound on that? Yes. Can you change? Yes. Nobody's a one size fit all type of thing, right? You're always going to evolve. But I think that was her point, is that, you know, it was studied, it was researched. If somebody wrote it, now, do you have to subscribe to it? No. If it's not your cup, and Kevin, I just think it's not your cup of tea, because you said this numerous of times that you can't stand this this thing, and that's fine. But it was written for married people, like she said. But if you guys read the book, it talks about how he came up with it, because people were not seeing eye to eye. They were married for 20 years or an extended period of time. They couldn't get it right. Once he made this and he gave it to him, it helped their relationship be better. That's all it is. It's basically a tool to help you in your relationship. If it works for you, cool. If it don't, cool.
Yeah. I think you saying that you saying that, and I like that. Well, everything you said though, you basically saying the same thing. That's why I said it's supposed to be a tool, right, to know about yourself and other people, right? And I feel that. But I'm just saying, I don't think people should be, and just like you said, people can change. They could change. I think if you work hard enough on anything, you could change. Especially if you love your partner, you can be like, you know what? Some people will really adjust. Just like they said, they might not like just like this, because I believe love is like sacrifice. So say if they don't like gifts, right? They probably later down the line, because they love their partner so dang on much, they gonna figure a way to be appreciative of the gifts. They gonna probably, I believe that they can do that if they really focus on it. That's how I look at that. But you know, I think just through time, like you can do it. I think all of us can do it, because I used to thought I could only, like I used to tell myself that I'm not a morning person and all this other stuff, and I had to ask myself why. I tell that's my thing. If y'all ever hear me in this room, it's gonna always be a why. I don't like saying things and this is that. I'm gonna always ask why. That's what y'all gonna notice that about me, because I like digging into the root. I don't like doing things or saying things without really knowing, you know, maybe the definitions of it, or knowing or reason behind it, you know, all that stuff or whatever. Like, but I do believe, like you said, that's one thing I'm most definitely, I say is a tool, but I don't think it should be just you. I don't think that's the only difference with how I look at that. Is just, it shouldn't be you. You know, you use that to be a better you, which I always say. You know, I always say that. I think over the times you do be hearing me talk about it, is that I get mad when people, not mad because I feel bad. I feel bad when people just gotta, like, when I see that's one of my red flags. Actually, I ain't gonna even lie. When I see one of them love languages on my on them little dating apps, I just automatically kind of swipe it off, because it's like, dang, you telling somebody how I'm just good on that. You know, then I have my little things of the usual things I see behind it. If it might not fit, but usually, like, when you see physical touch, it'd be a lustful type person. If you see what's the heck it's called? What's it called at time? What's that junk called? What's it called?
Quality time.
Quality time, right? Quality time usually be quantity time. I mean, usually all that stuff when people make that be their first thing on there. Words of affirmation, I usually see. This gonna burn a lot. It usually people be that's insecure. They can't pay attention to actions, right? Them the same ones that get manipulated a lot because you could say some sweet things all the times and say that, but then the actions usually just don't fit behind it. But it's just, I mean, what else? Gifts, right? To be the gold diggers, like even though those are extremes, though, and it's might not be everybody, right? That's what I'm saying. If it ain't everybody, I don't even get how people will react to this if it ain't you. But I'm just saying for people that usually do this, because everybody do this thing, and people do think that way. They don't use it as a tool. They just rather say this is me and this is how you need to love me. Because I look at it on both ends. I don't say that. I'm not, even though I was hearing it that we saying like, well, people shouldn't be selfish and don't do what I want them to do. But I also say people shouldn't be. I think love work on both ends. It's supposed to be both ends. You shouldn't be so selfish to say that this is only what or this is how I want it done and all this stuff. I feel like that's a two-way thing. But you make things work for a person you truly care about and love. That's how I look at it, right? I mean, because I don't think love itself should be an entitlement behind it. It just shouldn't. Imagine if God had an entitlement love to him or whatever. You must do that and you got to do that and stuff. Eventually, he wants us to do it on our own. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna say that I'm gonna stop. He don't stop loving us, right? No matter what we do a bunch of sinning and stuff. And I'm not even trying to go biblical, but we do all this sinning and stuff, and he still have love for us. But that's what our stuff is so conditioned that we still, you're not doing it. I don't feel the love. I don't feel it the way that you giving me, so I can't. That's your fault. That's your fault why you don't feel it. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody could be trying their heart out, really trying their best, and just because a lot of people is blinded because they only want to be loved a certain way, and that's the only reason why I would have a problem with it. But like I said, if we using it as a tool to become better or to have to set it up so people can make that sacrifice, like, okay, because I love, I'm gonna be patient. I'm gonna be patient with this person until they find another way. Because I'm not about to just make it a freaking job. I'm not about to make it a job. Because I don't think when it comes to love, that shouldn't be like a expressing love. Right? I don't think that should be the job part. Should be putting in to be better, be a better person. Just like, I'm gonna hold you accountable, right? Like, dang, I'm just like holding each other accountable. That's gonna take work. All that stuff. But whatever. But I feel you on that. It should be. I think the key word should be a tool.
Kev, but most romantic love is conditional, right? Like, if I stopped being the woman that I am to my husband, he's going to eventually resent me and probably want a divorce, right? If he stopped being a good husband and a horrible father, he was cheating or whatever, like, I don't think that it's a bad thing for love to, like, romantic love, not the love that we're supposed to have for each other as brothers and sisters in Christ, right? That's unconditional. That's agape love. Yeah. But if anything goes in a relationship, or you're supposed to just take anything or just give anything, then there's no standard. So I don't think that there's anything wrong. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. I understand your heart behind it, but I don't think that there's anything wrong. And I'm not telling you to change your standards, but I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody saying, hey, this is how I love to receive love. Now, if you do a little digging and get to know them and find out they're a gold digger, find out they have insecurities, because I know that words of affirmation makes my husband feel, it lights him up. When I say, thanks, babe, you've been an amazing husband, an amazing father. Thank you for the sacrifices you make for our family. When I upload him with words, I can see how he puffs his chest up. He lights up. He just feels good about himself, right? Now, I don't have to do that. And I could just ignore what I know makes him feel good and be like, hey, babe, I bought you some draws, or hey, I bought this, or hey, you should be appreciative because that's how a lot of men end up at the strip club, Kev, to be honest, because the stuff that they need to feel good about, their women ain't giving them at home, so they go to Cinnamon to get it. That's what all the strip club is beautiful women that say a whole bunch of puffed up nothing that is transactional. So I think I'm only challenging you because you my brother, but I think that I get what you mean, but loosen it up a little bit, because having the cheat code to how somebody loves affection and they're equally as willing to do it for you, I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, if a woman asks you, well, what is your love language? Now, if she just sticks to that only, then, you got to decipher with your discernment while you're vetting her if she's a quality candidate to be with you or not. But to just shoot somebody down because they know themselves and they study and they took the time, and not just if they've seen it on social media, if they really understand what the context is behind it and they want to make sure that you're compatible,
then I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think it's about knowing yourself. But your point was valid.
So do you believe everybody that say they know themselves?
Oh heck no! I know people. Y'all, Kev, I'm a life
you
coach.
scared
I
me a
know
little
people.
bit. I'm like, please.
I know people don't know themselves, child. I know that.
Because they would say
Come on
it
now,
because that's what
Kev.
make them feel good. That's what they would do.
Come on now, Kev. I mean, we do a lot of things that make ourselves feel good, but again, that is the part of vetting. That is a part of, we can't go off of vibes, and if we're compatibility takes more than just a good conversation. You got to make sure your values are the same. You got to make sure you guys think the same to a certain extent, not twins, Siamese twins, but hey, do y'all think the same about life? Do you think about the same about raising children, paying bills, finances, God, all of those things, right? You got to be equally yoked. And so that's why I think that those conversations are important, because too often we go off of vibes, we go off of fun, we look up, it'd be 3 years later, y'all been humping and dumping, got some kids, and y'all can't stand each other because you didn't take the time to really get to know each other. You was just having fun and going off vibes, and because y'all were compatible physically and mentally, or physically, and emotionally, whatever the case is. So that's it.
Go ahead, wife. Y'all gotta get up. I'm stretching. I'm acting like it's the weekend. I gotta work tomorrow, man. But
Can I say
this
something
thing
right
got
quick
so
before
juicy.
they go? Damn,
What you
T.
got? To,
No, it's real quick. It's like literally like 20 seconds. So I think that the term quote unquote love language is just really like what people appreciate in a relationship. I mean, love language is something that they had made up, but I really think is what people appreciate in a relationship. That's all basically it is. And to say that if that's what somebody appreciate that you're dating and you do the opposite, I mean, I think it's kind of.
yeah, but I think I notice what and we keep doing it the one-sided way. I'm not, like I said, I do believe people doing that too, but also I think people also doing it to manipulate other people too. We got to talk about the toxic people and the untoxic people though. So we got people that's yeah, because we don't want to make it seem like that everybody that don't do it the way, because some people end up learning or maybe even being because they love this person. That's what I was mentioning earlier. It could be both ends, and some people are doing it, be like, no, I know you love this way and I'm not going to do it. But some people be like, I see that they love me this way and they can't kind of do it the way I want them to, but I still appreciate it no matter what the situation, because I really do love this person. So I just look at it, like I said, I look at it from multiple angles. It works different ways, but I just don't want to stick. Because I see too many, I ain't gonna lie, I feel like it's more toxic people that's throwing this love language thing out there and they messing it up for the ones that actually do know themselves. And that's the freaking problem. That's the only reason why I keep going against it. But yeah, that's a deep one though. And I feel it though. I don't, like I said, I don't got nothing against it. I don't.
So Kel, is it really love language if they manipulate? I don't think that'll be love language because it's not what that person actually want. So I don't really think it'll be manipulated.
It is manipulation. The problem is that they have an unhealthy attachment style. That's what the problem is. If you have an anxious attachment style and your love language is physical touch, you're gonna want to be touched by that person all the time. If it's quality time, you're gonna want all of their time, and nobody else can have their time. That's the problem. So it's whatever your attachment style is. That's the root of it. So there is an anxious attachment style, preoccupied attachment style, and a secure attachment style. If you have a secure attachment style, no matter what your what you call it, whatever, no matter what your love language is, it's gonna be from a healthy place. It's gonna be balanced, and it's gonna be from a place of love. If you have these other attachment styles, which are essentially unhealthy, based off of like some lack or something that you didn't get in your childhood, then it's gonna manifest itself in a toxic way. So the baseline, the solution to that will be for that person to reach a secure place. Because when you're not secure, the way you love, like when people say shit like, oh, that the spouse or whatever, like, oh, she got the worst of me. She got the worst of me. That's because of their attachment style. And through love with that person in a relationship, when they got to know each other, it became more secure. That person became vulnerable. All them demons and all that shit that they kept buried down came out, and that the other partner soaked in that vulnerability, loved them through it, and they both and helped that person reach a secure place. So that's really what it is at the end of the day. It's just people having toxic ass attachment styles. That's really the root of most of the problems. So with this whole love language shit being toxic, that's just really what it is. It probably really is their love language, but it's just manifested in a nasty way because they you know, they ain't put the work in on themselves.
That's yeah. I think all three of us kind of saying the thing. Me, because I'm about to say me, Brittany, and she telling me that, and I understand that too though. So I think all of us on the same thing. I think, like I said, I'm really just. I'm going against the people that misuse it, right? Because I feel like the only ones that really get mad at what I'm talking about is probably one of them. I don't know, but it just, I can't see how people would not understand this. You know what I kind of mean by that, because it is people, it's people that just that be someone I love myself. I'm gonna do this topic again tomorrow though, y'all. Man, because I do got to get off though. But this is deep. This is really deep, and I do really want to know that, like that last prompt. I want to know what people think about that loving yourself, because people, I think people just throw words out. They throw words out and they think they know what it is, but we gonna get to it. But yeah, y'all, I appreciate y'all. I'll be back on tomorrow. Hopefully I see y'all tomorrow if I do or not. But I stretched it way past my time. I ain't gonna lie. I love all y'all unconditionally. But I do love all y'all though, man.